We are back.
All right.
It is day 3. We've made it to the final day of Measure Summit 2023. This is the one, by the way, where we get to start off with a cup of coffee, and then we end with a little drink at the end with a little cheers around the Measure Summit community for those. So get your favorite beverages ready for the end, for the closing party. But yes, Julian, do you want to kind of go through what we got coming up?
Well, first of all, great sessions yesterday, obviously. If you have missed any of the great sessions, we had some really good feedback in the end and good discussion on AI as well. When we had 2 AI talks, one from Enrico and then afterwards from Jim Stern as well. So really cool stuff there. If you want to watch them, you can always go over to the speaker pages and still watch them. But we will lock them down this evening once the event is basically over. So if you want to keep these sessions around for watching them maybe at your leisure time next week, then you might want to buy and consider the all access pass. But we still
And to emphasize, because I've gotten some questions over this, Julian, which surprised me, but I want to make sure we address it. You get access to all the Measure Summit 2023 sessions, not just the main stage. You also keep the on-demand access as well, because all of that's going to go away when the Measure Summit event is over, when it all gets locked down. So that's what we mean by the all access pass, because there's so many sessions back there. In fact, there's some really good comments in the chat. Thank you for all of those. I think it was who was it that was saying like, hey, this sounds like a sales pitch, but it was like, I think it was Jason. Yeah, Jason's like, sounds like a sales pitch, but I've revisited the old content so many times over last year, which has flown by. So he's actually going back. This is like 2022 content that he's got an access pass for. So, but you do keep access to all of the sessions. So it is a really good deal considering how many sessions we have this year. Obviously, we're a little biased. You got to consider that. But that's why you see so many good comments about the all access pass back there. So yes, you keep access to all the sessions, not just main stage, not just on demand, all of them.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
And we have some really cool content coming up today. Before we go on to the second stage, let me show you the first stage here. And day 2 flew by, as I already said, so we don't have to necessarily, but if you want to go through the sessions again, we had Aurelie Pauls, Enrico, Jim Stearns,
all unlocked.
And they are all unlocked, but now we are at day 3. So what is coming up today with the final day of Measure Summit 2023? Well, first of all, we have the one and only Julius from Analytics Mania on enhancing your Google Analytics 4. You all know he has been diving into this tool like no other and will show us his, open up his treasure trove of little tricks that he has.
Would love to know if there's any fans of Julius, by the way, in chat. So I know he always has his crowd that comes in.
Then we have JJ Reynolds next. Plan to action, measure and improve every time. And this will be about Mesa.
Exactly what it says. That's what I like, JJ. He keeps the title. He doesn't give anything away. It's like, hey, here's what it's going to be. But it's the whole concept. It's a strategy conversation around how we can use measurement, right, to actually lead to actions in the marketing team. Because there's a lot of problem with people just collecting data for data's sake. And that's been the rule, I think, for the last 100 years. But now it's moving into like, hey, what are we collecting it for? And can we get anything from it? So he's going to talk about that.
And then we have Siobhan talking about privacy by design. And we had some really cool discussions already around privacy yesterday when Aurelie talked about the preparing for Europe's AI Act. And privacy by design is maybe a little bit more hands-on. How can you think about it in your company? And really great frameworks there. So don't miss out on that talk. And then we have Vanya Logan on resolving the measurement rift between community and marketing. And Vanya is going to talk specifically about communities and how we can measure those, correct?
Yeah, exactly. It's a little different. Community which is huge right now. Everyone's building communities because they want first-party data. They don't want to give it all to Facebook and wherever else these groups are being created. So when you create your community, how do you measure the impact of it? How does it get resources? And it is a little different from marketing. Obviously, you get some marketing aspects from it, but there's other aspects to it. So Venia is a true expert because she's been doing this for years with a lot of different community measurements. So it's going to be a really cool talk.
And speaking of true experts, we have the one and only Simo Hava, the all-time favorite and all-time all-star of Measure Summit, has been with us as a speaker for the last 4 years.
4 years since the
beginning.
Yep, returning. I think he's him. I think Julius, and I think was Charles for?
No, Charles was in the second one, I think.
Charles, yeah. So Charles, so actually Simo all for it. I think Julius is all for it.
Julius is also all for. So the All Stars Day, and we'll see. There are some people that obviously in the audience have been with us. So let us know in the chat as well if you're excited about today, and if this is your first time here, or maybe your second time or your fourth time. So we have here, of course, Julius is the GA4 guru. Can't wait for Julius, says Sarah. Julius' videos have gotten even better over the past year. And Jessica says, this is packed.
Yep. And then there's the Julius fan right there. Yes, we are here. It's just waiting for Julius.
All right.
That's perfect.
And with that said, we obviously will have these sessions always on the top of the hour. The sessions are not 1 hour long, but we always have the session, then we have a little bit of discussion. We have this one thing, if you're not familiar with it, so everybody can learn from each other. We give feedback to the speakers, and we also give away some prizes. And we have some really cool prizes today for you to win. And there are some people in the chat, as I recognize the names, that have won in the past few days. Unfortunately, they are out of the draw. But for everybody else, you can still win some awesome prizes. And those are still on the table. We had some great ones already given away. And the first one that we'll be giving away is still 3 books from Leah Pika's new book, Present Beyond Measure. Then we have a 1 hour power hour with Siobhan. After her session, we'll give that one away. So you can get in contact with Siobhan as well. We have a Measurement Marketing Academy membership with the value of $2,000. Mercer's company is giving away one big package of this one. So everybody who gets in can learn even more than what we have here at Measure Summit. I guess there are more than 40 sessions inside of Measurement Marketing Academy. We have a narration spot on the User Journey Volume 2 album. So if you don't know what this one is all about, well, we will show you a video in a bit here that will explain what Josh is all about and what he does in his pastime away from his daytime job. Well, he's a father, but also a digital analyst, digital consultant, and in his pastime, he also is a composer and music producer, and he's working on an album called The User Journey, which you will be able to be part of if you win this prize. And this one we gave away already, so yeah, there was one spot from the consulting hour with Jim. We still have all access passes for Measure Summit 2023. Now, if you win this one, you will get a refund from us, so don't worry. But for everybody else, the all access pass is where it's at. As who was it? Was it Jason said earlier? Yes. And that will also be in the prize pool, as well as one s'mores basket from Northwoods and the speaker Fred Pike, who are providing this little delicacy from the US. So if you want to get your sugar rush in, get your s'mores basket as well. So really cool prizes as well. Oh, the big grand prize, the 12-month Analytics Canvas Pro subscription that we shouldn't forget about, with a tremendous value there of 3,500. So that is the one all-in-one pipelining tool that you can pipe your data into different tools and do all kinds of transformations and so on. And yeah, big fans here at Measure Summit of Analytics Canvas, as well as the second stage talk from Amit that you can watch on the second stage as well on demand there. Really cool prizes.
And then also check out the virtual booths too. So if you're not familiar with Analytics Canvas, check out the virtual booth, learn a little bit about that, because that is a really huge value.
Yeah.
That I think a lot of people might see 3,500, be like, oh, okay, it's some made up market or number. Like, that is actually what it costs us to use this platform, and we gladly pay it. So definitely take a look at the virtual booths. All
right, let me just log in really quickly. And if you are seeing us right now on the dashboard, you obviously will be have the nav on the top here. And what you can do,
Also
I don't
us
see it right
to use
now,
this
but I should
platform,
see when I
and we
click
gladly
here, is the extended menu with the virtual booths that Mercer just alluded to. So really cool companies in here. And if you want to win one of the prizes that I just showed you, then obviously, you need to go through this because we have a little bit of a quiz for you prepared that you can find on the measuresummit.com/hunt. And that will take you to our little scavenger hunt. And once you go through this, you'll get onto the list and be entered into our Measure Winner Finder, which is a proprietary solution of Measure Summit to pick a winner with fancy algorithms that are random to have one winner after all, and we'll give out a prize. And everybody get your cross fingers emoji ready in order to win this prize later on. Oh, maybe we should try it out actually. I would just need to pull the new list in. So if you have been taking part in the past hunts already or in the last days, then you are on this final list, which I will pull right now. And obviously we haven't excluded anyone who has already won a prize, just to be fair here as well. And we'll put them all into the Measure Winner Finder. And what are we giving away? Let me just go back here. Let's do an all access pass for now.
Let's do it.
Just to go back and show you the all access pass. So all access pass will give you access to all of the sessions forever. As long as the internet exists, we'll have that website open so you can watch them hopefully in 20 years or so as well. So with that said, let's...
Did you say 20? 20 years? I love that. That's good. There's some good strategy talks that way last 20 years. That's true.
Let's play a little game here. Everybody,
right.
Fingers crossed. Who will win the all access pass? Let's pick a winner. Drum roll. And
Here we go. Congratulations to
Jacqueline. Jacqueline wins the all access pass. Congratulations. If you're in a chat, well, if you're in a chat, that would be even better. But obviously, everybody else, congratulate her. We all want to be nice because one less person on the list means you have higher chances next time around. So we'll draw some more here next time in a second. We also let you know how do you actually measure Summit, Mercer?
How do I measure Summit?
Or what?
I measure Summit by taking pictures and putting it on LinkedIn. You can actually see how I measure Summit. Because I was showing that.
We probably need to scroll down even further.
Probably should, right? Take a look. Yeah, because I was on day one.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Where's Josh Travels? Man, look at that.
Okay.
There we go. Oh, look at that. There's Sarah from the Measure Marketing.io team. Also, second stage session. Sarah Borges got back there.
We have Jessica here as well.
Check that out as well.
Measure Summit. Oh, he's in Philadelphia? What a day, right?
Where he was. Right. Yeah, you knew.
Let's go further. Where's the Mercer picture? Everybody wants to see the Mercer picture. We had some really cool How I Measure Summits yesterday. So here you go, Josh with Roxy. And some people on the go listening to Measure Summit. And some people, like Mercer, I need to add a filter to just see the images. Here we go. This is how Mercer measures summits.
That was my day one face for sure. We got this thing going. Okay, here we go.
And I don't know. There was Juliana as well. I thought I saw somebody. Here's how I measure Summit. And in the background, here's Mercer as well. And this is how Ryan measures summits. Josh measures summits again. Well, he has been with us for the last 3 days. Jessica as well.
And we look at how you measure Summit, and then secretly, I think Julie and I are both like, man, that tech stack is amazing. We're gonna get like 8 monitors. That's what we need is like the monitor count. I think the most I've seen is 4.
Was it just I need to go back in the video cloning. There was one person that watched it on the Tesla.
Yeah, so you have to find that.
But this one is really old now. So we are here at 4 days ago.
Yep.
I don't know. All right.
I tell Julian every time, I'm like, dude, you're so brave. Just go to social media and start scrolling live. Like in today's day and age.
So here you go. Here's Josh. He's day 3, watching this apparently from a rooftop.
Where? Where is he? I would love, Josh, where is that? That's
probably
cool.
Philadelphia. Here we have Janice watching with her dinosaur.
Hey, that's me. I love that. I got my coffee too. That's fantastic.
We have Sarah here from the Measurement Marketing IO team.
Yep.
And somebody else. Well, we had Jessica already as well.
Jessica in the house, of course.
And we also
Jessica's been helping us out with the crowdsourced notes, by the way. So thank you for that. Keeping the
well, here's Jessica
there.
again. Okay, in Atlanta apparently. Jess in Atlanta. And these are all, I think, all these we already saw yesterday. So thank you so much. How do you measure Summit? Let us know by posting on the social media platforms and use the hashtag Measure Summit, and then we'll have you. Jackie just bought the All Access Pass. All right, this is a confetti for you. So welcome to the club, to the All Access Pass Holder Club, and a high five for you as well. With that, use the hashtag Measure Summit, and we'll see you on the X's, I guess. The chat is already roaring, or is everybody still asleep?
Are we? Oh no, the chat's been rolling. They've been kicking. Oh, there you go. It's on his roof. That's where he was, in Philly. You were right about that. That's where Josh was. I love that. Good weather in Philly. It's a little drizzly here in Texas today, but that's okay. We need the rain. The Twitter's not professional. That's funny. Yeah, I get that.
I'd love to try out MMA fighting. No, Measurement Marketing Academy. All right.
I love that. Yeah, we like to think it's a little easier than the mixed martial arts.
Who knows?
Sometimes,
I mean,
it can feel a little bit like mixed martial arts.
You know how Logan Paul became famous on the internet, like Mercer does, and then suddenly he fights against who would be a worthy component. That would be like a Simo Hava Mercer.
Dude, Simo's got me all day long. I'm good. I'm not. Are you kidding? You know where he lives? He's in. You know how cold it gets in Finland during the winter? There's no way.
All right.
He's a hardy guy. He can take me, I'm sure.
There should be. There's probably if you remember, there was this MTV series where they did with Clay the celebrity fights.
Oh,
right?
What was the name of that?
Celebrity Fight Club.
Celebrity
Deathmatch. Absolutely.
Celebrity Deathmatch.
And
yeah, I remember that. That was old.
And
school.
that was old school.
Wow.
And now we live in an internet age, and there are actually like Mark Zuckerberg wants to fight.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Look at that.
Wants to fight Elon Musk. So.
Yeah. Life imitates art.
In the future, we'll have AI being able to.
It'll be AI bots.
Just AI bots trying to fight each other. Yeah. So that will be next.
Exactly. All right, so I'm in the background. So if anybody's got questions, you can feel free to pop them in the chat on anything. I'm in the background answering some of the emails as well that are coming through. Just so we're getting a reminder on the All Access Pass, you do keep access to all the sessions, main stage and second stage. They're currently both unlocked, but they will be shut down when we finish the event itself. So be sure to pick that up if you want to retain access. We've got the crowdsourced notes, so make sure that you are back there for those. And then also, and I'll drop a link in those so you have them. Also, the community survey. So if you haven't filled that out yet, go ahead and pop that in there. It's always good to kind of hear what other people are doing and how other companies are handling stuff. I'm also going to put links to, that's already in the chat as well. And then I'll put a link to the dashboard, which is what actually that community survey feeds this dashboard. So you can come in and you can actually see the dashboard where all the results are, the answers are. So you get both of them.
Let's go over there really quickly and take a look at our community dashboard from the attendee survey. So if you still want to fill this out, head over to measuresummit.com/survey. And we have some countries in here. The US, pretty heavy. We have Spain. There should be like Europe as a whole.
They should do Europe. Yeah, I think that'd be easier.
Is that quite a few people from the UK, Germany with 26.
I was
also in the house?
I'm definitely more interested in the people with down below where it's like, where are you from? How are you handling your budget? Where are you focusing right now? Those sort of questions I really like, because it tells us where people are in terms of their thinking about measurement as an industry, measurement in terms of your tech stacks, measurement in terms of what's been changing. And I think something we're going to do, because we've been asking like the budget question and things like that over the years, is to start to maybe do some trending and see, are people actually giving more budget now to measurement, because it is truly a department. It's not a project anymore, and it needs resources in terms of time and money. So it just does. Now it's, imagine the days. I long for the days of 10 years ago when you could just have Google Analytics and like that was it. Actually, that wasn't even 10 years ago. That was still Tag Manager. So 12 years ago, where it was just GA and that was it, and everybody was happy. And now it's Tag Manager, Looker Studio, Google Analytics, BigQuery, or the equivalent in some other platform, right? Adobe or something else, and Hyros and Wicked Reports and a million other platforms that are out there that are, they're awesome platforms, but there's just new things showing up every single day in the world of measurement to help us get through all of these challenges that we're going through as a community. I think it's super important to be able to keep up to date.
Maybe in the
well. So thank you for filling out.
Yeah, maybe in the break I can take the results and put them into an unnamed AI bot chat.
This is my favorite part is when Julian challenges himself with these cool technical ideas, because his skill set is so beyond me when it comes to this tech stuff. And I'm dude,
Mercer, I'm gonna take the results of the survey, copy paste them into ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT will come up with something. Oh, did you know this and this and this? And
you don't need to tell me. You just need to be like, dude, here's some insights I thought about, and I'll be like, you're brilliant. You're brilliant. Don't give away all the secret sauce.
Right. Let's just redact that from the live stream. There needs to be like a beeping sound as well.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So yeah, check out the survey as well as the crowdsourced notes as the sessions go on. People fill this out, and
these are getting better and better throughout the days. We're taking snapshots of these too, so if anything gets lost, we can put it back in there. But obviously, people are being really great. I think last year we had 22 pages. We are on track to do a little bit more than that this year for sure. So there's a lot of notes. What are we already back there? Never mind. We're already there. I didn't realize how many more pages we had. So yeah, we're definitely going to pass that, which makes sense. There's a lot more sessions back there. But it really is incredible what people are doing and helping each other out. So thank you for that. There's the measure.
And even on the second stage, please do fill out the notes. It really helps people out if they go through it and see what other insights people had when they went through it. Speaking of second stage, I mean, we kind of went through the agenda here and looked at all of the different speakers that we have up today, just to show you again. First up, Julius, in just about 40 minutes from now, we have JJ Reynolds, and then Privacy by Design by Siobhan, resolving the measurement rift between community and marketing, Venya Logan, and then last but not least, Simo Ahava. But that's not all for the party today, because we have some really cool second stage speakers as well. So if you click on the nav in the top there, you can go over to second stage, and all day long you will be able to follow along and see these sessions from all of these people. There are really cool sessions there for different topics, and we haven't really ordered them in a sense, but when I was looking through them, I was like thinking maybe we should have like a track and say like, okay, these are the general measurement topics. Here we have some e-commerce topics.
I love that. While you're looking at this, that's a great question to ask in chat though. Just because you brought it up, should we because we always like different ways of organizing this, and I think at this point the on-demand stage stays because people are really liking that, and it's a good place to put kind of overflow where we want good content, but we just can't fit it all in the 3 days. That is the Measure Summit live stream. What about tracks? We organize it where it's like, day one is analytics and day two is tagging, day three is AI or something like that. Or we do that in the second stage. What are the ideas back there for that? Because we're here for you. So you're, as the Measure Summit community, you've got your voice matters. But I would love to know if anyone's got ideas in chat of like different ways to organize it. Do you like it just like, hey, here's a list of everything and we'll do it by topic? That's fine too. Whatever's easier. But I love that idea of thinking through that.
Yeah. Let me just go back here. There are tons of more sessions, obviously. We didn't just show you all the 5 ones that are back there. No, there are over 30 other sessions Was that it? Or 20, 25?
Yeah, I think it's like 29 sessions or something like that. It's to over 40 sessions total are in measure. I think it's 44 technically, if I'm not mistaken, but over 40 for sure. And then the other thing of these there are some that are going to be more beginner oriented. Most of them, I would say, probably aren't as much beginner oriented because everyone here has a little bit more experience. There are beginner topics, don't get me wrong. But for those of you that are more experienced and consider yourselves slightly more advanced even, and I'm basing this off the survey because there's a lot of community survey members that are like, hey, I've got experience with this. Makes sense. You're at Measure Summit that you would have experience with this stuff already. These topics go into some deep dive stuff that is next level. It will change how you think about things. It will change how some of the tactics they give out are just at their next level. So be sure to check those out.
And we have some great ones. Just to randomly pick some out, we have Neil Barnes, the 5 measurement myths of Google Analytics 4. So a lot of Google Analytics 4 content as well. Customer data, what it takes to go from theory to production. Really an important topic that not a lot of people are talking about. Customer data obviously gets more important, especially for first-party data nowadays. We have Sarah on wow your clients with branded GA4 dashboards. So dashboarding, also a big topic. We have Julie Brade, on 1-minute dashboards, making it easier to get to the action, which is super important when you think about all the steps that you need to go through in measurement. We have Gente from Stitched tracking on Web 3.0. If that's a thing, you should track it, and that's an important topic as well. And Analytics Canvas. Amit from Analytics Canvas is showing you how to transition your reporting from UA to GA4. So these are just some random examples that I picked out here. We have some more, and we will feature some more in a second here as well. But go back there and take a look at all of these sessions. But you kind of have time till the end of the day where we will be locking down, at the end of the event, we'll be locking down these sessions. So be sure to check them out today, or if you want, buy the All Access Pass and you will be set for life and can watch these throughout the next months, weeks, and years as well.
Yeah, I love it. I'm going through the chat. They're talking about tracks would be awesome. So it's kind of a 50-50 mix. Some people are saying tracks would be great. Others are like, hey, I kind of like the mix, which I get this too. Christy's comment just about the idea that, good to see you again, Christy. Just the idea that the having something mixed, you sort of trip over something you wouldn't normally go out and get, and so that can, all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, let me just watch this. Let's just see. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, that actually ended up being brilliant. And if it was in the AI track, maybe you weren't interested in that, so you didn't see it. So I get both sides of it. So we'll put some pondering into that. Other ideas.
He likes the organization right now, but tracks would be good for the archived ones. I would agree on this one.
Yep. That's a good idea.
Trisha is a beginner in marketing analytics, but has been in data analytics space for a while. So I appreciate your opportunity to learn.
Oh, that's fantastic. Welcome, Trisha. Yeah. That's cool. This is exactly what we're here. It's exactly why we're here for this.
And this is the cool thing about the main stage as well. I think once we go through it together on the live stream, people are just exposed to topics that they probably wouldn't click on when it's just a video on YouTube or so, because it might be a little bit out of your league, or maybe you are just overwhelmed by all the AI stuff that is going on, and you need to just have somebody specifically talking about your use case. So this is opening up a lot of brains. There we go. So hopefully you have one of these epiphanies later on.
My favorite part about that is how you set up every image before you're about to do it. I love that.
Well, this was just a random. For next year, achievement awards for making it through X amount of sessions. That's a super interesting. Very interesting.
Badging.
Yeah.
Do badges, have awards. Julian's been sitting there because this is how Julian's mind thinks, right? Because he's super technical and I love it. But he's like, hey, I got this new chat thing I think we might be able to use, and it's got APIs and webhooks and all this other stuff. And then we can do like emotions or emoticons, and we're going to have badging, and we can have all this crazy stuff. So this kind of fits in with that. I'm like, now I'm thinking,
Josh definitely gets a point. He has already a decent profile picture. He has his real name on there. and he has been active all the time. So definitely, and he has a second stage talk, and he made a song, which we will play a song in a second here as well. So definitely, Josh, you're already on the
by the way,
ladder.
Shout out to Josh's talk on the fact that he chose Microsoft Clarity, which was brilliant, because there is a lot of talk about GA4, Tag Manager, Looker Studio, Adobe, other sort of generic or data. Let's just call them quantitative analytics platforms. Microsoft Clarity, not so much. It's more like Crazy Egg, Hotjar. For those that aren't familiar with it, it is a powerful platform. It's super cool and it's free. I don't know why more people don't use that. It's a really cool platform, or at least consider using it. In your arsenal, you should know about it. His talk is all about that and how they're tying AI into it, and it is fascinating because they really started wrapping in AI. I want to say it was like earlier this summer, where I started seeing maybe early spring, right when the ChatGPT craze was hitting. They started sort of phasing it in, and it's really cool what they're doing back there. And it shows you, part of the reason I watch talks like this is it shows you like, okay, well, if they're doing this, what's Google going to be in a year, right? Because it's not like no one's just letting Microsoft take away the AI thing. Everyone's coming after, and they're all going to integrate AI in some way, shape, or form. Look what Adobe's doing with Photoshop. Adobe Analytics probably isn't that far away, right? They clearly got people working on this stuff. So watch it, if nothing else, for that.
Yeah,
just to keep ahead of trends and patterns.
And after you watch it, click over here on LinkedIn, connect with Josh, and if you scroll down, you will be able to see a little video here, which I'm not. Well, can I just click it? Is it that? Yes, it's this video. Watch it. We will watch it together right now, and you will know what I meant by Josh being a multi-talent as well. So let's play this on full screen, and have fun listening to the lyrics and then also reading the lyrics. There's some really witty stuff in there as well. So see you in a second.
For forever to leverage these two new tags, no errors. Since July 1st, sunset, new era. They say I'm heaven sent with the measurement. I came to measure something. It's time for Measure Summit. You seen Simo busy tagging up your service. He came to be of service, got your HOD nervous. Next up is Siobhan with a B, with all secure systems and heightened privacy. It's too much, I'm rapping fast, but then Casper and pass the mic to Venia, the true riff master. Next up is Mr. Julius Ferocious to elevate your data like Wingardium Leviosa. Hey now, and since we're talking about class tricks, it's time for Amy H from Paid Search Magic. Bonsoir, it's Aurélie, and she came to honor thee by speaking about the GDPR. Where we talk about data all day. Cause I'm at Measure Summit. Now I wanna hear you say Measure Summit. And now we're back with AI, it's essential. Call the Top Guns, Jim Stern, he's presidential. Or you can catch me just straight up relaxing, learning NLP with Juliana Jackson. And Christy, my clients are so taxing. I'm attracting, but retention is so lacking. I need to split, it's time to drift. I gotta dip and hire Tom Westling to optimize hits. Or call Enrico, the hostess with the mostest. He came to treble data, all facts and no emotions. Hey yo JJ, I think I got a mayday. Can you help me plan and improve before payday? Mr. Fred Pike, tagging all containers, GDM params, all logic and no brainers. Or Mr. P, let's get a cuppa please. Or call Charles Farina to make my data cleaner. It's time to go, so I take a stage left. Sit back, relax, chat, but let's not forget. Straight from the future, one speech you'll wanna see is Josh Silverbauer, AI and Clarity. Where we talk about data all day. Cause I'm at Measure Summit. Now I wanna hear you say Measure Summit. Measure Summit.
right. Oh no, another drum roll. Confetti and clapping.
Awesome. Yes, that was every time I'm just like, this is my groove, man. I love that so much. My favorite comment was, let's see, let me pull it back up. So Ryan saying, this is incredible. This is my favorite one right here. If I can get it to work. There we go. And a lyrical. I thought that was awesome. That was the best comment. I'm like, I get it. Play on words. That's super cool. All about the analytics and the lyrics. And Josh, I don't know how we're going to top 2024 now. This is, we'll have to make this an official tradition.
I think that
figure that out.
Josh should give us a song, and then we can like sample it. What? And then every time, instead of clapping, we do like Measure Summit.
You know what? I want to. Okay, so Alita was saying her 8-year-old loves this song. I want to see, like, does the 8-year-old go into data science in some way, shape, or form? Yeah. And did it start right here today with Measure Summit?
Just play it on repeat.
It's so funny. This is just playing on repeat
in the background, and then.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And by the way, and this is the perfect segue, I would say as well. We all know about the awesome prizes that we are giving out, and we just gave out a little all access pass here as well. So with that, we also have a spot here for a narration spot on the User Journey Volume 2 album. So either you can sing or you can talk, hopefully both, and you will be able. Oh. Yeah, everybody sees this. You will be able to join Josh on his next production of the User Journey Volume 2. And maybe, Josh, if you have any links to hear the other stuff that you have produced, then you can drop that here, and maybe people want to check it out. And it's really cool, witty, analytical, geeky stuff, and will be shared by the community multifold, obviously goes viral in our circles. So if you want to be part of this one, here's a narration spot that we want to give away right now. Head over to measuresummit.com/hunt in order to fill out that little quiz that we have for you, and then you will be put onto the spot or the list of people who are eligible to win. I will just see if anybody is in there new. Nope. So I will go ahead and just open up our little picker winner thing here.
So this is the one we're giving away, right? The Josh's spot. Okay, perfect.
And we'll remove Jacqueline from this.
And just real quick while you're about to get set up for that. So somebody was asking, they're trying to buy the all access pass and it has an error message. If you just email support@measuresummit.com, just take a screenshot, show them what's going on, and they can help you out with that, give you some guidance. So again, just support. Anybody's got any questions at all on that stuff, just support@measuresummit.com.
With that, let's play a game. Let's pick the winner of the narration spot of User Journey Volume 2 by Josh Silverbauer. And the winner of that one is... Fingers crossed.
Here we go.
Alex B.
All right, give me just a second.
Alex, you have won the narration spot and will be able to put your voice onto vinyl. I don't know if a vinyl will be produced, but definitely on the digital bits of an MP3. So congratulations. Hey. And that prize is now also gone, but fortunately, we have some other cool prizes still in store for you. Let me pull that up. We have still... Oh, this one is also gone. All access passes all around. We still have a s'mores basket from Northwoods and a 12-month analytics canvas pro subscription to win. So stay tuned for this one, as well as a Measurement Marketing Academy membership and a 1-hour power hour with Siobhan, and 3 books from Leah Pika. And maybe we'll give away one right now. Should we do that, Mercer?
Let's do it.
We still have two left after this. So Leah Pika has brought out a new book, and to give it the promo it deserves, I'm gonna go to the good old store of Amazon And let's take a look here at Present Beyond Measure, Design, Visualize, and Deliver Data Stories that Inspire Action by Leah Pika. Leah Pika, also a all-star of Measure Summit, was there for the last 3 times, and for obvious reasons she wasn't able to make it work this year as she's promoting her book, but you can still win that book, and she will send it to you. So with that, we're going to go ahead and choose the old pick a winner again, remove Alex from this list, and pick the next winner.
All right, here we go.
Ba-boom, ba-bum.
Alexander. Yes. Okay. Hang on a second, because we have a lot of Alexes and Alexanders that I'm getting through. So
great success for you.
Set that up for me for a second. And got him. All right. Congratulations, Alexander.
Great.
Yeah, I got him. That's perfect.
You got him? Okay.
Look at that. We're kicking off the pre-show within a party. We got 3 prizes out already. Just a reminder, again, just join the hunt. It's measuresummit.com/hunt. If you're not already in there, we'll give out all the prizes by the end of today. So at this point, it's going to be, if you're here in the live stream, if you're not yet in the hunt, hopefully those that were watching the replays around the world were already back there. Obviously, overnight my time, when we come back in, there's a whole many more people that have submitted back there, which is great. So you'll have a chance to win all day long.
Oh, I don't have the nice. I should have the...
the very
nice one. I just have this one, and that's also pretty nice.
That's pretty good.
Also pretty nice.
I like that.
We also have this one. Obviously, everybody during Josh's song was like that.
That's exactly right. Actually, there was a lot of kids like that. If you look at chat, there was like my 1-year-old was bouncing.
Oh yeah,
along.
that's true.
So, yeah, that was all the kids were doing that. It was awesome. Yeah, it was super cool.
Okay, and there are some more prizes coming your guys' way, so stay tuned for that one. And yeah, as you can see in the chat, everybody is really supportive of each other, so that is great as well. Sean found the SoundCloud of Josh. Measure Summit Delight. Okay, that you can check out and maybe use as the podcast intro for your next podcast. That would be great. Free advertising for Measure Summit as well. Great. And with that, let's take a look again at what else you can experience here at Measure Summit, because again, our all access, our second stage is full of people that you can still follow along on some really, really great talks. And just to point out some here as well again. Brian Massey on how to manage experimenters in your organization. Man, that's a tongue twister for me.
Yeah, and Brian was a speaker last year as well, and he's all over the world speaking on conversion rate optimization, CRO. He's been doing that for many, many years. Happens to be here in Austin, running Conversion Sciences, and just an incredible guy. And as our company's grown, he's learned a ton. So now he's talking about how, it's almost like human as a service is coming back, and so he's talking about how managers can manage their team members specifically in the CRO arena. So I thought that was a really.
And
good
last
talk
time he came in
had.
uniform as well, right? Is he in uniform this time?
Oh. Brian only presents in uniform. You can see in this even in his screenshot there, in his headshot, he's got that little Conversion Sciences jacket on. He's kind of famous for that. So yes, he definitely has that as well. He is in character.
We already talked about Amit. We have Brad Redding from Eleva, one of the sponsors of Measure Summit. And yeah, we should go over to the sponsors as well and thank them.
For sure. And Brad's, again, if you're Shopify in any way, shape, or form, this is required watching, because Elevar, that's what they kind of grew up doing, working with Shopify. They get this platform inside and out, and he shares some really good tips on that.
Mercer, do you want to prepare your screen to share some insights about measurement marketing? And before we go on, we have Gente from Stitch tracking on Web 3.0, how Solid will put data ownership in the customer's hands. And Lewis just bought the All Access Pass, so I guess, was it Lewis who had problems with it? He figured it out, Congrats.
Thank you, Lewis.
With that,
Yes.
you get a confetti, you get a great success, and you get a clapping, obviously. Welcome to the club of all access pass holders as well. With that, we want to also give the time of day to our sponsors. We have some great sponsors here that make this possible. Listen Layer, first of all. We have Listen Layer, a great tool to connect your websites to Google Tag Manager, even server side, make this all compliant, and a great measurement tool all around. We have Eleva, which is the premier Spotify plugin to connect your measurement tools to Shopify stores. We have Measure School, which is my company, and we have measurementmarketing.io, and we want to talk about measurement marketing a little bit closer right now. And with that, I'm going to turn off my screen. If you want to share your screen right now, Mercer, then
Perfect.
I can go over there.
I can do that. There we go. You should be able to let me go live.
Yep. There we go.
Excellent. Okay, so for those not familiar, our company is measurementmarketing.io. We have our flagship product is the Measurement Marketing Academy. I just kind of brought up the sales page. I can talk through some of it, and I'll show you behind the scenes. But the whole idea is we focus on strategy first. How do we use measurement? How do we think about measurement? And then how do we use the tools of measurement to actually get all that stuff done? And then what do we do with all that data to actually turn it into marketing actions, which will improve revenue and results? That's the whole idea, hence the strategy that we teach back there with the framework, et cetera, et cetera. But it's got all the courses. We kind of wanted to make a one-stop shop. So Google Analytics 4 is back there, Tag Manager's back there, Looker Studio's back there, strategy courses are back there. We've got an instructor team that I just love working with, some many familiar faces that you have seen back there as well. Speakers at Measure Summit, some of them certified measurement marketers. In fact, JJ's a certified measurement marketer speaking. Siobhan's a certified measurement marketer speaking this year as well. Just really incredible people. So wanted to show this. And really the main reason I'm going to show you this, as I come back here, let me just show this here, is this, because I want you to see that you can absolutely get this right now if you wanted to today. And anybody that wins the prize, if you happen to purchase this and you happen to win it as a prize with this very true value of $2,000, then we'll just refund it so you can have that. But what this gives you is in your members area. You would come into the members area. This is the members area in the academy. We've got the win courses, which is obviously all the course breakdowns. We have a bunch of on-demand workshops. So when something like when the new Google Tag came out and they flipped it from Google Configuration Tag to now there's just the Google Tag and Tag Manager, we had to create a workshop for that because updating courses obviously takes a little bit longer. We do keep them updated, but it takes longer to update a course. Then we can throw out a workshop with some new changes. So we keep everybody up to date on the on-demand workshops. We've got the Winner Circle community for support. You've got the toolbox for a bunch of resources back there as well. I'll show you the courses because we get these questions a lot, like, how robust are the courses and what do they cover? So there's all the different courses that are back here. I'm emphasizing the numbers here just so you can see, like, these are not 30-minute courses. They take some time, but that's the whole point of a year-long membership. You don't want to go through this, just sit down and go through everything at once. It's going to be overwhelming. You just want to kind of go into it when you need it, right? Just-in-time learning platforms. Here's all your analytics courses. We've got Tag Manager back here as well for beginners, as well as for the more advanced dashboards and reporting. And then you've got even additional stuff under strategy, where we're putting some of the newer platforms, that are back there as well. We even have BigQuery that's back there as well. So that was a new one that we had done back there. So there's a ton of courses. They are broken down into lessons and then topics. So you can kind of see how much time you can spend on each one of those, kind of look like little videos like everybody else's, and then you've got your resources for those. On-demand workshops, here's all your on-demand workshops. So you can come through, you can search for whatever you need. It'll search the entire library and spit up all the workshops or the courses that happen to deal with whatever the thing is that you're looking for. We always, by the way, do the What's New workshops every month, so you can get caught up and stay up to date on the latest and greatest. This is that toolbox with all those resources. A lot of these are members only that we've created for our members. You can see we did one with Analytics Canvas because it's such a powerful tool. We needed our members to know how to use that. So we've created guides for that. Google Analytics 4, BigQuery is back here. There's guides on all sorts of stuff. So we have that as well. This is the Measurement Mastermind. Now, this is a bonus that you're going to get for your first year if you decide to purchase it. So you'd have the Measurement Mastermind. This is group coaching. It's our live training. It's part of our expanded coaching and support package that you would get for the entire year. So you're going to give that to you for the first year. And you just, if you want to keep it you can renew later. But the idea here is that when we do live training, like every Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, we all show up and everybody sort of chats about stuff. It's like a group coaching call. Kind of think about that with the instructors and other certified measurement marketers and other students that are learning like you are. And we have the Ask Instructor support system. So this is where you can get help one-on-one from the instructor team. So you can kind of put this in there and it's like your side versus, with our side, send over videos and screenshots, ask your questions. They will build a curriculum for you as well. You can send them videos and say, hey, here's kind of what I'm working on. What should I learn? And they'll help and they'll guide you through all of that. So there's a lot of really advanced handholding. We like that human as a service mentality when it comes to instruction, because I think you need that. Sometimes you just got to talk it through with somebody. So we have lots of opportunities for that. And then something else you also have access to over the years when we do GA4 clinics or tag manager clinics or these one-off trainings that we will do where we just sort of announce boot camps and clinics, we'll invite everybody to that as well that has that package. So for the first year, you get invited to all of those trainings as well that you can watch live. And obviously you have access to the replays if you want those. So that's the Measurement Marketing Academy in a nutshell. So if anybody's interested, just go to measurementmarketing.io and you can check that out for the Academy if that's of interest. And thank you for the opportunity and for helping us to continue to help support Measure Summit.
Yeah, thank you, Measurement Marketing, for supporting Measure Summit, obviously. And I can just second, Mercer is really good at breaking it down into frameworks and concepts and talking about the strategy. And that's always a blessing when I see a topic being explained from a different perspective. It just opens my eyes. So there might be other videos out there or other learning resources, obviously, but there's a unique way how measurement marketing is presenting all of this. So check that out. As well as we want to thank our other sponsors that we have already mentioned here. Obviously, we have also Elevar and Listen Layer, who have been supporting us this year. So thank you so much. And everybody else who purchased an all access pass, that's obviously always something that we appreciate as well. And really also anybody who watches the sessions, thank you so much for being here as well. With that said, we are almost at time for our next session here. So with that, should we take a little bit longer break or see what does the chat want to do?
I just got, Ryan's here. Ryan Levander, yay, one of the best investments he's certified. Oh, thanks, Ryan. Appreciate that. Christy, a lot of people saying, I see it at the Academy. Thank you for that. We have some Academy members back there. Yeah, that is awesome. But yeah, let's take a short break. We'll go ahead and let everybody kind of do their bio bags, get their party ready. We get your beverage of choice in whatever time zone you happen to be in. For me, it might be another coffee, and then I'm going to finish out and move on to other things for the afternoon. Just water for now. Closing party. I'm going to wait for the fun stuff. But yeah, let's go ahead and do that, and then we will see you at the top of the hour.
See you soon. No, yes.
As a marketer, you need to prove and improve your results, but your hands are tied with your current data strategy. Everything is completely anonymous. Your data is actually owned by another company, Google. And if you're like most marketers, you base investment decisions on thank you page conversions that have to be rebuilt every 6 months for accuracy. To improve results, you simply need better data, but you've never had access to the right tools. That's why I built ListenLayer.com, a completely new type of marketing data and analytics platform that gives you freedom. Freedom to easily design and automate a centralized conversion strategy. Freedom to send data everywhere that you need, Google Tag Manager, GA4, Facebook, and to even use server-side tagging. Freedom to identify leads, customers, and companies in your data because you own it and need better attribution. And finally, the tools that you need to analyze the data in ways that you never thought possible. ListenLayer does all of this while remaining completely compliant. It's cookieless, supports all major privacy laws, and will soon allow you to replace your entire consent management platform so that you can build compliance directly into your data strategy. And we understand that your data needs are unique. That's why our team can work with you to define and implement your entire strategy, or you can do it yourself with help from our world-class support. ListenLayer is built for marketers who want to know the truth. Visit listenlayer.com to learn about the platform, open an account, and schedule a demo.
Welcome back to another session here at Measure Summit 2023. And now we have one of the all-time favorites and Measure Summit All-Stars back on stage. Of course, I'm talking about Julius from Analytics Mania. Now, Julius continues his mission to educate digital marketers and analysts on Google Tag Manager and Google Analytics 4 through analyticsmania.com. His blog posts, videos on YouTube, and online courses have been used by thousands of students to level up their measurement skills. And he has become one of the leading resources in the space. Now, beyond that, Julius is the founder of the GTM GA4 communities on Facebook and can be found speaking at events such as Measure Camp and Web Analytics Wednesdays. And he always pulls a crowd. That's why we wanted to have him back for Measure Summit as well. This time, Julius will delve into enhancing Google Analytics 4. And we all know that he has delved into the tool like no other. And I'm excited to learn some new tricks as well. So over to you, Julius.
As Julian has already introduced and said, my presentation will be about enhancing Google Analytics 4. I will be talking about some things that could help you with data collection and also some things that could help you with building certain reports. So he did an amazing job doing an introduction, so I will just skip some slides. And then, as always, there is not much time, but there are a lot of tips that I want to share. So let's do this. The first tip that I wanted to share is about the session number. Let's imagine that you have a situation where you get asked about how many sessions does it usually take our users to convert. And in the past, my response was, well, that's impossible. And I'm talking about GA4 interface. I know that you could do that with BigQuery, but right now I'm focusing on GA4 interface. So previously that was my response, but later I noticed something. And again, before I show you what I want to share, I actually want to give you a warning that this particular tip is kind of experimental. I tried it with GA4, it worked, but it's not officially endorsed or supported by GA4. By Google. So I cannot guarantee that this solution will work after 3 or 5 years or like that. So use it at your own risk. But so far, right now, this is working. So when you're sending events to Google Analytics 4, and you check that at the debug view, you will see that there are some automatically tracked parameters. For example, GA session number. And some parameters, some automatically tracked parameters, can be registered as custom dimensions, while others cannot. For example, you cannot register user ID as a parameter, as a dimension, because Google does not allow that. So I thought, maybe I could try to register GA session number as a custom dimension. So I did that. I registered it as an event scoped custom dimension. Here's the parameter name. And then I waited for 24 hours and checked the reports. And it worked. Now all events that are tracked with Google Analytics 4 also have that custom dimension, which is GA session number. Now, going back to the question, how many users or how many sessions does it take our users to convert? So to do that, we could build a freeform exploration where the dimension is GA session number. Then the values could be, let's say, the number of conversions. And then the report could look something like this. If you want to narrow down, because right now, this second column, the metrics, the conversion metric, it will include all conversions that are tracked in your property. If you want to narrow down, let's say just to a particular conversion, like generate lead, you can add a filter to your exploration, and then you will see just the numbers of how many sessions does it take for the user to become a lead or subscribe to something or whatever. Then, if you're using Looker Studio, it might be even more convenient, because here, for example, I created several buckets where if the session is, let's say, 11, 12, 20th session and so on, I put them in one bucket, and then I added the remaining bucket for everything else. So this is kind of useful if you have that particular question that you want to answer. Then the next tip, which is Google Signals. So even though Google Analytics has a lot of cool features, and in this case, I want to show you like some things that you can enhance, ironically, one of the ways how you can enhance Google Analytics 4 is by not using certain features. So let me explain. In theory, Google Signals is great. Once you enable it, it will add some additional data to your interface, to your reports. For example, you can have data about the gender, the age of your visitors. If you are building some audiences and using them in Google Ads for retargeting, then Google Signals is also necessary. So in theory, this is great. However, the problem is thresholding, because it most likely will kick in at some point in your reports. So basically, what is thresholding? I believe that many of you already have faced this situation, but for those who are new, let me explain quickly. Thresholding will hide certain rows in your reports. Those certain rows are the ones that have very small numbers. For example, if you have a report with, let's say, 20 sessions or 5 users or something like that, and you're using Google Signals, thresholding will kick in and it will hide those rows. For example, here's a report where I'm looking at session source medium, and thresholding has not kicked in, and I have almost 600 unique combinations of source and medium. Most of these combinations have very small numbers regarding sessions and users. For example, maybe I have 5 users from that traffic source. Maybe I have like 2 sessions from that traffic source. However, if thresholding kicks in, it will hide most of those rows because most of them were very small numbers. So in this case, analysis becomes sometimes problematic. Sometimes it's not, but if you are curious about those small numbers, small rows, then it's definitely annoying. So in this case, I would say that, there are some workarounds, and I've shared them on YouTube and blogs, and others have shared that as well. But I would say if you can live without demographics data, and if you are not using GA for audiences in Google Ads, I would suggest, at least for now, just don't enable Google Signals. Your life will be easier with Google Analytics 4 in this case. Again, there are some workarounds, but there are too many. There are some sacrifices that I would not like to have. So in this case, if I'm working with new properties, new projects, I would say disabling Google signals is definitely something to consider, or actually not enabling them. Then the other tip is related to clearing data. So, for example, here in the row number 1 and number 3, we actually have the same page, which is related to Google Search Console. However, all of these rows right here, they have certain unique URL parameters. All of these visitors came from Facebook Pixel, so all URLs are decorated with FBCL ID, also known as Facebook Click ID. So right now, when we're doing this session, Google Analytics still hasn't introduced a way to exclude query parameters like we could in the Universal Analytics. So right now, your workaround would be to handle this either in code with developers or with Google Tag Manager. So the solution that I found was to use a tag template in Google Tag Manager. You just install it, and then in that template, you define what kind of query parameters do you want to exclude. It might be GTM debug, it might be Facebook Click ID, but again, sometimes you need to be careful here, because if you're using Google Analytics 4 with server-side Facebook Pixel, then Facebook Click ID is needed, at least in this case. So when you do this kind of setup, this variable will remove those parameters from the URL, and then you override that parameter with the page location parameter, and then your data will be cleaner. Of course, keep in mind that you should not go wild and nuts here, because there are some parameters that must remain in the URL, such as UTM parameters, Google Click ID, because those are needed for traffic attribution. So in this case, you should be a bit more careful. Then a recent update in Google Analytics 4, which is settings variable. So it is a very welcome update in Google Analytics 4. We got used to this kind of feature in Universal Analytics, and it was very convenient. And then many people were dissatisfied when GA4 launched and we did not have this feature. So this is how we were managing parameters in tags in the past, and I'm talking about GA4. So if you were overriding, for example, a page location and you wanted to override it in all tags, you had to do this in, one of the main workarounds for this was that you could set the parameter in all GA4 tags. And if something changes and you have 100 tags, you would then need to manually update them one by one, 100 times, which is very time consuming. So the new way, which is very, convenient and very well known for, especially for those who have been working with Universal Analytics and GTM for a while, is that you can create a settings variable, store parameters that should be shared among different events, and then you set this variable in all tags of your GA4 setup. So you can set it, for example, here or in the event tag, and then in the future, if something happens, for example, you want to add a parameter, you want to modify, change something, maybe remove, you just edit the settings variable, and then that change will be inherited by all GA4 tags which are using this variable. So in this case, you are enhancing your own experience and the way how you manage your tracking codes, which is definitely something very useful. Then another tip, which is related to GA4 e-commerce attribution. In this case, I'm talking not about traffic attribution, but in fact, I'm talking about things such as product list attribution, or internal promotion attributions, or site search attribution. So in this case, GA4 does not have built-in attribution like we had in Universal Analytics. For example, in Universal, if the visitor collects product in a certain product list and then makes a purchase in the same session, then that purchase is also attributed to the product list. Then you know, for example, which products are more related to your purchases in this case. In GA4, you cannot do that. I mean, you cannot do that out of the box. GA4 does not do that. And I think that this is definitely something that it's a really important feature that is missing. And I really hope that, I was hoping that Google would introduce that, but so far my hope is kind of lost. And the good thing is that at least we have some workarounds. So here's an example. We have some item promotions, and we are tracking when the internal banner is displayed and when it is clicked. However, all other steps of the checkout of the purchase journey, such as adding product to a cart or starting checkout or purchasing, they will all get zeros, because even though the visitor clicks an internal promotion, that data is not later reattributed to further e-commerce actions within the same session. So your reports most likely will look like this. It looks like, based on the documentation, that Google wants you to handle that persistence of the data. So if you want to include the promotion name, promotion ID with the event such as add to cart or checkout, you actually have to, or your developers have to actually manually send it together with add to cart, begin checkout, let's say add payment info, purchase, and then you would start seeing those numbers populate in your reports, which is, it's possible, but inconvenient. I liked how it worked in the past. So if you don't want to build a solution by yourself, or if you don't want to talk a lot with developers in this case, because maybe you're using Google Tag Manager, there is a solution or a workaround for that. Although it's not very simple, there are a lot of steps to configure and a lot of things to do, but it is possible. So that solution was created by Evan Savio. He presented this solution at this year's Super Week. So that solution is called basically GA4 item list and promotion attribution. So he created he created two Google Tag Manager variables, two solutions, one for web GTM, the other one for server-side GTM. So I will not be walking you through all the steps, because that would be like a separate presentation on its own, but I just want to mention that this thing exists. And then when you find this on GitHub, you follow the instructions and you will implement it, then your reports will start populating and will start having more data, because it will basically store promotion clicks, product list clicks in cookie, or if you're using server-side setup, then it will be using a different mechanism. But in this case, it will basically handle that for you, and then when, let's say, the add to cart happens or purchase happens, it will automatically also include that kind of data. So which is good. However, again, unfortunately, I wish that it was possible out of the box. But again, warning is that this setup is pretty complex. So if you are a completely new user in Google Analytics 4 and Google Tag Manager, it might be too confusing, because there are many steps where things can go wrong. But if you are at least an intermediate user, I would say it's definitely possible, and it's something that you should consider, at least in those setups where you really, really need that kind of data. Also, another thing which kind of proves that probably Google is not going to introduce that is that a Googler, someone who works at Google, they created their own solution, which does a similar thing, but also it's a bit more limited compared to Avon's solution, the one that I previously showed. But it looks like someone at Google created this, but it is displayed as an unofficial product, which is not supported by Google officially. So, but again, the fact that Googler created this just is like another evidence for me that we should not probably expect this to happen out of the box in the future at Google. We will need to implement this kind of solution ourselves in the container. Then another example, I think that some of you definitely know this, but I will hopefully the next step will give you some good ideas as well. So site search report. Out of the box, GA4 reports, the collection of reports is fairly limited. We have way fewer reports compared to Universal Analytics, and one of the missing reports is site search. So out of the box, GA4 can track site search results. If your site has a search feature and the visitor enters something, you can then see the report. You can build a report where you can see what kind of keywords are your visitors entering in the search results. And actually that's very good. That's very useful, because you can then identify maybe certain product gaps or content gaps, or maybe some ideas for new products, whatever. And then when this is tracked, you can build a report. So you can build a standard report for this, where the primary dimension is search term. It is available by default. Then you can add some metrics like event count per user, you name it. And then the report will look like this. Keep in mind that right now, when we are doing this session, it is still not possible to filter the standard report just to include certain event names. So this report is showing all events that happened in the property, and since most of the events are not related to site search, the first row will be empty. Hopefully, at some point in the future, the filters will be updated because they have been already updated in the past with some other dimensions. So I really hope that it will be possible to filter down and to show a report only if event name equals view search results. So then this kind of report will be a bit cleaner. But right now, I just ignore the first row and I still can do my job. But the reason why I'm showing this is because I actually want to show you something cooler, in my opinion. So here's another report that we could build where site search actually shows just 0 results. For example, if a visitor lands on your site, enters some keywords, and then there are absolutely like no results. Because in other cases, there might be some results. We cannot easily see by looking at the reports if the search results were useful or not. But we can definitely tell that the search was not useful if there are 0 results. So here's one of the things how this could be implemented. I have published a video on my YouTube channel. If you want, you can take a look to learn more about that. But here's just a very, very rough overview of the idea. So we could basically, try to scrape the website, scrape the DOM to get to identify if there are like 0 results on a page or not. Ideally, DOM scraping should be avoided. Maybe you can talk with developers who could push the number of search results to the data layer. If this is possible, I would definitely take that route. But in this proof of concept, I was using DOM scraping. So I was basically just looking at the page heading, which is, again, I understand, not the best practice. But basically, it was looking at the page heading. And then if the heading contains 0 results, then it will return the number 0. In all other cases, it will return 1 or more. Because in this case, I don't care about how many results were there. Were there 5, 10, doesn't matter. What matters to me is whether it was 0 or something other than 0. So when you have this kind of variable, then we could send a custom dimension, custom events code parameter to Google Analytics. We register a custom dimension in this case. And the value of this variable in Google Tag Manager tag is either 0 or 1+. So once you implement this, you wait for 24 hours because GA4 needs more time to process the data, then the report could be built like this. So we have the search term dimension. Basically, it's the same dimension that we used in the previous tip. Also, one more thing, what I wanted to mention is that when we're implementing this with Google Tag Manager, I'm actually replacing the enhanced measurement feature. So I disable site search tracking in enhanced measurement, and instead I implement site search tracking completely with Google Tag Manager. And then I'm sending view search results event with search term and number of search results. So when that is done, then I can build a report where I have the search term dimension, I have those very same metrics in this case, and then additionally I add one more thing, which is filter. You can filter easily in GA4 standard reports with custom dimensions. So now I just tell Google Analytics that show me all keywords where number of search results exactly matches 0. And then, boom, you have the report where you see all those keywords that provided no results at all. Of course, some of those keywords were, let's say, typos. So the site search on my site then, for example, does not understand and does not find any useful results. But in other cases, these were actually useful searches that made me realize, oh, maybe I should, prepare some content about this or about that topic. And this is definitely something useful, not only for content creators, but in general. Like if you're looking for some opportunities to create maybe new content, new products or something like that, then this is definitely something to consider. Then another report, which is referrals. In Universal Analytics, we had a report which was available in acquisition. We just could go to acquisition, all traffic, referrals, and then we could see the domains that refer on their website, and they have links to our website. So we can build this report in GA4 because out of the box it's not available. Of course, you could click around, but right now I will show you, let's say, a report that you can quickly access the next time you just go to GA4, you click you just choose that report and then you will get the data. So the dimension should be in this report session source. Then we have a bunch of metrics. These metrics, this list is taken from the traffic acquisition reports, except that I added additionally session conversion rate. And then I added a filter where session default channel group exactly matches referral. So I apply this, and yeah, here is the report where I added that report to the acquisition collection, and to the acquisition topic and the lifecycle collection. And then if you want, you can narrow down just to certain conversion, for example, generate lead, and then you will see the conversion rate, the number of conversions, which is definitely something useful. And in this case, the next time you want to view this, you just go to your Google Analytics, you click reports, acquisition, referrals, and you're done. You can already immediately see that data in your reports. Another example is organic landing pages report. So you can go to the reports and then go to library. Here you can create a detailed report because we are going to create a table. And then there you will find a template already waiting for you, which is called landing page. So you just select it, and then in that report you add a filter. This time we are focusing on organic search because we are talking about organic landing pages. And then you save the report. And yeah, then you can add it to the sidebar, and the next time you or maybe someone on your team will want to see that data, they can do that in a couple of clicks. Because all these modifications that you're doing on the right side of standard reports, they are visible by all other visitors in the property. So it's definitely something useful, especially if you're working, let's say, you're building some reports for clients or your teammates. The same principle applies to social campaigns report. You can basically make a copy of the traffic acquisition report. You add certain dimensions. For example, you can add manual ad content, which is UTM content, or you can add session manual term, which is UTM term. Then you add another filter. In this case, we're focusing on organic social. If you are doing some paid ads on Facebook or other social networks, then you could also create another report for paid social default channel group, and then these reports will be accessible very easily. And then the final tip for this presentation is related with a fairly new feature that was added to Google Analytics 4. One of the default reports that appeared recently in Google Analytics 4 is called user purchase journey. Its location might vary depending on how you have configured your left sidebar of standard reports, but in my case, it is available under monetization and user purchase journey. However, there is one problem. The funnel often breaks. You open your report. In this case, it depends on how you have configured Google Analytics 4, but here's a real example. It looks like at the begin checkout, which is the step right here, the funnel breaks. Even though this property is tracking view product, the add to cart and purchase, but it doesn't track the checkout events. Then this funnel report right here will show 0 purchases. That is happening because out of the box, this report is a closed funnel. And according to the rules of closed funnel, no steps can be, let's say, skipped in this case. So if the visitors skip the begin checkout, or in other words, if you're not tracking begin checkout, then your funnel will break at some point. And in the reports. This report will work only in that case, only in those projects out of the box, if the company is tracking all 4 e-commerce events: view item, add to cart, begin checkout, and purchase. If you skip any of those, then some columns in the report will be showing zeros. So what can we do? We can build a new report because we can build our own funnel exploration and then share it in to the sidebar of standard reports. So we can build a, let's say, our own funnel. In this case, I skipped the checkout because I was not tracking that. And then I clicked the save as a report in the library icon, and then it was added to the collection. And then I saved the report, and it is available now right here. Of course, you need to go to the library and then add it to that sidebar. But once you do that, now I have the fixed report. I named it sales behavior. So that funnel shows me the view product, add to cart, and then purchase, and then I can see the drop-offs properly. So even though Google's intentions were good, I think it would have been better if there was, I don't know, maybe some quick edit function in the standard report where we could just quickly get rid of certain columns or certain steps in the funnel. Because right now I basically have to remove the report and then build my own and then include it in the sidebar, which takes too much time, but it is possible. So yeah, that was a lot of things to digest. Hopefully you learned at least something new. Thank you for making till the end of this presentation. I hope that you found it useful. So thanks again. And if you want to get more GA4 goodies, then I have a free ebook, which is about 20 most common GA4 mistakes that you should avoid. So if you go to analyticsmania.com/GA4 mistakes, enter your email, download the ebook, and then improve your setups. So again, thank you very much for having me, and I hope that you learned something new.
All right, virtual applause here from my side, and everybody, you probably, the chat is going crazy again. Leave your one thing in the chat, and everybody can learn from everybody here. Definitely there were a lot of different tips, so let us know about your favorite one. But yeah, no, Julius, I couldn't help but notice that there's still a lot of fixing going on in GA4. We're trying to fix GA4. So your tips were really super helpful, and I think there's a lot people can take away from here. But yeah, it's still kind of something that we are looking at Universal Analytics and saying, like, how can we make that tool a little bit more like Universal Analytics? Let me know, like, from your opinion, how much do you actually miss Universal Analytics? Do you miss the interface? Do you still go into the interface and look it up? Because, or has it just because you use GA4 so much gotten less and less over the years? So yeah, how now that it's gone, now that we have transitions, like, do you still miss it?
I miss it, but I also wasn't using it properly for the last, I would say, I don't know, 6 to 9 months, because, I mean, I just kind of had to challenge myself. Let's just keep using just GA4. So there are basically two reasons why I was doing that. Because one of the reasons was because, you know, I have to create a lot of content. I have to support a lot of people with GA4 stuff. So I kind of was forced naturally to work more with it. But the more I was working with it, the more I realized that, I mean, it is possible to work with it. However, in some cases, for example, in some situations, the reasons why I share tips is not because I want to share them. It's the reason is because I see people still trying to achieve something, and then they just kind of get me curious in this case. They are asking like, hey, can we do this? And I obviously see that their intention is to replicate something from Universal Analytics. And I was that, let me think about it. And then, oh, okay, it is possible. Of course, there are a bunch of blog posts on my blog where we are actually just fixing bugs. Like, hey, it's a bug, here's a workaround. And I have a bunch of those as well. But also fairly often, I would say, a lot of those fixing tips are not because I would necessarily use that, but they're kind of because I see the audience and the community wants to have that. So some of the workarounds are more just to satisfy my curiosity and their needs in this case. But yeah, more and more people should kind of, I mean, right now we are kind of forced to forget Universal Analytics. So it's either, GA4 or some other alternatives. But yeah, definitely something to kind of, yeah. So if we sum up my feelings, I miss some parts, but I'm not missing other parts. So it's a mixed feeling. But however, I mean, we were working many years with Universal Analytics, so we got used to that. With all, like, I got used to all of its quirks and also all of its like super nice things. But GA4 has its own good things and also has a lot of not so good things. Some of them are being improved, like settings variables, even though it could have been done much earlier. But in this case, I would say, it needs more time. But if this wasn't Google, I would say GA4 would be dead on arrival if it was called, I don't know, something else, if it wasn't Google.
True. All right. What do you think right now? We had to switch over from Universal Analytics to GA4, and one thing that a lot of people were commenting and asking about before the switch actually happens were discrepancies and all of that. Like, how has that maybe changed with the switch over? Are there more completely new users who are using that tool, or is it really still people who are switching over and trying to compare with Universal Analytics? How did the switch over kind of affect the questions that you get, the audience that you get? How have that changed? So is that the switch over in July kind of changed something for you, or is it that it's still the same old like before, and nothing really has changed with the switch over?
No, I would say that the number of these kind of questions where, hey, our numbers are not matching, died down, I would say, within July, because right now they don't have real-time data of Universal Analytics unless they're on 360, but they cannot compare Universal Analytics to GA4 because they no longer have fresh Universal Analytics data, so they have only GA4. But if someone was trying to migrate, for the last 12 months or so, and they already had a chance to compare Universal Analytics to GA4, and in some situations the discrepancy in data was really significant, that's where people started asking questions and having doubts about this. But right now, if someone is jumping the GA4 ship just right now, their lives will be easier, at least regarding the migration and data comparison, because they can slightly more easily maybe find explanations why certain numbers are not matching because there is no real Universal Analytics data. However, the problem sometimes with accuracy of GA4 still persists, but also in many situations that happens because people let Google migrate for you, which is not a good thing. Or maybe they have misconfigured something because they were used to doing things in the UA way, and then GA4 handles something differently. Something handles differently from the logical perspective, and also some things are handled completely illogically. So yeah.
Yeah, right. And this brings me to my next question. I guess the big one would be that you see a lot of problems on coming through on your blog, people asking questions, and you have some great tips on how to navigate around that in GA4 itself. But in terms of what would be maybe something that the Google team can do about it. So let's think about you having access to the project manager and giving feedback to them directly, which Google doesn't always listen to, at least from my experience. What would be on your wish list, maybe for the next version of Google Analytics 4?
You mean GA5? Okay, no, just kidding. So I actually had a list somewhere. I actually was preparing like a Google sheet or something of things, and I don't remember right now, but first thing that I wish that they would fix, I will not be very specific, but there are very many small annoying things that could be fixed. And I think I even recorded a YouTube video about that, about like 10 things I wish that Google Analytics had. Well, for example, I wish that Google could let us collaborate in explorations, because right now I can create an exploration, and then if I want to share it, I can share it, but the person who can see it cannot change it, cannot change even the date, which is useless in this case, because let's say that I want to build a report for a customer and I want them to use that report. So if they want to edit it, they have to make their own copy, basically seeing two reports, the same report twice. And there are like many other small things that you could, let's say, maybe you could. It could take, let's say, I don't know, a couple of weeks. I'm guessing. I don't know how much it would take them to develop. But if they could spend, let's say, several weeks just for this, and then all these small annoying things would definitely increase the user satisfaction at least by, I don't know, by 5 or 10%. Again, that's my guess. But right now it looks like sometimes they are not listening to our feedback. I don't think that anyone from Google will watch this video, but if someone does, please contact me. I have a list and I have like a lot of things that I want, but not me personally, but I have collected a lot of feedback from many people in the community. So I could save you a lot of time. Please contact me. But in reality, I would say, I would start with small things like quick wins. Those are like low-hanging fruits. There are many like systemical, like underlying problems, but I would say start with quick wins. Usually when someone is doing CRO, usually I think they start with quick wins because that's how you can show your value to the customer. So Google could do the same thing, but there are probably some other reasons, and I don't know them.
Well, I didn't want to bring this whole presentation or this whole session into a negative vibe here. We all love GA4, and I think it's a great tool, and it's also still great that they are developing it further, and that makes it something to look out for the future. So that's something we should keep in mind.
Yeah, this is definitely something that is true. However, again, like there are some good things, some bad things. There are something that I love. Improvements compared to universal analytics, and generally you can achieve a lot with it. However, many people try to end it on a negative note, even though they could at least spend a little more time, because the learning curve is steep. But once you are past that learning curve, you can definitely achieve many things that you maybe were not able to do a week or a month ago.
Right, and the learning curve is steep, but you obviously have some resources and everything around it in order to make that journey a little bit easier on everyone. So where can people find out more about you? Everybody check out the ebook that he's mentioned, and where would you generally send people to find out more, to connect, and what is the best resource you recommend?
I would say go to analyticsmania.com, and you can start from there because it has links to my articles, my blog posts, my YouTube channel. Is basically the central place where if you want to start with GA4 and GTM, that's where you can do that.
All right. Thank you so much, Julius, for being part of Measure Summit once again and making Measure Summit 2023 possible. All right, here we go.
Talk about worth the wait. Are you kidding me? Every year, I am shocked and amazed at the power of Julius.
And as you can see, I'm stuck in the past right there. My camera went off. So I
thought for a second you were just going to stay quiet and just let me just kind of figure this out. Be like, I don't know why Julian is shocked that he's speechless. Look, he can't even talk right now.
Let me see.
But thank you, Julius. It is freaking amazing. And the chat room is just gone wild with everything. So thank you, everybody, for putting all the comments in chat, for Julius being able to keep up with the chat. That's always a fun stuff. Wow, look at that. Look at that cool photo. I might be seeing some things behind the scenes that you guys aren't seeing, but as Julian gets his camera back. But two quick things. One, crowdsource notes. So make sure, especially with this chat, there was a lot of links, there was a lot of questions, there was a lot of really great answers. Copy all that stuff down, put it in the notes so you have them, because those are going to be yours. You can keep them. So keep those while you got them. So crowdsource notes, measuresummit.com/notes. Second, please give Julius feedback. As much as Julius, I know, appreciates all of the, we've learned so much from you and everything else, which is great, because this chat room, Julie and I were both talking about how awesome it is for the speakers to be able to hear from you the impact that they've made to people that they don't even know, right? That how the ripples happen. And that is so amazing to hear. But they also need to hear feedback on the sessions that they're giving. So if you can go to measuresummit.com/feedback, you will see Julius is already pre-selected for you, and you give him real quick feedback on his session so we can get that to him, because they're asking us, right? Julius and the rest of the speakers want to know. So I appreciate that. And Julian, you're back. Can you move? Oh, there we go. There's he's the
switch.
AI face.
Just switch to the bot, and he's taking over now. So I can relax in the corner here. Obviously we had some really great things already here in the chat that I'm going to pull up. So let me see. This is going to be quite a bit.
We were loading them, and then the chat started going so wild, we lost them all. But it was, there was a bunch of stuff that was back there. There was one thing. So I'm scrolling back as well. So many good comments.
No, why can't I go back?
No,
somehow I was logged out, and now I can't go back on the chat itself.
It happens. I'll go ahead and pull up some things. This is one of my favorites, which is so true. Is that Olga had many things, not one thing. First time, Julius, by the way, somebody's actually done the one thing of like, hey, I just too many one things. I can't do it. It was awesome. So thank you for that. Alicia, obviously giving Julius a shout out there. Allison, so promotion attribution, super excited to give that a go. I thought that was really cool too. And just, love for Julius all around. It's been absolutely amazing. And Julie and I were both talking about how much Julius has helped to continue to build the community by going out there and finding all these cool things that you can do with this platform. It helps you unlock the platform. And I get some of the challenges this platform has, and somebody had mentioned in the chat about like, hey, get Google connected with Julius so they can fix this whole thing. And there's a lot of, I kind of like that theory a lot because there's a lot of these individuals out there like Julius who are doing some cool things with this platform, like Charles, Farina on day one, doing some cool things with this platform that, Google could probably learn.
Yeah, and you should definitely check out the other talks on GA4 if you're interested in the topic. We had Fred Pike, we had Charles Farina, obviously at the beginning of Measure Summit already talking about GA4. Yesterday we had Enrico talking about how you can connect GA4, BigQuery, and then AI tools to it as well. That was an interesting one. And on the second stage, way more talks on GA4 as well. So check those out as.
This is just some of the one things. So that people are going through. It was really good.
And with that said, we are already gearing up to the next session as well. And let's go over here and just see who is up next. We have JJ Reynolds on plan to action, measure and improve every time. With that, will be coming up in just 15 minutes or so. So stay tuned and we'll have him here live. No, not live, kind of live with us, talking about plan to action. With that, let's take a short intermission here to thank our sponsors. We have Listen Layer as our premier sponsor, Elevar, measurementmarketing.io, and Measure School as well. And Listen Layer, a really awesome tool to connect your marketing tools to your favorite analytics. And again, back to the marketing tools, really. It's kind of the data pipelining tool of the future that you can use in order to get straight with your tagging and do this all efficiently. Anything else, Mercer, on Listen Layer?
No, you've nailed it. Like I said, they've been a fantastic supporter for many years of Measure Summit. So I definitely encourage everybody to do two things. One, check the emails that we're sending on their behalf because they give you a little bit more detail about their company and how it can benefit you. Because again, I think the thing we can't rely on one tool anymore. Those days are so gone, right? Data warehousing, data lakes, everything else is coming into place. First party data, these major trends, privacy, right? All these major trends force us into other tools. You have to be aware of the other tools. Even if you decide, hey, this is going to be a tool for me, you got to at least look at it because you don't know anymore. I don't know. It's tough to keep up with all the tools. So definitely take a look at Listen Layer and those emails that are there in their virtual booth. Elevar, same thing. Take a look at Elevar, especially if you're working with Shopify at all. You want to take a look at Elevar because we use them for our clients and they're fantastic. And obviously Measure School and measurementmarketing.io if you're looking for training opportunities. We have those. And then of course, all of our other speakers and other sponsors that have helped with the virtual booths. Take a look at those companies. I think that again, that's the more that you know about the community and what's going on and what's available to you. It doesn't mean you have to take advantage of it, but you at least should know what's available. And then once you've got that, it just makes you more powerful. It's like having more things on your toolkit. Whether or not you decide to use them, at least you got access to them. So definitely.
And just for Listen Layer, we have some information here on the virtual booth to let you know about this with the video as well that you have seen in the breaks. And you get a free 30-minute demo if you book in right now just to see. And I know that if you ask Fred Pike, he was a big fan or is a big fan of Listen Layer. And had a session on it last year, actually, which was very interesting one as well. So let's go over here to the chat. and see. Thank you, Julius, so much for also hanging around in the chat. Obviously, there are tons of questions, giving the GA4 support to everyone. The Julius treatment is in there. And yeah, Fred Pike says that he loves Listen Layer. That is great to see. As somebody who is really experienced in the field and uses this tool.
And we'll see the chat continue. Do you want to give out, I know we got just a few minutes remaining till the next session. Do you want to give out some prizes? I put in the scavenger hunt, so I'm going to stop dropping that link in as often. I might give it one more chance, and just for anybody here, because at this point, it's anybody in the live stream. Apologies for those of you that might be watching this replay and haven't yet entered the scavenger hunt. You won't be, obviously the prize has already been given away at this point, but if you're here live, enter that scavenger hunt and your name will be in the list. You still have time. So we're going to start with Leah's book, giveaway Present Beyond Measure, Leah Pica's new book.
Let's do that.
And thank you, Leah, by the way, for all of these. That was absolutely amazing. She's a rock star when it comes to taking data and turning it into a way that actually, when you're truly presenting it to your C-level suites, that they can actually get something from. And so she's writing the whole book about it. She's made multiple presentations on Measure Summit about it. So I cannot wait to dive into
this book. You want to check it out, also on Amazon available, definitely worth having, and some really cool testimonials here as well, as we have scrolled down yesterday. So check out Present Beyond Measure and consider buying her book. And we'll give one away right now to a lucky winner. We have you all in this list here. This list is, it's long, but it's not too long. Better odds.
Right. You've got odds. The odds are with you. The sooner you enter, the sooner you can win. That's the whole point.
All right. So. With that, let's play a game here and pick a winner. Fingers crossed, the emoji, and that will obviously heighten your chances to win right now. And the winner of this book is Trisha.
Give me just a second. Go find Trisha.
Congratulations, Trisha.
Okay.
For winning.
Thank you, Trisha. Congratulations.
The Present Beyond Measure book of Leah Pica on this year's Measure Summit 2023. Thank you so much for Leah for supporting us here, at least with some prizes to give away, as well as
Yep. And if you haven't won that book yet, but you're still interested, we still have one left to give away. So we'll do that in the next hour. So if you're interested, get in the scavenger hunt so you can get your name in that list.
We actually have some more stuff to give away in the next few hours here. So stay tuned with us. We still have 1 hour power hour with Siobhan, who will be talking in 2 hours from now. We have the Measurement Marketing Academy membership from measurementmarketing.io and Mercer's team. The narration spot is now gone. The 1 hour private mentorship is also gone. The all access pass is obviously still something we are going to give out, and a s'mores basket from Northwoods and Fred Pike, who sponsored this one. So we had some really cool prize. Oh, and I always forget about the big one, the 12 months Analytics Canvas Pro subscription that will give you actually access to some really cool stuff, as well as a way to migrate your UA data over to a data lake or BigQuery data warehouse of your choice. So that's something that you should definitely look into if you are in the market for a tool that can move around your data and connect to.
And I would also encourage you to take a look at their virtual booths. If you haven't already, go in there and learn about this thing, because then you'll see just how valuable these prizes really are for some of that. And this one we're going to give away after Simo's talk. So we'll do that after Simo. For the Measurement Marketing Academy, we're going to give that away between Venia and Simo. So the almost last talk. And I want to kind of just present this just for those of you who are like, I really want to win this one. Like, get in this scavenger hunt if you haven't already. Siobhan's obviously will give away right after Siobhan's talk. So you'll have that. But and thank you again for everybody, all the speakers and all the sponsors who donated prizes this year to be able to help us to make Measure Summit 2023 even better for the Measure Summit community.
And with that, we are looking forward to JJ Reynolds' talk on Plan to Action, Measure and Improve every time. But if you are in the market for even more knowledge, then you can look into the navigation up there later on maybe, and check out our second stage talks as well. We have some really great ones all over the platform. Let me just see if you can get to the overview here again. And yeah, for example, Stockton Fisher on server-side GTM. Julie has a talk on 1-minute dashboards. You can build AI-boosted data processing by Ahmad Kanani. And Abhijit has a talk on the artificial intelligence and revenue impact. So that is definitely something you would want to check out. That's just one of many sessions that there are. Let me just go back here and take a look. We have sessions on e-commerce, on measurement topics, on UTM strategy, on customer journey analysis. We have sessions on reports in GA4 and BigQuery. So if you are interested in making BigQuery something part of your stack, then check out Matteo's talk on that one. We have Jeff Sauer talking about freelancing in the world of data and analytics. So anybody who is maybe taking the jump to go solo, that might be something you want to check out and definitely worth watching. We have a talk by Josh on Microsoft Clarity and their AI features there. And what else? Sophia has a talk on the ultimate AI toolkit for your measurement as well. And many other sessions. Manisha has one on understanding data joins. Really interesting as well. And those we already covered there as well. So many different sessions you can still go through and discover in the second stage as well. But we are now looking forward to the talk of JJ Reynolds, and
thank you. Oh, Anne, you gotta give some kudos to Anne there with the All Access Pass. Thank you, Anne.
And you get a confetti.
Appreciate it.
It's getting more. You get a confetti. You get a cheering crowd, and you get a high five. Obviously, that is
high five.
Welcome to the club of All Access Pass holders. And with the All Access Pass, you'll be able to watch all of these sessions that you see here on the main stage, but also on the second stage forever. We'll give you lifetime access to them. So for anybody out there who is maybe considering, hey, I haven't watched that session that these people in the chat are talking about, or I just missed a part of Julius's one. Well, right now during the event, you can still see all of the sessions and go to the speaker pages or to the second stage. So they're all here for free. And but if you want to keep them longer, even over the next week, or watch them over the next week or the next month, and if you don't have time right now, well, then the All Access Pass might be something you want to consider. With that, we had time for another short break before we dive in with JJ Reynolds on taking action. What was it?
JJ's was plan to action. So measure and improving every time.
All right. So let's go and take a quick bio break and then be back for the talk of JJ Reynolds.
See you there.
As a marketer, you need to prove and improve your results, but your hands are tied with your current data strategy. Everything is completely anonymous. Your data is actually owned by another company, Google. And if you're like most marketers, you base investment decisions on thank you page conversions that have to be rebuilt every 6 months for accuracy. To improve results, you simply need better data, but you've never had access to the right tools. That's why I built ListenLayer.com, a completely new type of marketing data and analytics platform that gives you freedom. Freedom to easily design and automate a centralized conversion strategy. Freedom to send data everywhere that you need, Google Tag Manager, GA4, Facebook, and to even use server-side tagging. Freedom to identify leads, customers, and companies in your data because you own it and need better attribution. And finally, the tools that you need to analyze the data in ways that you never thought possible. ListenLayer does all of this while remaining completely compliant. It's cookieless, supports all major privacy laws, and will soon allow you to replace your entire consent management platform so that you can build compliance directly into your data strategy. And we understand that your data needs are unique. That's why our team can work with you to define and implement your entire strategy, or you can do it yourself with help from our world-class support. ListenLayer is built for marketers who want to know the truth. Visit listenlayer.com to learn about the platform, open an account, and schedule a demo.
Welcome back. Measure Summit 2023 rocks on. We are bringing you one of my favorite people on the planet. This is JJ Reynolds. He is the managing director over at visionlabs.co. I am sure you've seen JJ on LinkedIn, if nothing else. JJ's actually worked alongside million-dollar startups, multi-billion-dollar companies, and everything in between. He currently manages the team over at visionlabs.co, where they pride themselves on providing clients a true marketing data partner that they can rely on and trust. And the experience that he's got in media buying, PPC, and even creating some incredibly advanced custom solutions, which I've seen myself. It's amazing. JJ's able to see the entire picture and take a predictive approach with data, answering the client's sort of next questions that they're going to have, even at the stage of their initial implementations. The goal, of course, is always delivering meaningful visualizations that anyone in the company can take action on. JJ's down-to-earth humor, which you will definitely see in this presentation, compels clients and colleagues to laugh while they learn, which, considering his long-lasting partnerships with countless clients, seems to be one of the secret keys to breaking down data silos along organizations. I think Simo might be able to take advantage of that technique. Nothing brings a team together and encourages productive collaboration like a good laugh and non-technical jargon when not speaking or talking with the team. JJ can be found mountain biking in the scenic hills surrounding Lake Tahoe or working remotely from various coffee shops, carefully crafting his next blog post. And JJ's topic today is all about plan to action, measuring and improving every single time. And JJ, this is really about data activation. In other words, there's a lot of companies, a lot of clients that we have, that you have, that have data, but they're not necessarily using it properly. And we're going to talk about how they can actually activate that and get kind of more from it. Is that the general idea?
Yeah, make it simple to act, because it's really easy to be trying to comb through the entire world of information. We all have more information than we need, so try to activate what we do have to get moving forward faster. So that's the goal.
I love it. All right. Well, I'll let you take it away, and I will see you on the flip side.
All right, everybody. Welcome. So plan to action, measure and improve every single time is our goal. I've also got a subtitle here, which we're going to say the only 4 ways you need to activate your data. And I'm sure some people will be trying to jump through the screen to say there's more ways to do it. And these are the 4 ways that I guarantee you, if you can do all 4 of these, you will be off singing songs of praise with your teams, your consultants, your clients, depending on who you are. And our goal here is, without losing your mind and getting buy-in from stakeholders and knowing what to do next, because honestly, that's one of the most important things, is know what to do. Because frankly, if I tell you 4%, you're like, cool, I'm gonna go back to doing what I was doing, and that doesn't really matter, okay? So that's what we're gonna do. Our goal is de-ambiguousify, that's my new word here, your action steps. You're gonna be over here jumping for joy. Find your easy path. And also simplify to complexify, because if you can lay a great foundation, you then can build a giant mountain or a big house, depending on if you're a builder or not. Quick PSA, no kissing required. Go visit our booth for some goodies. It will be worth your time and effort. Links there. And also go watch Stockton on the second stage. He'll blow your mind with some server-side GTM. He is our head of tech and all the things there. Super awesome. Go visit the booth. All right, about me, because you're probably scratching your head and like, who on earth is this dude? I am the founder and managing director over at Vision Labs. Clients range from 5 to 200 million. We work with every single type of vertical, SaaS, direct response, e-com, content, conglomerates, you name it. We are a measurement department, so we don't have no skin in the game when it comes to running ads, landing pages. We're not trying to sell you something else. We have nothing else to sell you. We work mostly in the Google stack, but this will apply to any stack that you're using. I'm talking if you're enterprise in the Snowflakes, or if you are on the free tool or the simple paid tools that are out there now. I cannot spell to save my life, so if there are spelling errors in this, I did my best. You can feel free to jump through the screen and correct them on these slides when you get them. All right, that is me at my wedding behind, and then here's what I look like most of the time. Just want to give some actual real world presentation, a little bit blurry, a little bit excited. That's who I am. So, everybody has seen this, and if like you have, I'm sure, like raise your hand in your room as you're watching this because it's virtual, but you've probably all seen this. Just do it. And your clients, your anybody, stakeholders are saying just do it, right? What is it? That is the question that nobody knows, right? You have a ton of content on your site and you're like, we need to improve it. And you're like, what is it and what are we improving? Like, you've got a CRM that has automations. We need to improve it. And you're like, what on earth are we improving? How do we even know what is or is not working? And then you start combing through this data, right? You're like, I'm going to solve it. And you're combing through this data and you're like, let me try and find out where we're going to find all these opportunities that somebody at some conference told me to find, right? So here's you solo. You're out here looking around. You're like, let me try and see if I can find some opportunity in this. And you're just going at it. You're just like running SQL. If you're in BigQuery, you're going into GA4 and trying path explorations and pulling your hair out over there. And then you have your team involved and you're like, okay, guys, we can all look together and more people will obviously make it more efficient. So let's get the other team involved as well. And now you're all out here just looking around, trying to find something to do. So let's try to simplify that and make it the most simple ways to take actions and activate your data without losing your mind and getting buy-in from stakeholders and know what to do next. I have a little framework, ACAS. You can make it ACAS. And I'm going to tell you it up front. There's no waiting around, all right? We want to act easily. So to make it super easy to act through a process of data collection and visualization, you can CROify, so basically you have the data, start hypothesizing and testing. AIs, forward and backward, more on this in a hot second. And my personal favorite is suck less. That's the last step. So if we can do all of these for everyone who is like just wondering how a cost came to the thing, there we go, ACAS. So let's hop into the first one here, which is going to be track them, right? So we got track them, we got test them, send them, and then stop. So we got 4 different steps here, same steps as the ACAS. How do we make it so easy to act, it seems silly not to take an action? All right, that's the goal, is we want to make visualization through data collection and visuals that we can easily act, track them. And you might be like, what on earth does that mean, JJ? How are we doing this? I have my Google Analytics, I have my whatever, Piwik Pro, any of the snowflakes, you name it, amplitudes. What does this even mean? So we want to collect data in a way that is super easy to act on and makes sense, like to jump off the page and you just have the problem and you're like, I see the problem. Now you can put your marketing hat on and say, let's fix it. Or your operations hat and say, let's fix it. So let's talk about how we can do that. At its core, we have intentions and we have outcomes. So if you can identify the intentions, it is 1,000 times easier to identify, did we achieve the outcome, and then have the actions in the middle. So for example, if you have the intention of writing 1,000 blog posts to generate 1,000 leads over the next month, you can say, we did this thing, did we do this outcome? And then the more you can tie your intentions to your outcomes, the more actions will become prevalent. So if you can write down the intention, what are we trying to do, which most people skip, you will then have the outcomes that you can tie those together, and then you'll know, did we hit it, did we not hit it? Is it better or is it worse than the other thing? And the more you can do this, the bigger the actions you can take and the more actions you can take. So just keep that in mind as we keep moving. So when I say this, everyone's like, I want some examples. So let's go into the example world now and let's talk through this. Here is our actual data. Go to visionlabs.co/demo and you can see our real life agency data. Here we have a blog post over on lookerstudio.vip/new metrics. That is the landing page. It generated 1,000 sessions during this time range, or 1,100 if you round up. It had a page efficiency of 1.55%, meaning 1.55% of people went from the sessions to then seeing our lead magnet. They even saw that it existed. Not a great percentage, but there it is. Then 23% of those 17 people then generated a lead. From this, it is so easy to take an action of saying, is the intention of this blog post to generate leads? If so, how many of those people are going to the next step of even seeing we have a bloody lead magnet? Side note, if you go to this page, visionlabs.co/demo, and click on View Page Audit, it is pretty cool. Not self-brag, it's really awesome. You guys should go try it out. Okay, another example, betterthandata.com/free. There's the landing page. 891 sessions, 98% of people saw that there was a lead because that is a actual opt-in for a free trial. So most people waited for the page to load and see the actual offer. Then 26% of people who saw that page then generated a lead. Very different intentions, very different outcomes. So now we can not compare apples to apples if it's not needed, or say we need to double down traffic to this and we can layer in our traffic sources. This works for anything. I'm just giving examples with web analytics. Here, for example, we have YouTube versus like ActiveCampaign versus Google. I'm just going to compare YouTube to Google. So if you see that, line 3 versus line 2. So 1,200 sessions from YouTube, 65% of people made it to the lead magnets, and it generated 328 leads and 41% conversion rate. If you just look up one row, you'll see that Google Organic is doing way less in that. So is the intention matching the outcome? Should we spend more time on YouTube videos or Google blog posts? The volume there is different. So can you apply this to yourself, right? That's what we're asking, but we have more examples. Do not worry. Here is the most cut and dry example, okay? We have 2 pages. Go check them out. lookerstudio.vip/cheat sheet and visionlabs.co/realtime. These are both lead magnets. The one on the right is actually in our booth, so go check it out. We made some optimizations to improve this conversion rate. Here you will see how many people stuck around on our page and became aware of what we are even offering you. How many people then read enough to actually get involved and engage with that, and then people who generated the leads. You will see a very stark difference from the left and to the right. And so what you can easily do and say we can fix this page, and that's what we did, and I'll show you later, we went from 16% to 26% on our real-time report. So how do you do this? Is you simply have to tag everything in a stage of its engagement. We call this the foresight system. You can call it whatever you want. Basically, you have impressions, people who saw the thing that you're offering. You have awareness of people who are aware that it even exists. Investigation, basically they are solution aware of what you're offering. Think e-commerce, think direct response. They know what you're talking about. They can then take the next step, think your add to carts, think your begin checkouts, those type of events. And then lastly, your leads and sales. So how does this even apply? Because what are we even talking about? The last thing that you want to do once you have this, right, you've tagged everything appropriately, regardless of whether it's web analytics, whether it's your CRM, whether it's anything like that, you can then break it down by anything. Let's take analytics, for example. Is it a lead or is it an offer? You can then break it down by country, region, landing page, actual pages, session source, attribution, user attribution, traffic, literally anything. You can then layer on top of this structure because you now have a structure that makes sense, and you can easily add any type of breakdown that you need. So we took this right here. It's really, really easy to action. We doing this and we said, hey, how do we fix this? We added more videos to the page, and ta-da, went from 16 to 26%. And I will show you later, and you can even go check it out. /real-time, it is there. Okay. PSA, go check it out, visionlabs.co on our booth. You can go do a booth, click on the button, it's there. There we go. Way number 2, CRO. This is gonna be a lot quicker than way number 1 because CRO is CRO. I'm going to talk through it. So it is 10,000 times easier if you are confident in what you are measuring and what you're influencing to do CRO. What is CRO, you ask? It is basically taking your intentions and your outcomes and trying to increase that overlap as much as you humanly possibly can through testing, whether it's A/B testing, multivariate testing, just trying to have 2 different versions that duke it out to improve the action step as much as you possibly can. So most people think of this like the classic button color test or like the simple things of we have 2 versions. We're going to split our traffic 50-50 between both of these, and we are going to then run our ads, run our organic traffic to those, and we'll see what happens. And say, hey, 72% of people click, 52% of people click, ta-da, ta-da. Most people, in my experience, do not have solid enough data to be able to run really great experiments. That's just my personal hot take. At the end of the day, you have 2 different ideas, intentions, that you are duking it out, trying to see who can win. That's the end goal of what you're trying to achieve. But then at the end of the day, everyone turns around and says, which one did it? Was it like this change over here? Was the fact that we had more stuff changed over there? And everyone's wondering what on earth happened? Why on earth is this even working? Because you didn't have step 1 of having solid data structure to begin with, okay? So we now have the way to easily act, right? The basically creating things that the page jumps out at you and says, do this thing, it is obviously the problem. Bam, red mark. We just talked about CRO, which is basically the second way to activate your data, which is literally testing, but you have to have a solid foundation to then do CRO. Ta-da. Now, the thing everyone's talking about, AI, all that jazz, and I'm about to let you down very softly, is that what we're talking about is sending data to ad platforms. I know, super basic, and we're going to talk about how to do this in a meaningful way. Remember, consent is sexy, so everything that we do, make sure that you have consent, whatever that means, wherever you live, and people that are visiting that. In order to do this, you must have order. See what I did there? In order to do this, you must have, okay. Order is what you must have first, because if you cannot order everything that you have, you cannot send it to where it needs to go. Because that's what you have to do in order to have solid optimization in these platforms. And I'm sure everyone here has a story of someone who was optimizing for purchases that was not actually a purchase. It was a button click or it was something like that. Same thing for when people add to cart and they're just loading the product page, right? We've all had those experiences who work in marketing analytics, okay? But how do we send data to the AIs, aka the ad platforms? The basic thing is conversion tracking, making sure you have solid conversion tracking. I'm talking like page views, product detail views, begin checkout, add to cart, lead generation, go Google, like whatever the platform is, and just send all the events that are supposed to be sent, all right? Then you have audience tracking. That's like a newer thing that's coming out of like, hey, let's send the people that are in these audiences to these locations. That's a newer thing, but you can also do that. You then have intentional signals, which is more custom, but if you have enough traffic, it can become exponentially more useful. Imagine, for example, they saw your product, right? That could be a view content event, or it could be just a new thing of an impression. Maybe you want to have something engaging with your product, engaging with your landing page, etc. You can send those to the platforms as well. Maybe they viewed your pricing table. Maybe they began checkout. All of those types of things, you want to try and match your intentions and send those onward to the platforms you are using to spend money on, because you can have all of those as optimization points if you desire. But you have to first make sure you have awesome conversion tracking set up in the best possible way that you are confident in what you are trying to accomplish. Remember, consent is sexy. Basically what we're doing here is we're sending all of these events onward to the platforms as well. So impressions aware. Sales is where most people kind of stop, like page views, viewed content, and then purchases and leads, right? But then you forget on people that are investigating your solutions and then initiate maybe a step out and then forget to complete your form or buy your product, etc. We'll talk about the rest of this later, don't worry. You can also send engagement metrics. That's something most people forget, is like you can be confident in your optimization points if you send more and more events. Most platforms have custom events. I know Facebook only gives you 8 to optimize. Use the standard ones first. These are just extra bonuses for other ad platforms there. Remember, consent is sexy. You can also send things to the AIs backwards. Everyone talks about this. Here's like a few things. One of these is not like the other. For example, you could send your high LTV cohorts back to the platforms via like even as simple as a CSV upload, right? To start there. You could also send your low LTV cohorts and then optimize against that, right? So you say, hey, we're going to exclude people that are lookalikes of our low LTV cohorts if you have enough data there. You could also do the fast converting leads. So imagine you track time to conversion from lead to revenue, and you simply say, I want to export everyone who converts in less than 14 days, and you have 10,000 people that did that, and then you upload that and create lookalikes off of that. Bada bing, bada boom. Maybe slow converting leads that you want to exclude or add to a more accelerated campaign, ask for money up front, etc. there. And your favorite color is purple. You know, maybe you sell purple product. I'm just kidding. This is dumb. You can do purple if you want to. If you sell purple things, maybe that'd be useful. But in general, try to think of how did this group of people behave that is useful to targeting or useful to reporting on, and then it becomes much more easy to do that. What we're doing here pretty much is taking this foresight kind of layout and saying we're going to send every single one of these events to the platforms as well as track it, right? So you want to track your immediate return, your velocity of return, your time in system, create cohorts off of that, bam, send it back to where it needs to go. Then you have a holistic system that you can easily look at from the last click perspective, from a Facebook or Google or whatever ad platform you're using perspective, and then your backend CRM or like backend system literally makes every bit of difference here. Okay, so we have tracked them, we have tested them, we have sent them, and we now have to stop them, or AKA suck less. This is where things start to get a little bit spicy, and I'm gonna start to be like, hey guys, make sure that you're not sucking, all right? Let's do a little crossy cross and then circle. Okay, so how do we suck less? Because you're over here like, I'm doing my best. I've got my team looking at me. I've got my clients looking at me. And how do I suck less? That seems like an easy thing to do, and it is the easiest thing to do. Let's start with an example. Here is every single lead magnet that we offer over on Vision Labs and lookerstudio.vip and everywhere else. What you will notice is that we have the name of the lead, how many times that lead magnet was seen, and the number of leads that were generated. Some could call that a conversion rate. Depending on what you want to call a conversion rate, we call it a lead conversion rate. So what are we looking at? Right now you can see we are sorted by the volume of leads generated, and you can see that the conversion rate on the far right correlates more or less with that, like from 38% to 34% to 19%, more or less with the volume, right? Except for the very bottom one, the real-time report, right? So what we can do is we saw that it was converting at 16%, or gave it a new name, added a video, and now it converts at 26%. This was taken over, I think, like 2 weeks. I'm not sure. Maybe 1 week. It was probably taken over 1 week. We just launched this. Go over, check it out. Go over to visionlabs.co/realtime and improve the conversion rate. All right. So that is one way that you can see. And like, how do we suck less? We stopped promoting the template idea. That was the way we stuck less because it converted at 6%, was not doing hot. The image metric grid, no longer in emails. Super scorecard, sometimes in emails. Explain it, sometimes in emails. So you can see that we basically took these and said, how do we cut the fat? And having clear optimization points allows you to suck less. Easily knowing where to stop doing and start doing something allows you to stop the things that are not working. But if you don't know what's not working, how do you know what to stop? So right now, go stop your bottom 10%. Go stop the bottom 10% of leads or offers or products based off of the conversion rate, and you will now have more things to promote that you know are working. You don't have to be fancy about it, right? Just make it super clear. That's the goal. Is like say, hey, let's stop sucking. We're not going to try and improve the 10% conversion rate. I'm just kidding. No, that's a conversion rate, but we're not going to try and improve that. We're going to try and make it super clear. Stop sucking there. So if you do not know what to stop, then what are you doing? Like you're not tracking it to begin with because you don't know what sucks. So sucking less is the easiest path to get everyone on board to say, let's all start improving by stopping sucking. This applies to your Facebook ads, your Google ads, your lead magnets, your funnels, your products, your blog types, styles. For example, if you have different types of categories of blog posts, like stop making the ones that don't do nothing. Intentions and outcomes are really, really what you have to tie this back to. What is the purpose of the thing? Is it achieving the thing? If it's not, stop the bottom 10%, you're back to the races and you're off doing 10% better than you thought without having to do any work at all. Action's what we're focused on. Remember, sources, Facebook, Google, etc., outbound, and then intentions, product category, page design, copy, etc. What is it trying to do? And if you can sync those two together, you then have a great, great outcome. So go stop them. That's the call to action here. And if you don't know how to stop them, go to visionlabs.co. There we go. All right. So let's just recap really quickly. So we're going to act easily with a solid data collection strategy, make it so easy with the combination of data collection and visualization that you know exactly where to go fix something. You then are going to see our ROI, so try doing a little split test if you have enough traffic. If you don't, skip this one. We are then going to make sure that if we're running ads, we're going to send it to the AIs, both on the front end of making sure we have great conversion tracking, great intention tracking, and also send our backwards data of our LTV, lifetime value, better customers, etc., etc. And number 4, we're going to suck less and stop what's not working. Cut the bottom 10%, and now you're doing 10% better. Okay, so track them, test them, send them, stop. Gotcha. The goal of this, guys, is to shorten your action time as much as humanly possible. And if you do not know how to do this, head over to visionlabs.co. Go to the booth. Seriously, no kisses given. 25 cents. I'm just kidding. Go to the booth. We have 2 different call to actions. You can click on both of them. And I am on LinkedIn if you want, JJ Reynolds, or you can go to the fancy smancy /IN/JJ Reynolds Jr. And I am there. This is if you want to take a screenshot of the foresight method, and ta-da, AKA the end. That's it, folks.
All right. Thank you so much for that. So lots of one things when we get those into the chat so we can give out some prizes for those. A few that I had was hashtag stop doing, hashtag start doing. I thought that was kind of cool. And you gotta have hashtag suck less. Like that just sort of screamed for that. So I was like, all right, that's a good one for the one things there. So a question that I've got over this, because this sounds good. Can you give me a little bit more on, or maybe just us, a little more on the intentions, outcomes, actions, helping to identify like what is an intention? How do you identify your intentions? Is that where you're coming up to the client saying, here's what they should be doing, and you're sort of delivering that to them? Or are you having a conversation about, okay, what are we trying to do? And you're sort of writing down, okay, that's an intention, that's an intention. And then how do you translate that to the outcome and then help them to actually take action? Like, are they defining that ahead of time, or are they supposed to find that action because now they see the outcome and the intention kind of together, like you were showing before with the leads?
Yeah, so the easiest way to do that is start high level, is like, what are you trying to do? Like, what is the business, like, regardless of size, trying to accomplish, or department? And then you can go all the way down to like the element on the page. So start, like, the easiest way is start with like maybe a department, or maybe start with a person. Like, what are you trying to do as the email person or whatever it might be? But you can also take it to the actual page and say, what is this page trying to do? And then get the person, whoever built the page or has the idea, to define that and say, the goal of this, the intention of this is to do X. And then you can track.
And is it
X
just going to be the
see if it
one
did it.
intention that you're looking for? Kind of like, okay, what's the point of this lander page? Oh, this lander's got to get us to go to the, to click on add to cart or whatever the thing is. Is that just, do you sort of stop, say, cool, what's the one intention? Or they're like, what other things should be going on? Like, how far do you take that?
Yeah, you're gonna start high level and say like, what's the purpose of this? And then you can drill into everything that didn't happen. So that's like a whole other talk. But like, for example, if you have a cart, traditional like e-commerce product, and then add to cart, and say your add to cart rate is 10%, well, you want to know what the other 90% did that did not do the thing as well. But like, if you're not at 10% or if you're not at your target, then you can start playing with everything else as well.
That makes sense. And then how do you take, so now you got your intention of like, okay, I'm trying to get this page is supposed to get add to cart, or this step is supposed to get them to purchase or exchange currency or whatever the thing is. How do you then relate that to outcome? Then the outcome is more on the measurement side. That's on your end where you're saying, okay, you determined this is what you wanted it to do. And then you say, here's what is actually happening. That's the outcome side.
Yeah, so exactly. Like, I think the easiest way of this is like blog posts, because everyone's got a blog and you're like, what are you trying to do with this blog? And take a single blog post, like we have the /new metrics, and say like, what's the purpose of this blog post? Are you trying to get people to download something? Are you trying to get them to click to another page? And then measure against that. And like a hacky tip is just like track all link clicks. And then you can kind of retro that by like looking at what people actually are clicking on and matching that to what you're trying to do. But if you don't have what you're trying to do, you never know if it did it, right? If you never defined what the purpose of the blog post was, because there's different blog posts, right? Some are written for like CMOs and some are written for very practitioners. Like, you want to make sure you define who it's for and the purpose of what you're trying to achieve for every page, every element, ideally.
That makes sense. And then just a final question as we close out. When you were talking about the 4 ways, are you presenting those into like, hey, you should do it first do A1, then do A2, then do A3? Or is it kind of like, here are the 4, they're all equal, do the one that you think will have the most impact the fastest? For example, I'm thinking like the suck less one, where it's like, well, this is obviously we should stop doing this. Yeah. It's like, well, that's the 4th one, so should we wait on that? Or do we just, hey, you know what, that's one of the ways, let's stop doing this stuff. Meanwhile, we'll come up with some CRO stuff, maybe because we're ready for that,
Yeah, so I think it's like, it is, number 1 is the most important, spent the most time on, of you really want to make sure your foundation is really easy to know if it's working or not working, and working is like of what your intentions are working or not working. And then you can attack any of those. So like sucking less is the easiest thing to do, because you're like, let's stop the things that are the least intention to outcome overlap. And maybe do something else with that, or reconfigure it, or try to make it work.
I love that. Okay, and I kind of like the overlap idea too, because there are, like you said, there are some things where the intention is one thing, the outcome is completely opposite. Like there are no actions. Like this is just not going to work. Hence the suck less. This might be a thing you got to stop doing. I love that. All right.
Yeah. If there's no overlap, you're now in the suck less.
Exactly. All right. Well, in that case, we'll go ahead and wrap it up here. Again, be sure to check out JJ's virtual booth over at Vision Labs, so you can go see what's there. That's sitting there waiting for you. Obviously, his session is open as well, so if you've got any questions, pop those into the chat. We'll get those over to JJ. He might be able to answer some of those in the chat too if he's able to get in there. And with that, JJ Reynolds, thanks again for being a part of Measure Summit 2023.
All right.
Thank you, JJ.
Oh, my camera actually crashed again. So
I love it that it crashed on that exact photo, though. That's a cool spot for you to be like, okay, hey, this is the face that Julian makes when his camera just
dies.
Unfortunately, overheats. It stops.
Dies on me.
That's perfect.
Okay, there we go.
But thank you. There you go. Everybody, make sure we let JJ know how he did. Just go to measuresummit.com/feedback. And that'll automatically dump you to JJ's session, so you can rate that one. I'm going to scroll through here quickly. So we had a number of one thing, starting with Rob's. Oops, sorry, there's Kelsey's. That just popped in front of me there. You don't know what to try to do, then you don't know how to do it. That's 100% true. Let me go find Rob's here because I was trying to get there. There we go. Suck less. That was a big one thing for me too. So as you heard, so I appreciate that. Always good how just JJ simplifies stuff as he's going through. Jason with optimize the conversions by goal to person department. And Julian, you're back officially. So I'm just talking to give you time to get the camera.
Yeah, no,
back.
I'm good.
But lots of really
I'm
good
there.
minutes. Perfect. So thank you again, JJ. Make sure you again measuresummit.com/feedback and check out Vision Labs virtual booth that is sitting back there in the virtual booth. So you can see about the offers that JJ and his team can help you out with. Stockton is also a member of his team, and Stockton's doing a second stage session that's going down the rabbit hole on some BigQuery and server-side stuff that you can do. Again, a little more on the technical side, but for those of you who are intermediate, advanced, have a little bit of skill set, you're going to learn a ton from Stockton's talk as well. And he also works as part of JJ's team. So just a fantastic team over there at Vision Labs. All right. So there we go. We're seeing.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through. I'm interested myself. So interesting.
Lots of suck less one things are now popping in the chat room, so you can see that. I'd also like users, right? Defining one goal for each blog post. Absolutely right. Yep.
Yeah, thank you so much for the one things as well. As all of the interaction and people still helping each other out in the chat. That's so cool to see. As we are working in the background here and are not as active in the chat as we could be, just because there's always some technical error that I'm trying to fix on the fly.
Yeah, Julian's working on the production side to make sure everybody has this nice front-facing image. I'm in the back end unlocking sessions and changing pages and answering emails and everything. This is kind of what we do during these while the sessions are going on, as well as maintaining chat. It really is phenomenal to see everybody helping everybody else out. And I tell you, on that note, man, like I've learned a ton from you and everybody else. We talk about this each year about how we learn so much from. I'm learning a ton from guys like JJ. And Stockton and our team uses them. Like, again, they're part of our, they help us out with the instructor team as well over at measuremarketing.io and the Academy. But there's such an amazing birth of talent that is in this industry because things are getting more and more specialized and you can't have one person who knows everything anymore. It's just gone. So you need somebody that is really good at BigQuery and SQLs and somebody else who really understands server side and somebody else who knows how to hook those two things together and understands that. And that's why I love the sessions that are back there right now on the on-demand second stage, which remember, as an All Access Pass holder, if you have the All Access Pass, you keep access to every Measure Summit 2023 session. So you've got the main stage and the on-demand second stage that you can go through at your leisure.
So coming up in just a few minutes here as well is the next session from Sivan Solberg on privacy by design. Now, kudos to Mercer here. Both of the, JJ and Sivan are measurement marketing as what you call it, certified. So they actually went.
Oh, the certified measurement marketers.
They actually went through Mercer's training, and I wouldn't say that's all just Mercer in the background, but he definitely helped a lot of these people in the industry to get a start and have developed really, really well. And it's really, really nice to see them on stages nowadays as well. So it's really, really cool that they are part of our community and are willing to share.
And they're all taking it further than I ever could, which is awesome. Like Sivan's going into the privacy, JJ's going, in with what he's doing with Vision Labs and Better the Data. It's just incredible people. And I'm personally looking forward to Sivan's because this whole idea of privacy scares a lot of marketers. And I think that if we have better conversations from the data side with the marketing side, even if that happens to be your role in the organization, you sort of understand how to use it better, that the privacy thing won't be such a concern anymore. Because the first question that we keep getting is like, okay, I know nobody wants to be tracked, so how do I track them?
You
don't. Like you don't. You got to stop, right? And that's kind of, I love this direction that
and she makes it really, really actionable in terms of like, what can you actually be thinking about? And make me, again, we are looking forward to some explosions there happening in just a few moments here. But if you want to learn more about the topics that JJ talked about, but also that Sivan will talk about, and everybody else, there are some really great talks, as Mercer mentioned already, on the second stage. So check out the second stage as well. We have some great talks from anything Google Analytics 4 related, UTM strategy, e-commerce businesses, and really in-depth data collection, new paradigms of data collection, like Alexander Kirzel shows from Alp Walker as well. So check out this talk, for example, in specifically the one and only Matteo Zambon from Italy talks about GA4 over there quite a bit. He's very active on LinkedIn, always giving us the newest insights on GA4, what he hears, because he's a trusted person by Google as well. And here's a talk on reports and BigQuery if you want to get into that. We have how to use workflow automation and AI in measurement by Sean David, and a talk by Jeff Sauer on freelancing in the world of data and analytics. Check that out. We have talks from Josh on Clarity and the analytics AI assistant that they have there. We have a talk from Mateusz, who is the COO of Pivik Pro, and he's talking about how to marry your privacy commitments with data analytics and activation, which again ties into this whole data theme that we have going on as well here at Measure Summit. We have great talks from Doug Hall on building LLMs, so large language models for tech adjacent and C levels. Super, super interesting. If you followed the talk from Juliana as well on NLP, it was really, really telling that you can take certain things and really make other people open up to data much more if they use some of these new technologies of AI. But that's not all. We have more talks, for example, from Stockton Fisher, who's a colleague of JJ's, on the cool things that you can do with server-side GTM, as well as Ahmad on AI-boosted data processing and visualization. And there was actually a testimonial in the chat. Somebody said that just blew him away, that Ahmad put so much time and effort into his presentation.
It was amazing. Yeah, it's a full hour of incredible content. He's one of the longer sessions this year, but it's absolutely worth watching.
So check that out as well. So we have some great sessions as well as here, Brian Messi, Amit, and Genta as well. So really on the second stage, full of sessions there to watch. Now you might be asking yourself, how can I watch all of these? There are too many. Well, we gave you 3 days by now that you could just scroll through everything here. If you need more time, then maybe consider buying the All Access Pass, which will give you an unlimited time to watch these recordings of the sessions that you saw today, yesterday, the day before. If you didn't see them, you can watch them all on replay, even on double speed.
And I'll tell you,
all of these sessions as well.
And what Jessica's put in here, is exactly what you're talking about, Julian. I've got a long list of second stage talks I want to watch. I'm going to save them for next week. She can do that because she has the All Access Pass. So this is exactly what you were just talking about.
All Access Pass holders obviously get a high five. You're part of the club, Jessica. And if you want to consider this one, take a look at the All Access Pass holders. With that, let's take a moment to thank our sponsors. This wouldn't be possible with ListenLayer, Elevar, Measure School, my company, and then measurementmarketing.io. And yeah, Mercer, do you want to share your screen and take a look what measurement marketing has to offer?
Sure, I am happy to do that. So we're talking about specifically the Measurement Marketing Academy is kind of our flagship training program. So I've got that showing here in just a moment. There we go. So you can see, what the Academy includes is lessons, right? So it's got all the courses for all the different tactical tools that are out there, Tag Manager and GA4 and Looker Studio, but a lot of strategy stuff. And yes, we have things on BigQuery, right? Things that are back there. We sort of help people that are beginners to a little bit of experience moving into the advanced levels. And at that point, you can go on to other platforms like, Measure Masters or Better Than Data or Team Simber over at CMO's company. But if you're just starting out and you've got a little experience and you're trying to level up your skills, the Academy is a perfect place. Also comes with bonuses. So all the courses, by the way, are lifetime access, lifetime updates, and you've got lifetime support when you purchase. Plus, we also have the expanded coaching package that we're going to give you for the first year, where it comes with the live group coaching, the Ask Instructor support, the Measurement Marketing Classroom. When we do clinics and boot camps, you get invitations to join those. When we update the courses, we teach them live in front of a studio audience because the instructors love teaching live, and you can ask questions back there. So all of that is back there for anybody interested. It's $2,000. So with the one pay option, or a couple payments of $1,000 if that's easier. And again, you get lifetime access. There's nothing else you have to buy technically, unless you want to keep access to all the stuff after, again, a year later. If you want to keep the expanded coaching stuff, you can, but it's not necessary. You've got your coaching, you've got your courses and lifetime updates, and your support access where you can ask questions from the community and the instructors.
Yeah, and the questions,
So,
I mean, the Ask
well.
Instructor support is worth alone the money, because if you think about like hiring a consultant on these topics, if you have somebody to ask, that's also a big help, at least from my experience. I love using these kind of communities and asking questions to smart people that you can figure it out faster because they have the knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's kind of what we like. We, again, we have people that are back there from a wide variety of industries. Everybody's really trying to figure out how to. This is not going to be, if you're a data analyst and you're like, I want to learn about linear regression and blah blah blah. We're not going to be the right spot for you. But if you're a marketer, you're just trying to figure out how to make sense out of this stuff. If you want to be a numbers person, but deep down you don't think you are, we're for you. Like, that's the idea, because there's aspects of strategy that are important in measurement. There are aspects in the tactical tools of how you use the tools, but sometimes you're just the strategist. You need to work with your team member who understands how to use these tools, and you got to learn that, because if you don't understand measurement, you're not going to give them direction properly. So I'm kind of flipping through some of the different aspects of what's in the Academy. Suffice it to say, it's a lot, but that's why it is a just-in-time learning platform. It's designed for that. So you've got the year to explore it, to get the most that you can from it. And again, that's only for the bonuses. Technically, you have for life. I should stop saying a year. It's going to be for life. So you've got access to all the courses, all the updates. Whenever we update the courses, you're going to have access to those courses as well. So, with that, look forward to seeing you back at the Academy. And then we will be giving away a license. We're giving away one of these in just, a couple sessions from now. So if you want, just go to the measuresummit.com/hunt to make sure you're in that.
And
list.
thank you for measurementmarketing.io making this possible, this event possible, and supporting us along the way over the years, obviously, since Mercer hasn't bailed out yet and saying, I don't want to be doing this anymore.
No, it's been a fantastic experience. But again, it's not just us, it's everybody else that's helping too. Julie and I this year thought we would just keep the sponsorships for ourselves, because we've never done that. We've always just given them away. We're not giving away, but sold them to others. And so this year we want to just speak a little bit about, make sure people just knew about our companies. But we also have others. There's so many others that are back here that are new. They're new to me, some of these, where I'm coming back going, I didn't realize that was a thing. And it helps you think. Again, it helps you expand. So if you can't use these now, you should be familiar with them. At least go through the virtual booths. And then while you're at it, you might as well fill out the scavenger hunt if you haven't already, because then you can get some prizes by going through these as well. You can learn about all of the platforms and the available tools that are back there.
So thank you so much.
Speaking of
to
prizes,
our sponsors again, Listen Layer, Eleva, measurementmarketing.io, and Measure School, as well as everybody who bought the All Access Pass. We have a lot of people here who have already the All Access Pass, so thank you so much for supporting us as well. And all of the prize sponsors that gave out the prize for us, because we have still some cool prizes on the roster here. So let's take a look and see what we still have in the prize pool. We have a 12-month Analytics Canvas Pro subscription of a value of $3,500. We still have a s'mores basket, and we have all access passes to give out, and as well as the Measurement Marketing Academy membership that you just saw. And also, after the session of Siobhan, we will have a 1-hour power hour that we will give out. We have one more book of Present Beyond Measure, Leah Pika's book on data visualization, something that we can only recommend to check out. And what do we want to give away right now? The s'mores or the book, or?
Let's do s'mores.
All right.
Let's do s'mores. So remember, this one is the s'mores basket from Fred Pike and the team over at Northwoods. Thank you again, Fred. So available in the US only. So if you happen to win this one and you're not in the US, we're just going to replace it with an all access pass so that you have that. So either way, you're going to win. But if you are in the US, s'mores basket is coming your way.
And Mercer, please, just for everybody who doesn't speak English, what are s'mores and why do you eat them? Why would you eat them?
Why would you? If you've never had it, I don't even know. You're gonna have to help me. These don't translate around the world. We have
Christian
graham
just bought the
crackers.
all access pass. Thank you so much,
Oh,
Christian.
thank you,
I just saw this on the second screen here. So confetti for you. We are all, obviously everybody's cheering, and Rebecca as well.
And Rebecca. Oh, there we go.
All right,
There we got it working.
Now we got it working.
So back to the what is
to
a
the s'mores.
s'more? I feel like we have an image for this, but basically it's a graham cracker, right? That we have. So it's kind of like a sweet little biscuit. I think is how they would say this in the UK. So you've got the graham cracker biscuit, and then on top of that, you're going to have like a piece of chocolate. The important part is that you melt it just a little bit. And how do we do this? Well, we do this by roasting a marshmallow. So you take your marshmallow and you typically roast it over like a campfire. It's a big campfire kind of dessert. And so you take the marshmallow, you melt it, the hot marshmallow over the chocolate, melts it, put another graham cracker, and you've got this ooey gooey chocolatey marshmallow goodness that is the s'more. So as in, I would like some more. Get it? S'more? That's where it gets its name. Because once you've had one, Julian, you're gonna want
I
more,
still
I'm telling
remember
you.
the first time we had this prize. I'm like, what the F is this? Well, I'm just gonna...
He's thinking Fred made up something.
Yeah,
He's like, I don't
yeah.
know what.
And then I said on stream, I mean, you can go back 3 years now, and I said s'mores, and people were like, and you were laughing, yeah. So I had to Google it and find out what these s'mores actually are. So now we know.
S'mores. Now we know what s'mores are. Yes.
So let me know
You're-
in the chat if you're a s'mores fan, or if you say not my diabetes fight to have. So with that, let's go over and.
I guess you can keep the mug. He's giving you a mug by looks of
yeah, it's a
that. There's
camping-
mug in there.
yeah.
So hey, you get the it's a camping thing. Keep the mug.
Okay.
All right. I am ready when you are to pick our s'mores winner.
With that, let's go over to our Measure Winner Finder, a little tool that we have built. And you see here, everybody who went through measuresummit.com/hunt is in this list. This is not too long, so you have a good amount of chance to win right
And
now.
we're updating this all the time. So if you get your name in there by the next drawing, your name will be in this list.
Yeah, and let's play a game first of all, and then pick the winner. Everybody emoji, what's it called? Finger crossing. Cross fingers.
Yep.
And a drum roll, please.
And winner is.
Ebert, well,
Give me just one moment.
you have won the s'mores basket. Hopefully you are into that, and this will be going out. Thank you again to Northwoods for giving out this prize. But since everybody is waiting and was not chosen, we will remove Ebert from this list. Do you have him, Mercer?
I got him.
All right,
Thank you.
and we'll remove him and actually
Congratulations.
give out another prize here. So let me just show again. Well, no, let's go over here and actually pull it up. Leah Pika's book. We have one more book left. Present Beyond Measure, the new book of Leah Pika, out now on the Amazons of the world. And it's something that has some really positive reviews from people like Nir Eyal, Seth Godin, and Rand Fishkin as well. So something that's definitely and if you have that book already, or if you want to buy it, also leave a 5-star review. And Jim Stern has a review in here as well. So
There you go.
I need to write one. Tim Wilson already wrote something. So we'll put some reviews in there once I got the book. And with that, let's pick a winner. If you are interested in data visualization, hopefully you will win this. And with that, let's pick another winner.
Here we go for Leah's book. And there is
Michael.
Michael. All right, hang on a second, because I'm sure there are many Michaels I have to sort through. I want to make sure I find the right one.
All right, Michael
Congratulations.
is probably
Michael.
excited that he won. And
This is Michael. At least
well,
inside Michael's hand. Yes. All right, that's perfect. I got Michael. down.
congrats, Michael, on
So,
winning
Michael
this
sent you the
prize.
emails shortly.
Everybody who didn't win, well, there is more chances down the line, down the stream, down in the next hour or so after we hear from our other awesome speakers as well. So there's some really cool prizes still coming up, as you have seen. Okay, We are gearing up to another interesting session, and I want to pull it up as well. Let me just see that I have it up correctly. It is the session from Siobhan Solberg on privacy by design. Your data is a train wreck without it. And she has some really interesting thesis there, and as well as some very actionable steps. Now, I would be interested in the chat if you are taking that privacy topic already seriously, if the clients are demanding it, if that's something that you are interested in knowing about, or if it's maybe something that you are pushing away. It's definitely, this talk is for everybody, but at the same time, there's obviously preferences when it comes to privacy. So how do you like your data, with or without privacy, with or without consent?
I think it needs to be with consent, doesn't it?
Probably needs to be.
We don't have the choice. Yeah, and again, this is a constantly changing thing, which is why these topics are the laws are changing all the time, the tech is changing all the time, the different techniques and strategies and tactics people are using all the time with privacy are constantly changing. So thinking about it, how do we think about it and get ahead of it? Is why I like topics like this, especially with the rallies, which is also still available on the main stage. Remember, click the links above. I'm still getting emails of like, where do I find the sessions? Click the links above. Maybe next year we'll design it so they pop a little more. But the navigation link above the video, you'll see the main stage, second stage, virtual booths, everything's up there. So you can go grab those sessions. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and I found it really interesting that they kind of reference each other, Aurélie and also Siobhan, during these sessions, because they're talking about the same topic and from different angles. And it is kind of something that I always think of, and Aurélie said there are different shades of gray. There are different shades of how you can do privacy. And also Siobhan says there's a spectrum that you are kind of leaning towards. Maybe you're more on the privacy side or less on the privacy side. So it's always interesting to see these different viewpoints on the topic of privacy itself. I would say a lot of folks in the US don't know enough about this. That's something.
It's true.
That's something that I don't know. I mean, I was just in the US and we had a lot of Airbnbs with like cameras around. Obviously, there is security issues in some of the cities. At the same time, who is actually looking at this footage and who's deleting it, and where does it get uploaded to which cloud server?
All those video doorbells that we've got. Yeah, there's a ton around this. And Jessica's right. Like, we don't talk about it that much here. In the States, it's harder because each individual state, I forget who was mentioning it yesterday. Forgive me for missing the name, but they said that 13 different states have legislation for privacy in some way, shape, or form, which is true. But we don't have one as the U.S. yet, not something federal. We will, and then it'll be a bigger topic of conversation. But yeah, this is just one of those things I think to get ahead of. That's why I like Siobhan's talk. That idea of here's how to think about it, because you're going to need these skills eventually, even if you don't have them now, especially for those in the US. In Europe, you guys are already way ahead of us. And that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at what Europe does, and I figure the US, and I'm totally guessing, obviously, but I'm thinking the US is going to be like 50% of what Europe's doing, is kind of where we're going to be probably, because we have a different mindset. But we'll definitely have privacy. You need it, in today's day and age. So I think it's a very, very appropriate talk. And we have just a few minutes remaining. So I know we've got Siobhan's talk coming up. Right after that, we're going to have Venia speaking with community and measuring or bridging the gap between community measurement and marketing measurement, and how we can really get these two teams to work together, which I thought is a fascinating conversation. And I don't know anybody else better in community, I want to say builders, but really measurement for sure, because Benny's been thinking about this for a long, long time and has done it with a wide variety of communities and worked with community of communities. I mean, just expert when it comes to that. So be sure to check that out. And then, of course, we will finish out, as we tend to for the fourth year in a row, with Simo Ahava, server-side tagging in 2023. And then we didn't make a slide for this, but we will have the closing party, which is our other little unofficial thing that Julie and I will do, and just sort of hang out and finish up.
Give out some prizes.
Final hour. We'll give out the rest
Make
of the
some
prizes,
people happy.
Analyst Canvas. Absolutely.
With that, let's take a quick bio break and meet ourselves back here to watch the session of Siobhan Solberg on privacy by design.
See you then.
Welcome back to Measure Summit 2023. We are delighted to have Siobhan Solberg now on the Measure Summit stage, bringing us her insights from her experience as a consultant and founder of Raise, an agency specializing in measurement and optimization of marketing data. But in recent years, she has found a particular liking to the topic of privacy, as you can hear also on her podcast Marketing Unfucked, where she talks with experts all things marketing, privacy and growth. With over a decade in optimization and measurement experience, Siobhan knows a thing or two about growth and created a course on personalization for CXL. She is also known to rocket stage and has shared her knowledge on conferences such as Super Week. Outside of marketing and privacy, she is embracing other challenges, from cold water swims to training for the next Ironman and mastering the art of Lego building. Today, though, Siobhan will help us to include privacy by design in our measurement, and we all know we need a little bit more of that. So welcome to Measure Summit, Siobhan.
Thank you, Julian. So let me start with a short story. Last year, I had this client. Now think dream client, right? We'll call them the Museum of Nightmares for now. It was one of those clients where all you can think of is like, how did I get this lucky to land them? It's the dream you've had since you were a child, at least ever since I've had. And then we get into the process of finding out requirements, expectations, and sitting down and getting to know all their data. And it was a mess. Tickets, sales, exhibits, events, members, schools, donations, classes, competitions, heat maps, newsletters, research. It did not stop. It was endless. Now, you have to remember, this is last year. This is when Google Analytics was deemed illegal. So the museum decided to run for the hills of Adobe. At the same time, they had a team that lacked any sense of data maturity. A data protection officer who, frankly, he was a darling, but had no idea what even analytics meant. And they hired this agency to bring in, to do the switch over to Adobe, with this super eager to please project manager. You know, the one that promises you these user journeys and use cases that are 5, 10 years in advance of where you are. So every one of them were stuck in their little silos, each in their own world of expertise. And in that whole mess, they decided to call me. And they're just saying, can you just come in and fix this? Like, just label all that data, at least so we have privacy covered, okay? Just patch it up. You can imagine what the first meeting looked like. I clearly told them, nothing will work unless we break it down, start over, and build around a framework or guideline of some sort. Now, since I have nothing with my name on it, we chose a very popular privacy framework called Privacy by Design. Now, privacy by design is not a new concept. It was developed by Dr. Ann Cavoukian in 1995, and pretty quickly it was already added into privacy directives in Canada. It was this approach to systems engineering, which is a way to manage complex systems, essentially, over the whole life cycle. It's really based on systems thinking, so wholes and relationships. But it was also influenced by value-sensitive design, so considering human values throughout the whole process. Essentially, she was advocating to build privacy into the foundation of a system. As Dr. Ann Cavoukian said, privacy assurance must ideally become an organization's default mode of operation. It was data protection through tech design. It's big picture thinking. It's building privacy into the foundation, into the lifeblood of a system. It was a lot less framework and a lot more guidelines. And it's essential to any relevant data strategy today, considering that regulations that regulate the data are popping up everywhere. The US, UK, Europe, Hong Kong, Australia, the list goes on and on. They have, every one of them, privacy by design or data protection by design and default built in. 71%, and that's in 2021, of the world have some sort of data protection or privacy regulation. And at that time, 9% of the world also had draft regulations in place. Currently, 65% of population have some sort of legislation that's regulating their personal data. It's everywhere. And your data strategy is not relevant anymore if you're not considering those rules and regulations that regulate your data. But before we get into that, let's go through the principles and understand them. Principle number 1, proactive, not reactive. Preventative, not remedial. Now at the museum, we messed this one up from the start, but we broke it all back down, asked a lot of questions, and rebuilt. Principle number 2, privacy as a default setting. Now remember, default settings, we all know this, right? It's user-facing. It's not pre-ticking the boxes. But it's also internal. It's also knowing, are you only collecting and processing what you need to? Principle number 3 gets confused with principle number 2 a lot. They could sound the same. Privacy embedded into design. But this is a lot more about finding the technologies that you could implement and build into your system, or even design into your system before you build it, that will mitigate risks in the future. Principle number 4, my favorite, but probably the hardest to understand, is full functionality, positive sum, not zero sum. Don't worry, I didn't get it at first either. But essentially what they're hinting at is you cannot let privacy and data protection, by building it into your system, hinder the growth of the organization. It is essential that privacy does not take away from an organization's growth, otherwise adoption will be none. Principle number 5 was end-to-end security, full lifecycle protection. Now, we all should be a little familiar with this because we have data life cycles and we know we need to keep them secure and we need to store our data in secure places. So we'll go into the details of this a little later. Principle number 6, visibility and transparency. This is all that fun with, data maps, keeping the DPO happy by telling him what you're collecting and what you're processing. It's all those user journeys with risk map overlays that we had to create for the Museum of Nightmares. And it's all that documentation, but it's essential. And then last, you had respect for user privacy, keeping it user-centric. Again, this seems very forward-facing, right? Not really relevant to measurement marketers. But can and have you set up your system to allow users easy access and control? Now, before we go into how to really apply these principles to your data strategy, let's first talk about what privacy by design is not. It's not hiring a chief privacy officer. They can be helpful. A DPO can be helpful, a chief privacy officer can be helpful, and even a privacy analyst, and they will help you implement privacy by design, but they are not meeting your privacy by design standards. Watching that privacy training, the one that you have to do every year where 30% of the group is falling asleep, not privacy by design. Completing that checklist, just so you feel good and nothing actually changed, nothing changed at the foundation, nothing changed in the system, not privacy by design. Adding a privacy notice to your site, the one you probably copied off your competitors, also not privacy by design. And getting a certificate, well, there are no certificates for this one, sorry. Privacy by design aims to create a privacy-conscious and user-friendly environment. But what does that mean for you? It sounds all great, right? What does it mean for you? And what does it mean for your data strategy? Now, I personally think you are responsible to know and act on what regulates the data that you work with. So if you want to build a data strategy that is relevant in today's market, you need to understand basically what regulates that data. If you work with personal data, if you're working with health data, or if you're working with aggregated data only. Every one of them has something that applies. I'm not asking you to be a lawyer. I'm not asking you to know every bit of the rule, but I'm asking you to get a good enough understanding so that you can build your data strategy while considering privacy. And the privacy by design framework allows you to do that in a lot easier of a way. It allows you to build privacy into the foundation, into your data system, so that you can then be at ease, not have to think about it so much. Think of privacy by design as less of a framework and more of a guide. You're letting privacy by design guide your strategy, not be your strategy. So now, how can privacy by design help your strategy? Privacy impact assessments. They're a really great way to be proactive. Now, privacy impact assessments, DPIAs or PIAs, tend to be considered a legal thing or a DPO thing, but they're not. There are a lot of questions asked of the experts, you, as to what is happening with the data or the new process or the new data model or the new collection system or the new tech stack. It is a way for the DPO to ask a lot of questions of you to determine what the risks involved are. If you are collecting data that is in special categories, if you are collecting personal data at all, how risky is it? What measures have you taken to mitigate those risks? And more importantly, it triggers you to think about how to mitigate the risks before they arise. Now, don't worry. In the resources link, you'll get an access to this one, so you don't have to screenshot it. Now, the DPIA also helps you when you develop the strategy. When you develop the strategy and you bring in a DPIA and you ask these questions of you, just think of like pages and pages of questions. It's going to force you to think about if that strategy that you are building is even relevant in today's day and age. So I can't stress enough, if you want to be proactive, looking at a DPIA just for inspiration, just for the questions, is really helpful. The next step is to incorporate privacy into your whole data system. Now, these words are going to be a lot more familiar to you because these are data terminologies in most cases. Data minimization. Ask yourself, do we really need this? Or do I need to save that whole email address? Can I anonymize aspects of the data? Do I need to collect everything in that form? When you're creating your measurement strategy and you're collecting every event online, do you need every one of those events? What really helps with that is when you determine the purpose. What's the purpose that you are collecting specific data? Why are you collecting something? What action is that data going to drive? The way I like to think about it is we all like collecting in an analytics setup, the 10, 25, 50, 75, 90% scroll rate thing. Is that really helping you? Do you really need all of that? And what's the purpose? What's the purpose for you to get the 10% scroll rate event? What's the purpose for the 75%? Or are you really ever going to run an analysis on how much a video was watched? And if you are, what action can be derived of that? Now, if you have a valid reason, by all means, please collect it. I'm just suggesting define the purpose before you decide to collect it. And then the next step is to determine what the retention is. So for how long do we need that piece of data to serve its purpose? Now, financial data, for example, or e-commerce transactions, some of that you're going to need to keep for 5 or 7 years, depending on your local tax laws. But my email that I gave you to take a webinar, you probably don't need that for more than 3 months. For principle number 3, we're going to talk about privacy-enhancing technologies. Now, this can get a bit complex, right? And it depends a lot on how large of an organization you're working with. But some ideas on some methods you could use to enhance privacy and keep your data more secure are things like differential privacy. So adding noise to your data, you're essentially limiting the chances of re-identification this way. You're keeping it more secure. But there are other options. You could use synthetic data, right? Artificial data that's essentially modeled on the original data that you have. Some people are exploring how to do this with ad publishers, or if you don't have consent, can we create synthetic data off of that user that didn't create consent and then maybe send that back to the ad publisher? So this is something people are playing with, and it's going to keep things more privacy friendly. Or some of the more basic ones, pseudonymization, data masking, hide or de-identify as much as you can to protect the data. And now we're back to my favorite one. Full functionality, positive sum, not zero sum. Work towards business goals. So how can we consider the objective of the company? It's really essential for you to communicate across teams. Silos or not, you need to talk to each other. You need to talk to other team members. You need to talk across teams to the managers to understand what is driving their KPIs. What do they need to make it happen? What are their requirements to be able to aid the organization's growth? Now, most likely, if you're creating any sort of a measurement strategy, you're already asking a lot of people why they might need something or what they might need. But this is essential. You need to take this all the way up to the top. You need to look at the business objectives and understand what everyone needs to make sure they can reach those business objectives. And if you do that, then you can actually have a good idea and understanding of what you need to apply in terms of privacy technologies or in terms of anything to be able to work with that data in a privacy-friendly way. So don't let privacy mess with your growth. Let it be, if anything, let it be the differentiator. And then we have keeping it secure. Now, most likely a security team in your organization will get involved here, but it is important for you to still understand this, because ensuring that the data is secure for the whole of its life cycle is something you're going to be involved in. And partially that consists of storage. How are you storing all that data? Are you isolating data sets that could be, if they are put together, extremely sensitive? If you have high-risk data, are you making sure to isolate it? Are you storing your data in the most secure way that you could? Or if someone accesses that one database, they have everything. And tied to that is this concept of deletion. A lot of us like to hang on to our data, right? We collect it like we're hoarding it. But consider, how long do you really need that data? And if you know that you need specific data only for a specific time period, then set up an automated deletion schedule. And if you can't do it automatically, have a reminder set and know who maintains that and who deletes it and how it is done. And another really important aspect of security is, of course, access controls. Now, we all have been in various accounts and in various databases where everyone in the world has access to them. Probably not as secure as it should be. Now, don't make it hard for the people who do need access, right? So the people that need access to any specific sets of data to analyze or to run queries on should be able to access it easily so that you're not deterring them from doing their job. But at the same time, the people that shouldn't be there, shouldn't be there. Now, visibility and transparency. Now, data people, most will tell me they do data maps. But do you really do data maps? Do you really have every bit of data that you process and collect on that data map? Do you have the whole flow mapped out? If you take the time to map out the whole flow and exactly how everything is being collected and processed, you are going to be shocked at how quickly you will notice any kind of vulnerabilities and risks. And that data map needs to stay up to date. Now, the cool bonus about data maps is that your DPO or legal team might come asking for it because they're going to try and do one on their own. And you can imagine they are not going to be as good at it as you are. So it's a helpful way to communicate to them what's going on internally. But more importantly, a data map provides you clarity about what is being processed. And clarity is what's going to help you to mitigate risk, it's going to help you to determine where there is risks, and it's going to highlight any vulnerabilities that you might have in the system. It takes days sometimes, but don't shy away from it. Then there are policies, the internal documentation, the internal policies, your data governance policy, all of these things. They need to be up to date. And I would highly recommend that you still consider privacy as being part of this. In your policies and in your processes, make sure that you include questions that could trigger understanding what risks might be involved. It is not normal for most people to have to think about privacy or respecting users' privacy or data protection. So if you make it part of that process or part of a policy to ask what could happen if, or what risk could you foresee, or how does this affect our users' data, you're forcing them to think about it. And that's the first step in making sure that privacy is part of the system and the foundation, because everyone that works there is also part of that system and foundation. And then, of course, there are notices, all those front-facing documents. You know, we all know them, the privacy notices, or even the pop-up consents. Now, they are part of being transparent, because transparency also means showing to our users that we are being transparent about what we're doing. Now, you could argue that this is the DPO's job, and it is. But the DPO cannot do this if you do not tell them what data you are collecting, how you are processing it, what you're processing it for, and how long you are going to keep it for. They need to know that to be able to tell the user in a transparent fashion what's going on when they consent to something on your site. And now last is empowering the user. How do you empower the user when it comes to privacy by design or data in general? And there's some questions I really like to ask here. And that is, how can a user access and control their data? Because remember, it's their data, not yours. Can the user edit the data if they need to? Let's say their last name has changed. Not so uncommon. Is there a way for them to go change it? Can they easily call you or call somebody and request a change? And most importantly, is your system set up that you can very simply change a name or any part of that profile? If a user asks for their data to be deleted, how hard is it for you to delete all their personal data from the whole system? And if you can't delete certain parts of it, can you anonymize it? And if it's an email, can you flag it to say, don't ever email them again, they don't want to be in the system? And then for a really tricky one, how portable is that data? You have to remember that users are allowed to, at least in Europe and in some other countries, are allowed to ask all their data, all their personal data from you, ask to get it in a nice, neat little package, and go to your competitor and give it to them. Is your system set up to be able to do that and support that? So that's essentially how you would implement privacy by design into your data strategy. These are the questions you would be asking yourself. But there's one question I always think is the most important, and it doesn't come up in the privacy by design framework. I have this idea that there are no wrong questions, but there are questions that are wrong not to ask. Why being one of them. And let me just tell you about this little story so you can understand why is so important. I was in the middle, and this was back when I was a lot more into measurement, so a few years back, and we were in the middle of doing a setting up all the reporting, implementing things. We've already figured out the strategy. And I get this email from the client, and it says, we have all these additional data points we'd like to collect. And now it caught me a bit by surprise, right? Because we're halfway through implementation here. Well, what do you want me to do? So I respond and say, but why are you needing all this additional data? And his response was, we found more use cases. Okay, but such as? Well, we could potentially build a campaign around these data points in the next few years. I'm like, wait a second, in the next few years? Like, how does this align with your priorities or your overall business objectives? Well, it doesn't. It just want to make sure we have all our options in place. Well, why? Because we want options. Okay, but why do you want options? Well, we might find a use case soon. I clearly was not getting anywhere, so I tried a different way. I asked him, this form seems really long. Are there any fields we can drop here? Nope. Okay, can we drop maybe the phone number? Well, but we might need it. But why? Well, a marketing campaign. Have you ever called anyone for a marketing campaign before? No. Have you ever sent a text message to anyone for a marketing campaign before? Well, no, but we could. Do you ever foresee yourself using a phone number in your marketing campaigns? No. You get the point. Ask a lot. You will realize really quickly what's actually needed and what's not. What are actually requirements and what are not. And a lot of the data we're asked to collect are just nice to haves and a security blanket. But then there's a question a lot of you ask me, which is, what if we already have a really solid setup? Or we have a really good data strategy in place. Now, I'm doubtful here because I still have never seen a single client with a data strategy. But to answer that question, the Museum of Nightmares thought they also had a really, really solid setup. And it was a setup. It was just totally accidental. And they also thought they had a strategy. They didn't. But building this all up allowed them to transfer into like this museum of delights. They became an organization with clear guidelines, a process, and a really solid data strategy. On top of that, they also had a really good data governance policy implemented in that. They became an organization where clarity and guidance within their data and strategy and data governance policies enabled them to become an organization that considered privacy as part of their lifeblood. So let me try and sum up in 4 points how privacy by design can unclusterfuck your data. Privacy must be considered an integral part to the innovation process. And no, don't get stuck on the fact that I said innovation. Innovation means a new data model, a new way of collecting, bring in a new analytics stack. It does not have to be just a startup innovating something. Privacy by design is a set of fundamental beliefs that serve as a foundation for decision making. Key here is it's a set of beliefs. It's a cultural belief system that helps you make good decisions, that are intended to guide the organization in making ethical, moral, or logical choices. It's not a do this, do that. It's a guide in helping you make the right decisions when it comes to your data, but also a lot of other things. And ultimately, the principles provide an understanding in how to approach various situations and help ensure consistency, fairness, and integrity in the process. In short, an integral foundation that guides your understanding when making a decision. Thank you.
All right. Virtual applause here from my side. Thank you so much, Siobhan. This was great. And hopefully everybody took something or took a lot of things away from it. But if you have one thing that you took away from it, please put it into the chat as your hashtag one thing. And we'll be happy to read that and everybody can share their thoughts on it as well. So yeah, really interesting for me as well to just bring privacy again into the focus. And it doesn't have to be really, as small business owners, we oftentimes think we just want to have the checklist, really. And I just want to know what do I need to do here in order to get this done. In bigger organizations, it's a bigger problem, obviously. And maybe you have a little bit of experience when you are actually talking to clients. Or if somebody is now a web analyst and says, we need to take this more seriously. The question is then, where is the ROI here? How can I sell this to my higher ups? Do you have any tips for us, the case that we can make to our boss in order to really get this process started?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest case really is the fact that it is mandatory, right? Like it makes it sound like I'm saying this is an optional thing. And in some ways, approaching it this way is very optional. But ultimately, in most countries, you know, in the US is starting up. It's not essentially the same. In the EU is very clear. It's becoming mandatory. What I also want to say is that from a marketing perspective, you can usually still sell privacy as a differentiator. So if you have a good strategy and a good base and a good foundation, then you can work with other teams together to make this a positive thing for the company. But, you know, a good system in place that is secure is going to help avoid that breach when it comes, or it's going to make that breach easier to deal with when it comes. And if you look at those figures in terms of money, what a breach does to you, that's a pretty convincing argument for most boards and for most bosses.
Absolutely. Now, I think that a lot of things, I mean, privacy has so many factors, and we are working with so many partners nowadays when we are sending data over to Google or to any other partner that we are working with. And there is also a trend inside of analytics and measurement that we build our components ourselves. We hoard our data or have our data in our own data warehouse and analyze it there and then send it over to maybe a marketing vendor or so. So the question would be whether there are obviously tools that do it all in one, but sometimes they're a little bit black box. Google is such a black box where you just send data and they do a lot of great things for you, but you don't actually know what they are doing for you. And then you're a little bit dependent on that third party in order to comply with maybe some privacy regulations. So where what would your recommendation be? Should we take more control of our own components and try to understand more and more how our data actually works and how it's being analyzed? Or should we, is it maybe an out to go to such third parties and just give them all our data and say, well, I'm not responsible for it. I hope their privacy policies are in place and they respect users' privacy.
Yeah, well, so legally that argument won't fly, right? So that's a hard one. But look, I'm always for, if not controlling your data, really fully understanding your data and where it's going and what it is. I think that that's essential. Obviously, you need to balance those risks a little bit. If you're a really small business where you don't have the capacity to necessarily keep everything in your own data warehouse, analyze everything, restructure it, model it, and then send it on to a marketing tool. So if you don't have that, then Google Analytics is your best bet. So you need to balance your risks. The larger you get, the more risk there is. So then it might be time to bring it inside, to start creating your data maps, understanding what's going on, modeling it and adjusting it or whatever, and making sure that it's pseudonymized or anonymized before you send it on. So I think it's one of those questions. It's one of those answers that's it depends, right? And it really is, as the company grows, the more you need to be aware. But most people that I talk to about this, it's all about balancing risks. Let's look how much this is, look what this is, and figure it out where we sit in the balance. And then if you are aware what the risk is, then you can make an educated decision on your own.
Yeah, I think that's sage advice. In the end, privacy is all about making these compromises, or not compromises, but keeping the balance just right. But the next evolution of all our data will probably be sucked into some kind of AI, and then it will take care of everything. So what would you recommend for the future and looking into the future? Is this something you're skeptical about, or looking too positively when it comes to data systems taking over our data and being able to analyze it on the fly and making decisions maybe on the fly through it? And it's not really our algorithms, but other people's algorithms?
Yeah, I'm a little hesitant about that one. I don't think we have enough information yet as to what's happening, because it ultimately, the algorithm is one thing, but it's also who else can access that data or not, and what else is being done with that data or not. So AI generally is a tough field. I'm sure Aurélie has a lot more to say about this than I do, because she's a lot more knowledgeable about this than I am. But for me, in terms of data analysis and AI, I'm hesitant, but I'm also eager to see what solutions are going to come into the field and see how they might be tackling it, because it is still really exciting. And I think that if we can make it work, it's going to be amazing. So I'm not saying no. I'm saying I'm looking forward to seeing the innovation and looking forward to see how people will tackle the privacy and data protection bit.
Yeah, that's absolutely something that will still evolve, and I'm also eager to see. Its privacy is evolving, and the technology is evolving so fast. So we'll see how this all goes down. Cool. I think a lot of people took a lot of these little points away from it, and it really switched on some bits. I mean, for me, at least, I already talked about data deletion, which I personally have never thought about, and it's definitely something that everybody should maybe consider. Retention is also a point that now a lot of people are thinking about, because in Google Analytics 4, we have the data retention setting, and we can go from 2 to 14 months. Quick tip from your opinion on this one. It seems to be, at least in the analytics community, well, go into your Google Analytics and switch it from 2 months to 14 months. 2 months is the default. Is there a good argument to leave it on 2 months? Is that really, again, a balancing act, or can we just make a quick decision on this one?
Yeah, it's a balancing act, but look, my clients, they don't do 14 months. They do 2 months. They send everything to BigQuery, and we build our reporting through BigQuery. So we still have the data, right? I mean, and that's the thing it's just, do I need the data modeled in GA4 where I don't even see everything that I need to see? That's more the question. It's not even a privacy question anymore. And then I'm just putting it at 2 months because that's safer and it's easier, and I have the data anyway.
Nice. Okay, this was a good contrarian answer to all of the best practices out there. All right, Siobhan, where can people find out more about you and follow you online?
Yeah, you can find me on LinkedIn. Type in my name. I'm the only one. Or you can go to my website, which is ssolberg.com, or my first and last name.com, and you can find out more about me there or sign up for my newsletter.
All right.
Which talks all about data and privacy.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for being part of Measure Summit and making Measure Summit 2023 possible.
Thank you, Julian.
All right.
Thank you. That was awesome. So much to think about. Holy cow. Like, you just go through and think about all these different sort of, when you're going through like a privacy audit inside your head and you think, oh, I got this. And then you go through this talk and you're like, or I don't have this and I got to go through these other things. And I tell you, the biggest one thing for me was like, do I really need this? I think there's a lot of that dark data problem in the world where everyone's collecting data for data's sake. And she was like, listen, do you really need the whole email? Maybe you just need the parts of it. And it's like, obviously you need it for email, but if you're emailing, but if you don't need it, do you really need it? And I love that.
So Melissa, have you ever considered deleting any data? Have you done that yet?
Oh yeah, for sure. We only for like older contacts that are disengaged. Like, we don't keep that because what's the point? I get rid of it, that stuff. So, and obviously if you get a request, we do that, which we've gotten to, but I think for the most part, if it's old, we don't keep it from a marketing perspective, because what's the point? I'm just going to annoy somebody in 6 years when I go out to them. It's kind of why I don't like the fingerprinting technology. I know that's getting really popular now in certain parts, but don't like it for that. For anybody that's ever gone to a website and all of a sudden they send you an email, even though you didn't opt in, that's the fingerprinting stuff. That gets a little creepy for me. I don't like that.
Yeah, definitely. And well, it's just like we also have like a lot of old systems still that we don't even use anymore, but there's still data in there, right? Why would it's not actionable data? So in the end, just getting rid of the tools first of all saves you a little bit of money. At the same time, just getting rid of the data as well is a good thought, food for thought. And obviously, all of these different things are something to reckon with in the future, definitely, especially when we are gearing up to being more scrutinized to these kind of things. I mean, you see it.
There's going to be more of it now.
Yeah, you see it. You see privacy not being enforced. Well, in Europe, it's being enforced by by the governments now, slowly but surely, but they are enforcing it more on the bigger companies out here. So on Facebook, on Google, and so on. So they kind of have a lot of responsibility on their shoulders. But then you also will see in the future that private companies will pass that down to us. Google will have restrictions on what you can send them, but also how you are supposed to keep their data. So if you, for example, there's a talk about AdSense. If you run AdSense on your website, so you show ads on your website, you actually need to have now a privacy policy and at some point also consent on your platform, because Google needs that in order to be compliant again with their overlords. And so from every angle now, it's slowly coming through. It's not just about laws and the government doing this thing, but also the private companies coming in. And then the question if you want to be a ethical marketer as well. So
absolutely.
With that, let's see what the chat has to say about all of these different topics.
There were lots of things. And while you pull those up, I just want to mention, make sure we let Siobhan know how she did. So just go to measuresummit.com/feedback. That'll go right to Siobhan's feedback section. So you can go ahead and give her some feedback there. Take just a minute or two to do that. And the speakers really do appreciate it. And also check out Raise Marketing's virtual booth. So Raise is back there, Siobhan's company. So you can learn more about what she has to offer as well.
Yeah, and here is from Jason, simply the problem of data privacy by not collecting more than you need based on your primary goals. So really think through this. I mean, I love how privacy is making people think.
Very, very similar from Jessica. Same thing, right? It's like collecting for the sake of collecting can get dangerous, I mean, why do you think Google's shutting down Universal? It's like they got a bunch of stuff that's trapped back there that we don't necessarily need. Alan's, easy getting joy clicking it ahead of the question, exactly what you're going to do with it. Let's collect it first. We'll figure out what we're going to do with it later. Like this happens all the time in organizations. I think that's where I'm so focused on measurement strategy, because if you have a proper strategy, you don't do stuff like that. And then similar to what Alex was saying, right? Define your event purpose before you collect the thing. Why are we collecting this? If we don't know why, then what's the point? If you don't know what we're going to do with it, why do you have it? Right? Why is it useful? I loved that. Also wanted to just point this out. This is not quite a one thing, but I thought it was very apropos, is showing how Google Analytics 4, Google as a company, but GA4 as a tool is built for the world of today and tomorrow, right? It wasn't built for the world of yesterday like Universal was. And things like being able to redact PII, you couldn't do in Universal without some hack with Tag Manager or something like that. GA4 kind of has it built in, or is rolled this out. So when he enabled that redaction in his setup, so it's like these are the things that if you don't keep up with these platforms, you don't know. Like if you stop learning about GA4 back in March because that you just figured out how to do all the reports, you don't know about all these settings back there. You're not going back. Every month there's new stuff coming out that help these tools evolve for this world that we're in, including things like navigating through privacy. So thank you all for sharing those different techniques as well.
Just me, or is the... Oh yeah, okay. We have Simo is in the house now, so the chat is saying hi. Apparently that's a thing now as well. So every time you come in, say hi to everybody, so they know that you are there. Thank you for joining us, and you can join in on our privacy discussion as well. As if you haven't yet, Simo, then you need to go over to measuresummit.com/hunt, fill out our little survey or quiz. I don't know if you'll be able to. Well, I think you'll be able to go through it, and then you can win some awesome prizes. How cool is that? Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, we have Siobhan's consultancy, so let's go ahead and give away that.
Yeah, let me see if the presentation doesn't want to load. I think there is a little problem with Canva right now. So what I'm going to do is to go over and just show you Siobhan's booth as well. So we have here Vision Labs.
So over in the virtual booths, right, just at the top links. Remember, again, you have access to all the sessions still right now. So the main stage links up above, you've got the second stage links, and then you've got the virtual booth. I'm not even sure if my hands are going the right direction, but you get the idea. It's all above. Yes.
And here we have Raise.
There's Raise. Yep. So you can take a look.
And you can take a look at the offerings of Raise. And if you go here to show more from Siobhan, we have a power hour. And this is something that she wants to give away to one of you. So if you are all into privacy, but also everything else measurement, Siobhan is very knowledgeable on that one as well. You will love this one. It's a power hour worth $350, and you can schedule your power hour here, even if you don't win this one right now. So we will give this away in just a second. You obviously would need to go over, if you haven't yet, to measuresummit.com/hunt and fill out a little bit of a quiz. You will need to have the help of the virtual booths here, so make sure that you have that tab open as well. And then you enter to win a little prize. And the list is actually not that long. We have a few more people that joined, and I'm just gonna copy those out right now. And then before we go over to our little proprietary AI tool right here, which is called the Measure Winner. Should really call it AI tool.
I like you called it an AI tool.
We need to acknowledge.
This is the large language model.
Your name should be in here. If you have won something, obviously we took you out, and the list's not that long, so you have a pretty good chance to win that power hour with Siobhan. So let's play this game. And drum roll.
Right, I am ready when you are.
Drum roll, please. Pick the winner. And the winner of the Power Hour with Siobhan Solberg is Cindy T.
Cindy, outstanding. Give me just a second. Make sure I pull up Cindy.
So Cindy is going like this right now.
Cindy.
And
hey, congratulations, Cindy.
We are sending you all the details over, so you'll be able to join in on the call.
Yeah, we're going to send emails to everybody. So if you haven't got your email yet, you will.
Okay.
If you've already won.
So thank you so much for joining on this little scavenger hunt. And for everybody else who didn't win, you still are able to win some prizes. We still have a measurementmarketing.io membership to the Academy, the Measurement Marketing Academy. We still have...
And we'll give that out. We'll give that out on the next hour. So if anyone's interested in that, go ahead and fill out the hunt, and we'll give you that one.
And we still have a license to Analytics Canvas for a year subscription of that product, which is worth $3,500. And we still have a all access pass, so please stick around. But for everybody who hasn't yet figured or thought about the all access pass, with that, you'll be able to get access to awesome sessions. And we have still some coming up here on our stream today. Obviously, let me just go over here and switch over to Siobhan. We just heard from Siobhan. And next up, we will hear from Venya on resolving the measurement rift between community and marketing, followed by Simo, who is going to talk about server-side tagging in 2023. And you already heard from some cool speakers today, and we have 2 more left, so stay tuned. In a few minutes here, we will hear from Venya. But you can also listen to some other cool speakers today still after Simo has spoken. And this is our second stage. Now, second stage is our on-demand sessions from other speakers that have sent in their session and were graciously wanted to contribute to Measure Summit. And on that end, we have some really cool sessions. Let me just see. I can pull them up. For example, from Eric on modern UTM strategy, from Alexander Kirtzel on the Alp Walker data collection reinvented. We have from Charles customer journey analysis. So really diverse topics. Matteo is talking about GA4 and BigQuery. We have Jeremy talking about 5 measurement mistakes that sabotage your success. We have Sean talking about automation and AI. Then we have cool talks from Sophia on assembling your ultimate AI toolkit. We have one from Mateos from Pivot Pro. And we also have a talk from Glenn on customer data, as well as Josh, obviously. We also have Doug Hall talking about AI and LMMs. We have a talk from Agatha on reimagining Google Analytics through integrated dashboards. And Stockton talks about server-side GTM, just like Simo, in an hour from now. We have Ahmad talking about AI boosted data processing. And Abhijit is talking about the evolving marketing function as it grapples with artificial intelligence. So an AI talk as well. So many talks. We have also Brad Redding, Brian Massey, Amit from Analytics Canvas talking about their respective topics. Obviously, if you're into Shopify or work with Shopify, you want to learn from Brad and check that one out as well. So many talks still to listen to. But if you feel like, I don't want to really do this today, I don't want to really do this on the weekend, maybe I want to do this later or even have this for reference later on, then you might want to consider checking out the All Access Pass, which will give you access to all of these sessions even after Measure Summit is over. Right now it's free. You can still go and watch all of these sessions. We have them, the past sessions in the on the speaker pages, and the second stage, we have all of these talks as well. But if you want to have them for later, the All Access Pass is something I think you might enjoy. Let's go to the chat.
So we've got Simo helping out with a little bit of they're talking about the GA4 redaction that just came out last week. So speaking of new, right? And kind of how it works. And to Simo's point, some of the, how it works and how you think it works, right? What's going on back there in chat, which I thought was great.
Yeah, thanks everybody for helping out each other, which is always great for our community. But also what makes Measure Summit so great is, you have Simo just popping in, which you can also obviously on the Measure Slack. He's also pretty active on that one.
Oh yeah, for sure. Measure Slack's another great place. I guess I sort of took over the old Google Plus. Still miss Google Plus, Simo. Still miss Google Plus.
Well.
Do you want I know we'll have a few minutes left. Do you want to give an All Access Pass out, and then we can move on to kind of the transition and we'll bio break?
Okay. I'm gonna switch over to my screen. Everybody knows what the All Access Pass is. I have talked about it.
I figued that would be an easier one. We don't have to.
I have removed the last winner from the list, so we can just click here on pick again, and let's play this little game. Drum roll.
Ready.
Fingers crossed.
For the All Access Pass, one lucky winner is going to be
Courtney.
All right, give me just a second to find Courtney.
She's probably dancing right now, I'm imagining. So
Jeez.
That's what it's at.
I got to wait for that to go away so I can see the email.
Oh, okay.
There we go. I got Courtney. All right, Courtney's good. Courtney will send you an email with your login information, or issue a refund if you already happen to have it. Either way.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your All Access Pass.
And with that, a quick thank you again to our sponsors, Listen Layer, Eleva, Measurement Marketing IO, and Measure School for making Measure Summit possible, Measure Summit 2023 possible, as well as supporting us throughout the journey of these 3 days. They are almost coming to an end, but we have still some 2 awesome talks coming up. And let me just switch over here again and see if I can pull up our talks. We will hear now from Vanya Logan on resolving the measurement rift between community and marketing. And after that, Simo Ahava on server-side tagging in 2023. So with that, everybody, take a quick breather, maybe buy a break, and we'll see you in a second back here with Vanya Logan.
See you then.
As a marketer, you need to prove and improve your results, but your hands are tied with your current data strategy. Everything is completely anonymous. Your data is actually owned by another company, Google. And if you're like most marketers, you base investment decisions on thank you page conversions that have to be rebuilt every 6 months for accuracy. To improve results, you simply need better data, but you've never had access to the right tools. That's why I built ListenLayer.com, a completely new type of marketing data and analytics platform that gives you freedom. Freedom to easily design and automate a centralized conversion strategy. Freedom to send data everywhere that you need, Google Tag Manager, GA4, Facebook, and to even use server-side tagging. Freedom to identify leads, customers, and companies in your data because you own it and need better attribution. And finally, the tools that you need to analyze the data in ways that you never thought possible. ListenLayer does all of this while remaining completely compliant. It's cookieless, supports all major privacy laws, and will soon allow you to replace your entire consent management platform so that you can build compliance directly into your data strategy. And we understand that your data needs are unique. That's why our team can work with you to define and implement your entire strategy, or you can do it yourself with help from our world-class support.
Welcome back. Measure Summit 2023 continues with our next session. We have Venia Logan with us. Now, if you don't know Venia, Venia is an online community architect from sociallyconstructed.online. Now, we always ask the speakers, like, tell us a little bit about yourself, send us a bio. So here's what Venia sent, and I really love this one. So she says, I love building robust online communities and geeking out about the theories, frameworks, and strategies for doing so. Talking measurement's fun, but I'm horrible at math, and I'm kind of like that. I like numbers, but who wants to do math all day? And Venia saying, like I said, I build the dashboards so I don't need to do arithmetic, which I think honestly is a perfect use of a dashboard. You get to do actions without having to do math. How cool is that? So then she's continued, well, taking advantage of my unique social scientific perspective on community, which is a huge topic nowadays and getting bigger. I've built sociallyconstructed.online. It's a consultancy and e-course business that helps companies build strong community strategies, place community managers, and then helping community managers to level up their skills by using an iterative community framework. And today's topic that Venia is going to be presenting is resolving the rift between community and marketing. And so, Vinny, a quick question for you before we hand this off. The rift between community and marketing, where is this coming from? Is it just we're going two different directions?
Great question. And a large majority of this kind of comes out of, like, we have this familiarity where, like, marketing and sales can kind of bump heads a lot, right? But community is relatively new, especially to the business worlds. It's been around since the dawn of the internet, but as far as systematizing it, operationalizing it, finding its place in an actual business infrastructure, oftentimes community finds itself attributing to all of these other departments. And then you find yourself asking, right, but what is the ROI of this community thing that we've built? And as a result, community starts to clash up against other departments. So the question that we have had in the community industry and in the marketing industry is, where exactly is this going to fit, and how do we resolve those issues to make it easier for us to, in a more streamlined way, measure the efficacy and capacity of our online communities, while also measuring the online community health, making sure that those users are being catered to, for their security and their anonymity and their freedom in your online spaces.
I love it. Community is making a comeback. That is for sure. Well, without further ado, I'll let you take it away.
Absolutely. Sounds good. And I also just want to say briefly, thank you so much for having me here. The fun thing about this presentation, it's been a year coming, and it's got a lot of different businesses and brands and other talks that are actually included in the course of this. So this talk is actually kind of a report out of an entire year worth of conversation that I've had with the marketing industry and with the community industry. So I'm so happy that I get to cap off this entire process right here at Measure Summit, talking to you at marketing. And kind of as a sibling to this, I'm also going to be talking to the community industry. There's going to be a second kind of this presentation, speaking specifically to community at CMX. So I hope that you'll look forward to that. We can provide a little bit more in my booth on the site, alongside some handy and wonderful resources that are going to help you get started with resolving the rift between your community and your marketing teams. So before we do get started, I just have a little bit that I need to cover. This is the normal stuff, right? Not a huge fan of talking about myself, but I've been running community for over a decade now. And the vast majority of my time I have spent trying to understand how we measure online community health. That does include the ROI question, but in addition to the ROI question, we have to ask, how does online community health cater to the long-term existence of our brands? And how are our businesses going to fit into a future of virtual community-led industries? That's where we're headed right now. So what do I actually do? This is everything that it boils down to. I build cultural spaces for clients, for any specific company, and then I use them to teach the actual social science of community. And I'm talking anthropology, sociology, these aspects of social science and how we build communities, I believe will bring us into a healthier community-led virtual world. That hopefully will make you a lot of money. So one last thing, and I got this from Mercer. Thank you so much, Mercer. I'm going to ask for 3 things from you as a result of this discussion, all very critical, very important. So if you can raise your hand for that solemn pledge. I want you to plan big. I need you to know where you are going with your community so that your community members can follow along with you. But do me a favor, progress small. It's not enough to plan big and then once something happens, you throw it out because it didn't work. Mistakes need to happen because mistakes are experiments that make better plans. So the easiest way to do that is to just think about what the problem's going to be, go try it out, first get good, then get better. And at the end of it all, I'm going to be here, Mercer's going to be here, all of Measure Summit is going to be here. Learn one thing and then please come back later. We are all more than happy to discuss it further if some weird result happens. So let's get started. The community industry has struggled a lot with numbers. And the question is, what's not working for community in the current measurement paradigm? And this measurement paradigm, we're talking about GA4, yeah, but we're also talking about the way that we as an industry measure the business of marketing and community. So this discussion has come up out of months and years worth of community support and resources and metrics. The most recent report, the benchmark report from Threado, you'll be hearing from Threado and businesses like them here in a little bit, is that we really rock at creating 6 months worth of community retention. Onboarding increases by 85% for individual new members on a regular basis, leading to 30-day 2 times increases in activation rates. In other words, we're making people convert a lot faster and a lot sturdier as a result of community endeavors. And on average, communities have about 30% new members activated month over month over month. So it's one thing to say that for a newsletter. It's one thing to say that for your paid ads. It's another thing to see that these 30% of people continue to be activated on multitudes more levels and they have way more love for your brand. But at the same time, the people who are doing this work, the people who are lending all of these benefits, according to the CMX Community Industry Report that came out this past April, they're feeling real uncertain about their jobs and their lives. And of course they are. We've had this massive economic downturn lately. But a lot of people seem to love community. They're really going all in. Companies absolutely adore this, but they're also not supporting their community managers. Community professionals are uncertain, and despite the positive impact that businesses see, they are shrinking community teams. They are nestling those teams into marketing and sales and support teams. And as a result, those community builders are losing the power and the efficacy necessary for them to measure their jobs, show success, and then gain buy-in for what they're doing. And there's a lot of reasons for this. But ultimately, it comes to exactly what I presented on last year at last Measure Summit when I talked about how we measure online communities. I mentioned the biggest problems are simply that we don't have good data inflows. We don't have good containers to actually manage that data. We have way too many platforms and resources where all of our stuff in the community industry is. And guess what? These are all things that marketing has solved in years prior and can solve for the community sales support team now. So we know that businesses have to quantify value. Those communities are not going to be supported unless marketing can help community really show the attribution that they're giving to the business. And if there's no measurable value, there's no budget. No budget means marketing doesn't get to benefit from those onboarding funnels and those retention statistics. So what are we going to do? We know that the data is there. I talked about that all last year. You can see that talk a little bit later. The data's working. The strategies are there. The theory is working. All of the trees that we are looking at, all of the details that we have viewed, they're all fine. They're healthy. So now we are left to zoom out. What are we doing as teams, as departments, that's causing us to create a disconnect between the marketing statistics and the community value? What's happening there? So I have gone through, and we'll talk a little bit about this over the course of the past year, and I have discovered that there are two halves, more or less, to this problem. Community professionals are largely saying that traditional funnels just don't seem to work for us. And behavior tracking isn't tracking enough because it's assuming that they know where those people are. And that's not working. In general, users are not using the internet as our ad structures and our marketing structures dictate they should. So community is losing a lot of data all out on the table. Data marketers, on the other hand, are going, right, but like we live in an industry where we are expected to do more with less available data, and what's more reliable is still what people do, not what they say. So if we have to collect data, we're going to collect it over here. And as we'll discover throughout the course of this presentation, there are two halves to this solution as well. We have to be able to collaborate and work together. On one end, community really needs to operationalize itself. It needs to systematize that metrics collection and that data to make it easy for you in the marketing team to play with, understand, and augment your data with what we can contribute. And likewise, data marketers need to expand the ways that they use their data systems in order to enterprise with community solutions. This is complex. This is difficult, right? So it's been a really long conversation. In February, I launched a discussion first with MeasureMinds and then with CLG Campus to basically talk about both halves of these problems. Hey, marketers, community managers are saying this. What do you think? Hey, community people, marketers are saying this. Is there any way that we can help? And in March, we reported out on that, and we asked CMX Connect, which is basically this large community industry, to have a broader discussion about that. We ran an entire metrics madness discussion in DC and Toronto and here to basically talk about that. And in July, we launched an entire training, which you'll actually get access to at the end of this talk. And off the back of that training, we said, okay, here's what y'all said. Here's what we're looking at. Here are some approaches. What do you think? Today, we're going to sum up what we've learned from that year. So real quick summary, how do we actually measure community? For more information, you can actually pop over to the talk that I did last year for Measure Summit. But here's what marketing is doing by and large. Everyone's familiar with the funnel. Everyone's familiar with the tag and flag system. Hey, I'm interested, raise a flag, fire a tag. Hey, I'm not interested, great, raise a flag, remove the tag. This is how this conversation works. It's a one-on-one discussion that we have with our customers. Unfortunately, communities are peer-to-peer. This is customers talking with other customers. There's no tag to be attached there in general. So how exactly do you measure beyond the capacities of your funnels? And last year, I discussed the concept of the orbit model, which is aligning your funnels alongside an entire community infrastructure. As people get closer and closer and closer to your brand, they start to look like observers that become users. And in order to do that, they only perform two actions. Either reach, they stay in their individual scope, but they spend more time with you, or love, they make the step to come closer. They pass a community membrane, which requires a funnel that you are measuring in the marketing team. So that's generally how our new measurement paradigm works in online community. But the question that I want to ask here, again, we talked about the forest. How do we do this? What's the data infrastructure? All the details. We're going to set that aside. Forest for the trees. We're talking about the forest now. And I would love it if people in the chat, I'm probably there too, laughing at myself. Where does community go for your business? What department is your community team a part of, right? Who's actually doing the work? Who's responsible for your team? And this is what the CMX report says in 2023. 30% of that has your community team nestled within marketing. So problem solved, right? But 20% also say it's important for community to be their own people. Others nestle them under customer success, and others put it under customer support. Where exactly does this community team go? And this is the question that causes all of the problems that we're going to discuss here in a bit. Because in all truth, community impacts every aspect of the business. The ROI of community finds itself in the attributions of how it augments each individual department. So it can impact a product in a specific set of ways, in sales and marketing. This is very much so an interdepartmental collaborative exercise, and it requires a tremendous amount of key stakeholder negotiation. That requires power. And because community is impacting all of these different departments, now it has to work in a silo of marketing toward the social media team, the product development team, HR, ops, PR. It does all of the things, right? So in order for community to function, we have to find a place for it that allows it to do all of those things, but we still need to make sure that it has a department it's responsible to. How do you solve that problem? There are 4 primary issues that are involved in community being placed in your business. And it has nothing to do, again, forest for the trees. Your trees don't matter right now. The technical and the metrics and the data flow issues, they're not the problem. Those are things that you can set up. The issues are issues of processes, who's connecting, how data gets understood by your business, how you structure your business to do that, and then last is how high resolution your community metrics collection system actually is. So first and foremost, we're going to go through each issue. We need a better way to collaborate. So I decided I was going to follow my own advice, and I am using, over the course of the past year, the wicked problems mindset to do this exact talk that I am coming to you right now with. So in traditional political and debate classes, you may have been exposed to this in high school. There are 3 main phases and questions that you need to answer in order to convince any one individual of something. So first off, what is the need? What's the problem? Why do I care? Is it really a big deal? And you have to answer that question under ethos, pathos, and logos arguments. Then the second one is your plan. What's the goal? What are we doing? How are we going to tackle this problem? And then once we've decided on the plan, what's the practicality? Is this actually going to matter? How much is this going to cost? What are the steps? So this is the typical process that we use to make decisions. But one of the big issues is that stakeholders tend to get stuck, right? For each one of these phases, for the need, the plan, and the practicality, we follow through a specific set of steps. First, we bring it up, and then we have to come up with options. What are all of the different things that we could do? We're highly divergent and we're creative, but then we get stuck in this groan zone where we're stuck just talking in between each other. Power dynamics happen. Usually community managers go into a meeting and they're like, hey, this is an issue. Everyone's like, yeah, but is it really an issue? And then you all leave the meeting feeling terrible because each individual department has their own goals and their own ideas. Very rarely, if ever, do most of our discussions actually make it into the convergent zone. Instead, what happens is solutions and problems are solved by one individual in one department. Community says, hey, marketing doesn't have these statistics. We need you to build into Google Analytics a community-generated lead system. And then they say, okay, the department will take this on. It's our responsibility. What ends up happening is we go from a groan zone where all of us are frustrated to a convergent zone in silos, individual departments. That creates a problem. So we have to manage this stakeholder negotiation. The second issue that I want to bring up is of data abstraction. So on one hand, you have marketers who have built this funnel and developed their metrics based upon actions, things coming in from Tag Manager and things like that. But in all reality, the core aspect, the core disagreement that we have between community and marketing is that that doesn't work for community. It just doesn't. And here's why. We have something called the layers of data abstraction. Essentially, it's a continuum. When you have highly detailed metrics, this many people did this, you can very easily point out in community that 5 people said something bad about your product and 5 people said something good. But when we augment that into from 5 people to the community thinks this in general, we are increasing in scope, and that means we are losing resolution. Let's kind of back up and be a little bit more simplistic. Here's how marketing tends to understand it in general. And Mercer and Bacon really kind of created this for me in like a combined set where all of the data that comes in is highly detailed, but it's not really very useful. And as we massage it, we get rid of data, we abstract and we aggregate, and now we have less data, but it's more useful. And then once we get to a certain point, once we raise in that scope, we aggregate it enough, we have an understanding of the system that we've built in general, but then the metrics determine every single one of our actions. We become metrics obsessed. So here's an example in the community space. Daily over monthly active users. This essentially gives you a basic understanding of engagement. Now, this is a basic metric. This is the go-to metric for any community that's starting. And it has, by and large, 4 layers. The first one is the atomic metric. How many people posted? How many people commented? Then we add a calculable metric, which says we think that a post is worth 5 points, and we think that a comment is worth 2 points. Great, cool, fantastic. Then we go another layer up and we say, all right, so what are we doing with these points? We have to compile them somehow. So your action times the value of that action gives you how much the action is worth, and then how many times did they perform that over time. And then you have a metrics report. And that metrics report says, here's how your community is active. Y'all, these 4 layers, this is a single metric about community. How exactly is your community manager supposed to do that for user sentiment, for 200 users coming in? In order for community managers to abstract data the same way you do as marketers, we're using 20 abstraction layers to your 8 or 9, right? This is super difficult for us to collect and manage, especially since we're not recording behaviors, we're recording people. So here's what it looks like for us, right? So in community, our number one job is to serve, just empathetic, timely help, and that generates a ridiculous amount of qualitative data, messages, tickets, Facebook posts, all of these things, right? And then in order for us to better understand that, we have to listen to that information. We have to go out, do interviews with specific people. We have to figure out those people who are particularly disgruntled, go interview them. We listen and we connect with the chief set of people we think have valuable data that we need. And then at the end of it all, we use that data, we aggregate it, we collect it, and we grow, right? So in the same way that marketing augments the data, we are doing the same process, but we're doing it with a lot more layers. And all of that data is available. It's there. Feverbee and Khoros and Common Room, all of these companies have all the data. It's there, but we're just not able to make use of it. Which brings us to our next issue. I'm actually going to skip that slide so that we can go into the specific discussion. Let's talk about the attribution problem. Everyone here should be familiar with this from a paid ads slash search ads, but just in case you're not familiar, if you as a community individual have been with the community for 6, maybe 7 years, and you buy a product, how is marketing supposed to determine whether you buying that product was more due to the ad that they saw or the community that they've interacted with? How do we manage that? How do we understand it in general? It's basically looking at your paid ad infrastructure and your remarketing processes macro scaled to a human scale. And normally, here's what happens. Each individual department sends up a report to C-suite. So developer relations and product research and customer success, and they're all saying, yeah, we're responsible for the lead. Every department reports on its own outcomes. They're responsible for determining their own efficacy. But as a result, we end up with this problem. All of the different departments are trying to claim the lead, and a portion of that lead has to be given to every department. And who's responsible for making that decision? The financial and the lead departments are responsible for having to tease that out. And fairly frequently, it's not always one for one, right? So there are 4 ways to solve this problem. Technologically speaking, marketing could be responsible for creating a community-generated lead option in all of your funnels. Totally fair. You can also do this on the CRM side and just be like, okay, they have community data and they have marketing data. And the longer the community data gets, the more attribution the marketing data has to give to community. Awesome, problem solved. The third option we'll talk about a little bit later. It's my favorite option, called the Community Intelligence Platform. But most of the case, the problems are not making the department self-report and not counting them as the same. Marketing should not be saying, hey, community is one and the same with us because all products come in. That's just not a viable solution. Kind of borrowing the words of Rizzo here, the easiest attribution solution is always the how you'd hear about us thing on a survey. But the problem with that is that marketing usually has control over that survey and how they tag that data. Because community is over here with completely different systems, completely different augmentation opportunities, community isn't responsible for giving you that information. And as a result, community gets lost in the attribution of that lead unless marketing has an answer for you, right? It has to be a multi-departmental decision. So here's what we would prefer, right? We had originally these siloed departments where each one's creating a report. And now what we want to do is we want to make sure that all of our reports and our aggregates and our data and everything like that has its own team. And that team is breaking down all of the individual silos. And instead of saying a lead belongs to sales, to marketing, or whatever, now we're going to say who all contributed to this giant ecosystem. So you have the data at the very bottom that's being generated by your departments. So your research and your product and your support and your marketing, they're all within your online community. They're all talking, they're all trained to speak with your community members, and they're all creating outputs. And those outputs are all going into community operations to be like, great, what is our value add? How are we building it? How did the community facilitator prove that your programs are working? And then you have a measurement department way up there on the top with a measurement marketer on the front and a data analyst on the back. And now it's no longer the responsibility of the people at the top to crunch the numbers, so to speak. Your processes are aligned with the data you are abstracting. Those abstraction layers have a place in deciding the structure of your business. So how is this going to look, right? You can see over on the other side, the abstraction continuum, greater scope, more detail. Your social presence, your support advocates, and your community are all on the bottom. And then as it goes up, you can see that you are losing detail systematically. At the bottom, you have behaviors and sentiment. And then in the middle, it's precedent and momentum. That's all about your team. How are you setting precedent in your communities and building momentum to achieve it? And then at the top, results and how. We've heard this from Marissa, we've heard this from Jillian, we've heard this from the entire measurement industry. Your results and how are high-level scope information of the behaviors that come out of your community and the precedents that your teams choose to set. So I'm going to take a quick break here, right? This is ridiculously idealistic. How do we make a community infrastructure work like this without breaking down the department efficacy that we've built in your business? We have to change a few things, and we have to change those things over the long haul, right? So I'm not asking you to change things immediately. I'm asking you instead to use 3 tools. 2 of them are completely for free, and the community intelligence platforms, we can work out options at a later date, right? These are the tools that you can use to solve this problem, build that infrastructure, and change things over the course of a few years. So first and foremost, if everyone should be familiar with the Tag Planner tool. You may have your own, you may have got it from someone outside of this school workshop or whatever, but ultimately you have a way to plan and tag the way that you control data on your platforms. So I'm starting there, and we've augmented it for online community. So you can see here that the community team has a simple spreadsheet, right? They want to talk about what scope of community they're in. Remember that orbit report, and the actions that people are choosing to take and the behaviors that they're using to take. You recognize this specific language, right? Basically, we're translating the impact and measurement of community into the measurable efficacy of marketing. And then on the other end, now that your community team has told you what you need to track, now marketing can go actually make it. So we've effectively augmented this exact same free tool that is being provided to you to work so that you can have that dialogue with community right now, right? And here's what I've augmented it with. This is how community is doing it, right? You are collecting data, you are standardizing that data, you're analyzing it, you're compiling it, and then you're giving it to marketing to compile, report, and predict, right? This is the process that community managers are expected to do on this data sheet. So here's how that works. We have sentiment entry and disposition. These are all community-based metrics, right? Channel and category and tags. And as they're tagging all of that data, it is feeding into the tag planner. Community is literally telling you in marketing what you need to get built, which is really wonderful, right? Guess what? This spreadsheet is just me giving you a way to plan something that happens by default in a series of different community intelligence platforms. And these are these things where we were super frustrated with marketing who didn't produce a bunch of content, right? So we went off and we built our own systems and we're like, how are we going to measure community? And now it's time for us to take those systems that we know work, but they don't talk to marketing, and bring it over to you and say, hey, guess what? Community has systematized the way that we measure ourselves. Marketing, would you be willing to expand your measurement system to talk with these community intelligence platforms? And just like that, we've effectively solved one major rift, and we've started the conversation toward changing our organizational infrastructure away from silos and giving community and marketing the same voice. So what are your next steps? This is complex, right? Like forest for the trees. We're up at a 10,000 level rate, right? Take the training that we developed over the course of the past year, the free What's in It for Me training. It comes with a dashboard for marketing, and it literally walks both your community team and your marketing team. You'll just get them both together. You'll both take the training together. It's only about 6 hours. And once you have that 6-hour training, you will find yourself with dashboards that can measure online community health and deliver them in the same vocabulary that you use in your marketing teams. And once you've done that, you can do the exact same process, the need, plan, practicality process, all over again with sales. This is not just a system between community and marketing. This is a system that I hope will restructure our organizations to be more community-led. So with that, I just want to say thank you so much for having me, and I hope that my message resonated. And yeah, you can contact me at sociallyconstructed.online or via Twitter, for as long as that exists, at Samantha Venia.
I love that. Thank you so much, Vinay. It was amazing. So just a quick reminder, we've got the sociallyconstructed.online virtual booth as well. So you can go find some of these offers and some of the short links there with some additional things that Vinay has got for you. So a couple of one things that I wrote down from this, and I know there's a bunch of them in the chat room too, the hashtag one thing. So go ahead and put those into the chat now. One was, I think the biggest one thing, just to choose one here, is you can't fund what you can't measure. Like, no measure equals no budget. And I've never actually heard anyone say that. And it was brilliant in its simplicity. It's like, hey, if you can't measure, why would I give you money to see if it's working? I think that's awesome. And a case for a measurement in all areas, not just obviously in community, but especially in community. Also, the fact of community being such an asset for multiple departments, that it feeds. It's which is a blessing and a curse, right? To your point. It's what makes it kind of hard.
Yeah, it is.
Of that. But not realizing that it's helping all of these departments. It's not just we have to build a community so we have something to market to. Like, there's other reasons as well that helps. Getting into the questions here. So where do you think most companies are with this? Because you've been in the community industry for years, helping companies with this.
Yeah.
What is the typical company when they're coming to you? Where are they? Have they created a community and they're kind of like, we have this thing, but we don't know what to do with it? Are they just starting out and they're coming out like, how do we do this right? Like, where do most companies start when they come into this?
Absolutely. And truth be told, one of the main reasons I tackled this particular topic this year, one of the main reasons I made this my focus, was because brand communities specifically would frequently come to me and they'd be like, yeah, we have this massive following and we built this community space and there's 15,000 people in there. And like, we feel really good and really positive. And then I would pop in and I'd look at it and be like, yeah, but you got a quality over quantity problem going here. Like, the engagement is pretty low. The level of satisfaction that people are getting, the sense of belonging, it's just not generated well enough. So they have like 15,000 members, but they're getting maybe 500 individuals talking, which is fine. But the problem that I'm having there is that they're treating it very much like a mailing list where it will organically grow over time. And the reality is that that's just not going to generate a good community. You have to play the anthropologist, the sociologist, so to speak. You have to understand the social science necessary to go into your community and ask, hey, community, what is truly going to make this better for you, right? Ask, what precedents does this community need to set to grow? And then how do we go about building that momentum in this community? So most clients come to me and they're like, yeah, we have this amazing community. It's just not structured yet. And it doesn't seem like it's doing anything for the business. And we know that it's a valuable asset that we want to take advantage of. We just can't, because it's just kind of sitting there. It's like, well, yeah, because you're not focusing on all of the right things. You're not measuring it in the right way, and you're not fostering or engaging it in a way that actually contributes member value, not just for your brand, but to other members. And that's the important part. That peer-to-peer thing is what people miss.
That makes a ton of sense. And then what about the biggest mistake that you see? Like, if there's, because it's like that measurement, you have, when we have clients coming to us, we kind of know, like, all right, you probably made one of these 7 mistakes that everybody else is making too. Like, from a community, I guess, measurement standpoint, or even just like maybe that's the biggest mistake, just to kind of take that out off the table, is like not measuring stuff properly. But what is the biggest mistake that people are doing when they first try to do this? Because in your strategy, which I appreciate that it's strategy helping dictate what the tools are, right, and how we're going to use them. I think that sounds great. But with community, because it touches so many different departments, you got those politics and the power struggles that can start, getting involved. So when the conversation starts to happen, it feels like it can get derailed pretty quickly by that. So what mistakes do people do when they initiate these conversations that might cause that, where it's like, hey, if you do it like this, you're more likely to have a positive outcome in that?
Yeah. And this harkens so much to the number one issue that we have between marketing and community, and truly like all organizations in general. because stakeholders are coming into these meetings and these conversations expecting that the way that they measure and the way that they operationalize their own departments is what leads to their own results. When they come in, there's these advantage and drawback and this tension that hits all of the time. What that causes is a certain set of power dynamics between what we already know, the status quo, which is marketing as this department that determines this engine that has a conversation with individual customers, and community, which is kind of this amorphous, we know that we're super successful. Look at the power dynamics there, right? So community comes in and they're like, hey, we want to create this entire process. And marketing is like, right, great, where are your numbers? And they're like, well, that's what we're hoping to figure out. And marketing is like, yeah, but you don't have the numbers for me to say that we need to be able to do the thing. So like,
it's like a weird chicken and egg thing that starts happening. It's like, well, come back to me with numbers, but I can't get numbers unless I talk to you. And it's like, well, who's going to go first?
Yeah.
So how do you,
Yeah,
so
and
that's the issue is that the biggest mistake is not having those like any sort of number, or
it's having that siloed behavior where the operations and the procedures within marketing are producing a certain set of metrics, and then community is supposed to loop into that. It's just supposed to insert into the silo that is marketing. When in all actuality, community's job is to create this pervasive, overarching sense of community health within your business and your industry. And when they're trying to do that, they get marketing and sales coming in and going, yeah, no, we don't want to change anything, really. And community loses power in each of those discussions. And as a result, none of the departments really know what needs to be done. Everyone goes into a meeting and they're like, great, cool, we're going to send an email about the outcomes. And then you have that like one person going, oh, what am I writing here again? I have no idea. So it's that stakeholder discussion. If you get stuck in that groan zone and then you leave it to the individual departments to do that solutions portion, you will fail. That solutions portion has to happen within that meeting.
United we stand is what I'm hearing, kind of thing. Like everyone's got to talk about it, and it's got to go through its own lens. Community's got to be treated differently than marketing and everything else, because you can't use the same rules. Different department, different rules, which makes a ton of sense.
Exactly, and it's the wicked problems mindset. So definitely look into it.
I love it. All right, well, we'll go ahead and wrap it up there. I know we got a bunch of other questions in the chat, so you're able to help us answer those as well. So go ahead and keep doing those, keep throwing in your one things. And of course, Venia Logan, thank you again for being a part of Measure Summit 2023.
Absolutely. So happy to be here.
Thank you, Venia. That was fantastic as always, and very active chat room. We had back and forth with questions and discussions around community and measurement, and kind of bridging the gap as we go through there. And plus, Venia's putting a ton of other resources in there for community members, which is awesome. Thank you for doing that. So make sure you drop your one things in there. Also, make sure we give feedback for Venia, measuresummit.com/feedback. We'll take you directly to her page. And also, as a side note, if you meant to give somebody a feedback, which you haven't yet, you can just click the little drop down there. You can choose whatever speaker, whatever session that you're interested in.
Yeah.
As we take a look at the chat, that was
one thing.
Absolutely fantastic.
Take a look at community intelligence platforms. The takeaway from Jason. We had Kate saying community.
Sorry, I think I stepped on you. That was my fault. Sorry. But Marcia with one thing, community, and then you can bring back Kate's community measurement matters. And I think that's half the battle, is realizing like, oh yeah, this is a thing I should probably give a little bit more resources to. Julie and I were talking about it, what the Measure Summit community is, and this, Venia's talk was leading us to talk about certain things around the Measure Summit community and how we measure that, which was really, really fantastic. So I love this thought leadership that is back there.
Yeah.
Also, we want to show Venia's virtual booth. So make sure we check out Social Constructed Online, where you can learn more about Venia and her organization.
Over to our...
And you will see that again, top links. Always click on those top links. You got the Measure Summit sessions. Her session's all unlocked, by the way. So is Siobhan. So is everybody so far, except Simo, who's coming up. Everybody else is fully unlocked at this point. So you can go watch. Venia's virtual booth is way at the bottom of the virtual booths. And you'll be able to see that one there. So Socially Constructed Online right there in the middle is Venia's organization. So take a look at this. And there's been so much thought. Venya, this is true. Like I don't know anybody who thinks as critically as you do around community and measuring it. And the fact that you put all this effort into that and working it and reworking it, because you've been doing this for many, many years, it's just absolutely amazing. So thank you for picking up that aspect of this, because I think it is a sorely missed opportunity in the world of measurement. All right.
For everybody who's thinking about like, okay, we still have some time left here at Measure Summit, but it's coming to an end at some point. And you need to know what is coming up. Obviously, it's already been teasered in the chat there. But after Venya's great talk, we now coming up on the last session on Simo Hava server-side tagging in 2023. I would dare to say it's not as an exciting title, but obviously a lot has changed in server-side tagging as well. And you know that Simo is always bringing his game. So
Simo's exciting enough. He doesn't need an exciting title. His content's exciting.
Yeah,
come on.
That's true. His title is probably the exciting thing about this is Simo Hava on the top there. So
exactly.
Just listen to what he has to say, and that will be a good one. As well, obviously, we want to thank our sponsors, our speakers from the past already: Julius, JJ Reynolds, Siobhan, and Venya, and upcoming is Simo. But you also have the chance to listen to even more talks after Simo has spoken, after the word of wisdom has been spoken. We have some really great talks.
By the way, Simo, that's Julian making up for that comment about your title right there. That's what that is. Simo's in chat going, "Hey, you guys are dissing the title? What?" Amanda, who was it right above that? Amanda was saying, "Hey, Simo, you need no title. Just this is Simo's talk. That's all we need."
Simo's talk, yeah. You should put this one. Simo is gonna talk about something interesting.
Something. It doesn't matter. You're gonna love it because it's Simo. That is so true.
But yeah, there are tons of different other sessions on the second stage still for you to check out from all of the great people around in our Measure community. Just to point out here, Alexander Kurzel is talking about one implementation to rule them all with his Alp Walker, which is quite interesting technically seen. We have one from Geot on mastering data analytics debugging strategies and best practices. We have a talk from let's take Balas on data science and machine learning approaches for e-commerce. So if you're into e-commerce or have e-commerce clients, that's definitely something you should check out. We have Doug Hall on building an LLM for the tech adjacent and C-levels. And then we have here also a talk on Abhijit on the evolving marketing function as it grapples with artificial intelligence and revenue impact marketing. All right.
See a trend. We see a trend. AI is everywhere. So many incredible sessions to take a look at. Also, the one here that Brad had, Elevar, so helping to sponsor Measure Summit. So definitely take a look at that one if you're doing anything at all with Shopify. Again, I think that's a required watch, as well as a meet with Analytics Canvas on the transitioning of UA to GA4. For anybody that's still doing that, I was just joking. I was half joking actually because we haven't used these in forever. But on Tuesday, right before Measure Summit started, I got a notice from Google that was like, okay, this one account finally stopped working. I'm like, oh my gosh, like really? They're still doing that. They're still doing that. So I literally talked to a client 2 weeks ago, it was about a week and a half, that was still using the Universal because they didn't know about GA4. So talk about, there's the mind blowing emoji. But this happens. So very important if you're moving from Universal to GA4 to get caught up on that, especially when the reports, right? So that's also a good check.
Yeah, well, these are a lot of sessions, and you might be thinking, how can I watch them all? Well, we had them open for the last 3 days, and for this event, we will still keep them open. So right now, you can still see all of the sessions. Even the sessions that are already passed on the main stage are on the speaker pages, so you can see those as well. But at some point, we will shut them down, and you won't be able to see them anymore. So if you want to watch this in your leisure time on the couch somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, probably there's a Vimeo app that lets you.
I Chromecast stuff all the time.
All right.
I Chromecast these sessions sometimes. I'll just go watch them on the TV. It's been awesome.
Okay, and that is something you can do with the All Access Pass. So if you want to watch them later on, you can consider still buying this. This is still on event pricing, also very important. as the price will be going up shortly on this one. But thank you to all of our speakers that have made the event possible. Obviously, without them, we couldn't do this, as well as our sponsors of this year's Measure Summit 2023, Listen Layer. Thank you so much for being part of Measure Summit 2023, Elevar, measurementmarketing.io, and Measure School. And talking of measurementmarketing.io, let's go and see what they have in store for us. Do we have your screen open?
The shared screens, absolutely. So this is about, we're gonna do a giveaway. So what I'm gonna show everybody the future winner, what they're about to get. Obviously this is something we have for purchase available as well for those interested. But the Academy, so what it does for the year, you're gonna have access, you get lifetime access to all the courses and all the updates. I'll show you those in a moment. You also get access to the winner circle for life as well, which is where you get your support. So you have those two actions, pay one time, you get it all. So those will stay. We also give you access to the on-demand workshops. You'll have access to those for life, and you will also have access to the toolbox, which has got all the measurement marketing resources that we put back there for our members, in addition to other tools and things like that we use. So all of that you'll get lifetime access for. In addition to that, we are bonusing for the first year what we call the expanded coaching and support. So that comes with the Ask an Instructor support. So you have like a kind of more of a one-on-one way of asking questions and sending videos and screenshots, and the instructors will build curriculums for you and that sort of thing. Obviously, you can manage your account. And then the measurement mastermind, where every week it's at 2 p.m. Eastern US, but you can come in there and chat with all of us. The instructors are back there, other measurement marketers are back there, and it's just a great chance to talk things out and share screens and either be a fly on the wall and see what the latest strategies are, how people are thinking about stuff, and maybe getting help with what you need. So the list of courses is here. They're all fairly robust courses. I think the minimum we have is a few hours on most of them. This is what I think, one of those things we thought it was like 60 hours of courses at one point that we've got back here. But again, the whole point is you don't go through every single course. You go through the courses you need when you need them. So you don't start with BigQuery, you start with GA4 setup. Then you move into the basics. Then eventually, when you need BigQuery, BigQuery is back there for you as well. So with that, just for sake of time, let's go ahead and give that away. And maybe if we have time, we can give away an all access pass.
Well, yeah, first of all, thank you, Measurement Marketing, for supporting this event. Obviously, it wouldn't be possible without you guys putting a tons of time into Measure Summit, making this all possible. And we're going to give away one of the Measurement Marketing Academy memberships right now, a value of $2,000. If you want to participate in the next, there's still two prizes that we are going to give away in a second here. So go over to measuresummit.com/hunt, and that's how you can actually participate in the giveaway right now. But we are going to go over to our proprietary little software here that lets us pick a winner with AI. We have a list here of everybody who entered to win, and this list is not so big, so you have pretty good chances. So with that, let's play a game. And who is the winner of the Measurement Marketing Academy? Drum roll, please. Fingers crossed. And
here we go. Winner is
Alisa.
All right, give me just a second.
So you get access to the Measurement Marketing Academy. Everybody's dancing. Everybody's excited. And
perfect. Got Alyssa down. So I'll be sending you an email with login information and congratulations, Alicia or Alicia. I'm not sure how that one's going to go,
right?
But one of those two is close, I hope. So I apologize. Perfect. So I'll go ahead and send you an email and congratulations. Welcome to the Academy. Looking forward to seeing you in Winner Circle.
And with that, let's raffle off one more all access pass, as we have already talked about the all access pass already. We will take her from the list and pick another winner for one of the all access passes that gives you access to all of these awesome sessions from Measure Summit 2023, even once the event is over. With that, let's pick the winner.
Fingers crossed.
It looks like it's millions of names. But Scott.
It does, Scott. All right, Scott has got an all access pass. So let's pull up Scott. And I think I've got Scott. Okay, perfect. Scott is accounted for. So Scott will send you your login details as well. If you've already purchased it, obviously we'll refund it back to you. So either way, you're a winner.
Now, we also ask you bravely to tell us how you measure Summit. What does this mean? Well, on the socials, there is a social platform called X, and there's also a social platform called LinkedIn. If you use the hashtag #MeasureSummit, you might see these pictures here, and people are watching Julius's talk.
Love it.
Who was that? That was Dia. We have Fred. Fred is here on his 3-4 monitors. Interesting. And some what kind of books are those?
That's a monitor stand book.
Yeah, that's probably
how they do it in Wisconsin.
Hopefully,
they're multitasking.
Nobody is offended by this one.
Reference information.
Or it's a
No, it's good. It keeps it handy. That's all that's for. Keeps it handy.
Probably it's a guide to Universal Analytics or something. It's
well, that was
as
funny.
good as a book stand.
Amanda, it was everything you need to know about Universal.
Oh, the cat is watching.
That.
Wow, smart cat.
The cat is into the academy there. That was pretty funny. That's probably the motion on the screen. I got a couple of cats, so I'm familiar with that.
Amy is coffee this morning.
There you go.
And
coffee and working the keyboard for chat. I love that.
Barbara is also watching here.
So cool to see everybody.
Ricardo is also on this. Great to see you, Ricardo, as well.
I love that.
And Jason has a little video.
Oh, I dig it.
Oh wow! It's an animation.
That's awesome.
Wow, yeah, it is starting now. Okay, thank you so much for creating that.
That's great. I love that.
Who else? Here we have Sean again. Didn't he put
also
one
second
up
stage
tomorrow?
speaker?
Yeah.
Make sure you check out his talk.
And Josh, we had him already.
This is from the roof. Yeah, we saw Josh already. That's fantastic.
Jay also has a little animation. Well, is that the Jason? Yeah, I think that's the same Jason. Phil has tweeted out, you can still win $250 if you let them take a peek at or let them grade your GTM account. So that's in the virtual booth as well. And Jessica from this morning as well.
Yeah, and we didn't emphasize that enough too. But make sure you check out the virtual booths. We've talked about them, obviously, but there are offers in them that expire when Measure Summit goes away. So make sure that you take a look at some of those offers as well. Not just to see, again, just get exposure to the different companies, but maybe if you are going to take advantage of one of them, that now's the time to do it because they've got some really good offers.
Yeah,
including from our next speaker, Simo Ahava, who's coming up next, and Simmer. So they've got some stuff back there as well because in fact, we just recently rebought the Google Tag Manager server-side course because he did an update to it. We bought the first one, which was absolutely amazing. We buy all Simo's stuff. Again, I think that's kind of required. And then, his stuff is just amazing. So we rebought it. It's fantastic. Thank you again, Simo. Our team's learning a ton from you as always. But yeah, take a look at the offers. Take a look at the virtual booths.
And this is probably how Simo and his wife are currently Measure Summiting. So you have that one there as well. With that, we are ready for a short break here. Our Listen Layer chat is ready for a short break. And virtual booth after Simo's talk.
Virtual booth that's the closing party. I know it sounds like I'm saying that. Got booze on their brain already. Looking forward to that closing party.
For that, let's wrap it here for this hour. But in 5 minutes, obviously, we have an awesome talk coming up from the one and only Simo Ahava. And a closing party right afterwards. So see you in 5.
See you then.
As a marketer, you need to prove and improve your results, but your hands are tied with your current data strategy. Everything is completely anonymous. Your data is actually owned by another company, Google. And if you're like most marketers, you base investment decisions on thank you page conversions that have to be rebuilt every 6 months for accuracy. To improve results, you simply need better data, but you've never had access to the right tools. That's why I built ListenLayer.com, a completely new type of marketing data and analytics platform that gives you freedom. Freedom to easily design and automate a centralized conversion strategy. Freedom to send data everywhere that you need it, Google Tag Manager, GA4, Facebook, and to even use server-side tagging. Freedom to identify leads, customers, and companies in your data because you own it and need better attribution. And finally, the tools that you need to analyze the data in ways that you never thought possible. ListenLayer does all of this while remaining completely compliant. It's cookieless, supports all major privacy laws, and will soon allow you to replace your entire consent management platform so that you can build compliance directly into your data strategy. And we understand that your data needs are unique. That's why our team can work with you to define and implement your entire strategy, or you can do it yourself with help from our world-class support. ListenLayer is built for marketers who want to know the truth. Visit listenlayer.com to learn about the platform, open an account, and schedule a demo.
All right, welcome back to Measure Summit 2023. We are thrilled to have one of the all-stars back at Measure Summit, the one and only Simo Ahava, analytics developer expert, blogger, father, and trainer at teamsimmer.com. Simo specializes in customizing web analytics and tag management solutions, particularly Google Analytics and Google Tag Manager, and that is recognized even by Google as he is a Google developer expert. He's passionate about making analytics development understandable and improving communications within organizations to resolve data-related issues. As a co-founder of 8-Bit Cheap, a boutique agency, and Simmer, an online learning platform with digital technical marketing courses, he helps organizations and individuals succeed with the evolving technological challenge in marketing. Today, Simo will talk about server-side tagging in 2023, as this is still an ongoing and evolving topic. I'm excited to hear what he has to share with us today. So welcome back to Measure Summit, Simo Ahava.
Thank you so much, and hello everyone, coming almost live from Finland. Yes, server-side tagging is the topic that I chose for today. You know, everybody's talking about AI, everybody's talking about all these cool little shiny things waiting for us in the future, and you can always trust that I'll be here with a fundamental topic that I've been talking about for the past 11 years. So why change it if it doesn't need changing? But server-side tagging certainly has evolved, so I thought that it would be a good time to take a look at some of the key features and kind of key considerations in 2023 for this topic as well. So thank you to Julian for the kind introduction, but this slide that looks a lot like an obituary slide, and I'll just need to rethink how to present this. This is very morbid, but I do want to point out that over the past 3 years now, my focus has mostly been on education, and education around Google Cloud Platform, education around tag management. And we do this with my wife and business partner, Mari. We do this through Simmer. So many of the things that I'll be talking about today are topics that I find not just interesting to talk about, but also interesting to educate about. And if you stick to the end, we'll have a little gift for all Measure Summit partners and attendees regarding our Simmer offering. So today's agenda, I want to talk about 3 different things when it comes to server-side tagging. They are all 3 sides of the same coin. I'm not sure if that makes sense in a physical reality, but they are all related to each other. I want to talk about server-side tagging, of course, from kind of like a bird's eye view, where this notion of control underlies pretty much everything you do in server-side tagging. And there are forces both within your organization and outside your organization trying to compromise that control. I want to talk about transformations, which is a recent feature, or fairly recent feature addition to server-side tagging. And I believe it's one of the most interesting and in many ways fundamental updates to server-side tagging, because it gives you certain additional tools for governance, which means that you get to take more control over those data flows and decide exactly what the vendors receive. And finally, we'll do some crystal ball gazing, trying to figure out what is the future of server-side tagging in Google's technology stack, and also in the entire context of the web. Kind of a easy topic to discuss, but we'll also leave some time for questions and discussions at the end. So jumping straight in, server-side tagging itself as a form of control. Now, I've presented this flowchart before in Measure Summit as well, I think, but it's a good reminder. So when we talk about server-side tagging, we juxtapose it with regular tagging, client-side tagging. And the idea is that we have digital properties like our websites or our apps, and we want to measure stuff that happens on them, whether it's behavioral analytics for a tool like Google Analytics or Adobe Analytics, whether it's conversions for tools like Facebook or Google Ads, or something else, whether it's like a database, right, that you want to log information into a data warehouse like BigQuery. Regardless, we have tags running on the site, and every single tag represents a communication channel directly with the vendor servers. And this communication is established through HTTP, which is kind of the transfer protocol of the internet. And every single time the device needs to make a request to a vendor server, it ships a lot of information with that request, just because of how the internet is built. There's a lot of metadata available in those headers and also in the response headers, which can translate to potential issues with data quality, and even with litigation in case you're collecting data beyond what you're allowed to collect. And this is all enabled by having those tags running directly in the browser or in the app. So to mitigate this, server-side tagging was introduced in Google's tech stack. It has the same premise. We still have a digital property and we still have the vendors. But in this case, instead of the browser communicating directly with the vendors, the browser sends information to this kind of a buffer zone. It's a staging area in a way where the server container intercepts the requests from the device, and then it can do all sorts of things. It can validate the hits, it can anonymize the hits, it can enrich the data, and it can do transformations, it can do consolidation operations, and so on. And all of these things happen before the data flows into the vendor server. So the server container gives you control over what the vendors receive. And this is kind of the key part of a server container. So if we kind of blur our eyes for a second and look at this from even further back. So with regular tagging, this notion of vendor control is present because the vendors get to choose what they collect from your website or your digital app. They are the ones who deploy the scripts and they choose what kind of requests to send. So in this case, the control will always be with the vendor. And it's not necessarily a bad thing if you trust the vendor to always do right by you, but the bigger the vendor, more ambitious their data collection also is. And even if you did trust the vendor, there's always going to be a non-zero chance that something goes awry with the data flow and you send too much information. You send personally identifiable information, for example. So with a server container, you or whoever owns the server container will have this control. And it's not necessarily good or bad in this case even. A malicious party can use the server container to for negative control as well. They can collect far more information that they're allowed to. So it doesn't really shift the balance, but at least it gives you more power over what the vendors receive, which is an important part of governance in the first place. But when we look at control, we have to always think about how much of it is real and how much of it is just kind of, we hope to have control, but it's not there really. So is control compromised? We are constantly being bombarded and manipulated by different forces, even if we try to take control of our data flows. For example, regulations are dictating how and when we should process our data. And this isn't necessarily a form of negative control, but it is typically directly in conflict with your kind of business demands, especially if you're working with marketing technologies. So regulations more and more dictate what kind of power we have over the data flows and what we are allowed to collect and process as well. So that might impact how you use server-side tagging in the future. Then there's always this notion of getting more data. I think that all things being equal, if you have the option of collecting just a little data and then a little bit more data, you would typically lean towards the more data part, because there might always be information that you wanted to collect, but you didn't yet have a use for. Now, I said all things being equal because there are certain regulations that dictate what you are allowed to collect and how much of it. But in general, your way of using a control mechanism like server-side tagging will be dictated by your desire to have more data. Then we have the big question mark, which is Google Tag. Server-side tagging is running in Google's tagging environment, even though it's running in the cloud as well, and you basically own the server. However, Google Tag is more and more intimately linked with server-side tagging as well, because it already controls almost all of Google's client-side tagging. So it will be an interesting question in the future how much we can actually avoid Google Tag, or if it's going to be even possible. Browser features certainly dictate how we use server-side tagging. The WebKit browser, for example, almost every 6 months has another feature that limits how cookies work or what kind of information can be forwarded to servers. So we have to think about browser features as well when we think about control. Your bottom line is, of course, always going to dictate things. So no matter what you want to do with server-side tagging, your organization might pressure you into doing certain things just because you need more revenue or more profit. So you might need to work with advertising partners that you know are not totally white hat, or you know you don't want to send any data to, but your organization's demands force you to do it nevertheless. And server-side tagging for this is a great vehicle. And then there's this notion of first-party data. You know, as third-party cookies are now slowly being deprecated in Google Chrome as well, we are entering a world where advertisers still want the information, or ad tech vendors still want the information that third-party cookies used to collect. And now they are trying to get customers to adopt first-party data collection mechanisms like sending email addresses, full names, phone numbers through server-side tagging to them. So all of these pieces are trying to topple the central piece, which in the end is always going to be your agency, your decision space, your ability to decide what your organization will collect and what you're going to do through server-side tagging. You're always going to be pressured by these different forces. Some of them are clearly forces of good, and some of them are clearly questionable. But you have to make these decisions. Server-side tagging doesn't absolve you of this decision space. Moving on from control to something more specific, and in this case, I use the term governance, which of course has many connotations as well. But transformations were a feature released in server-side tagging a while ago. And I'm going to quote Google's own imagery here. So this very confusing graph is from Google's documentation, so don't blame me. Except I made it a bit uglier with my photoshopping skills. So what we're looking here, if we start from the top left corner, is we have a website with a Google tag, and it sends a request to the server container. This could be a GA4 request, for example. In the server container, we have this software called a client, which takes the request and parses it into something called an event data object. And the event data object is really just a model of what was sent to the server container. It contains keys and values that were parsed from the incoming request. It could contain things like page URL, client identifier, and any custom parameters that were sent. And then this event data object can be consumed by tags in the server container, like the GA4 tag, the ads conversion tag, or the Facebook pixel. And the key thing about this process is that all tags have access to the same event data object. So if the GA4 tag, for example, parses some information that you don't want Facebook to consume, it will still be in the event data object for Facebook to consume. It's going to be very difficult to prevent tags from accessing that information. And this is why transformations were introduced. And we start with the same premise. We have a GA4 client that generates an event data object. But before we get to the event data object, you can insert transformations that take certain parts of the event data object. They can prevent parameters from appearing in it. They can add additional parameters. They can modify existing parameters, and they can do it tag by tag. So you can have a transformation, for example, that allows only certain fields for the GA4 tag to consume, and then modifies other fields for the Google Ads conversion tag, and then removes some fields for the Facebook tag, for example. So transformations can change how tags have access to the event data object. And this is an absolutely vital piece of technology in server-side tagging, because it allows you to impact the kind of black box that a client is, so the GA4 client that generates the event data object. It allows you to intercept that and interject your own logic before that event data object is generated. So from a governance point of view, you get to decide what the reality is that tags see when they work in a server container. And so what follows is a bunch of examples of how you could use transformations for governance. We have a bunch of use cases where you can actually take the incoming GA4 stream and update it before the data is sent to GA4. And one such example is that you could flag events as conversions. And this is a very useful feature when you're using the server container to take a single GA4 hit and split it into multiple different properties. Conversions in GA4 are kind of awkward because they require a client-side protocol to add a special conversion flag into the request to GA4. But if you're copying an incoming request from the browser and splitting it into different properties, they might or might not have that flag. So with a transformation like that, in the screenshot, you can actually manually add the conversion flag to outgoing GA4 requests. And in this case, we're doing it when the event name is among a list of conversion events for the given property or the given measurement ID. So we can use a transformation like this to create conversions in GA4. The second use case is my absolute favorite way to use transformations. So in this case, you can widen the data coming in to the server container and pull additional information from different APIs. In this example, the incoming request to the server container would only include the order ID, and the rest of the information is pulled from something like Firestore, for example, or another transactional database, and it's enriching the entire event data object as a result. And this data could then be used not just for GA4, but also to Facebook and in any other tag that wants to consume e-commerce data. It does, of course, require that you have an API available that has this information, but with a transformation, you can do this for all of your tags instead of just the GA4 tag, for example. The next use case is useful if you want to hash information for certain tags, for example. In this screenshot, we have the Facebook tag that wants to take the URL for audience building, for example. But in this case, the user is logged in as signified by the matching condition where the user's page category does have this logged in category value. And we want to make sure that Facebook doesn't see the actual literal URL, but instead a hashed version of it. So Facebook can still use it to build audiences, for example, but it doesn't see the original URL itself. So with this transformation, we are specifically limiting this to Facebook. GA4 and any other tags that fire with this event data object would have access to the original page location value. Use case number 4 is similar to the first one, similar to the first augmentation transformation. But instead of pulling in e-commerce data, we can pull in pretty much any information we have in Firestore. In this example, we are pulling the client ID and GA session ID from Firestore if the user provides a user ID in the request. So if the user is logged in other words. This is a useful thing to do in case cross-domain tracking isn't working as you like, because the purpose of cross-domain tracking is to have the same client ID and session ID across domains. So in this case, you can override the client ID and session ID for hits that have the user ID in case you don't want to always use the user ID in your reports. But it could really be any kind of data in the Firestore database, but this is just a simple example of what you could do. The next use case is very simple, but you can just create a transformation that removes parameters from the event data object. In this case, we're excluding parameters that we know we don't want our tags to consume. For example, the IP override parameter would have the user's actual IP address. We don't want tags to have access to that. For example, to satisfy a GDPR personal data processing use case. Similarly, we want to remove all client hints from the event data object. Client hints are basically a way for some browsers to tell what the user's browser is, what their device is, what their operating system is. So a way to build a fingerprint of the user. With this transformation, this exclude parameters transformation, we can clear those out of the event data object. Use case number 6 is very similar to the first one, but in this case, we are forcing all requests to GA4 to show up in debug view if the server container is also in preview mode. So this mimics how the client-side preview mode works, because in the client-side preview mode, if you are previewing a GTM container, then all GA4 hits will automatically be forwarded to GA4's debug view. But in this case, we're doing the same with server container. So when the server container is in preview mode, the debug flag is added to the outgoing GA4 requests too. Then again, going back to augmentations, first-party user data can also be pulled from your APIs. For example, if you have a CRM that responds to HTTP requests. In this case, we are taking the user's user ID and we are pulling in their first-party data, such as their email address, phone number, and first name. But we are preventing this information from leaking to our BigQuery transfer tag. So we're using that as an excluded tag for this transformation. And the reason for that is that for some weird reason in this use case, we're okay with Google Ads and Facebook consuming first-party data, but we certainly don't want to write it into a database. So this kind of transformation could be used for that as well. Next, we have, I discussed the exclude parameters already, which lets you exclude certain parameters. The opposite is the allow parameters transformation, which only allows the listed parameters to come through. And in this case, we are using it only for our BigQuery transfer. So our BigQuery transfer tag has been configured to write everything in the event data object to BigQuery. But this could occasionally contain sensitive information. So we've decided to only allow the listed 7 parameters into this transfer. So any parameter in the event data object that doesn't match these allowed parameters will be excluded from the BigQuery transfer. So the allow parameters transformation is a nice way to decide exactly what our tags see. And the final use case is one that Google uses as an example as well. In this case, we have our Google Ads conversion tracking tag, and we have a purchase event coming in. But instead of using the revenue as the value of the conversion, we are sending the actual profit margin pulled in from our API or through a custom calculation within the server container, so that then we can do our conversion tracking based on our profit margins rather than revenue, which can be impacted by many different things. This is kind of a fun thing to do because usually the reason you want to avoid sending profit margins to vendors is because if it happens in the client side, then your competitors can kind of sniff what values are being sent to vendors, and they can deduce how you calculate your profit margins, which can be very business sensitive information. But by doing this in the server container, nothing leaks into the browser. The browser would still only handle the revenue itself and not the profit margin. So when we use transformations, we are modifying the event data object and what tags see when they reference the event data object. So this kind of begs the question, what about if tags then realize that their event data object reality is being modified by transformations, and instead they start looking at the request data instead? So if we block the IP address from the event data object because we don't want Facebook or Google to consume that, they could just reconfigure their tags to pull it directly from the incoming HTTP request, because that would always have the user's IP address as well. And this is a problem. I think if transformations become more popular and people use them for preventing information from ending up in vendor servers, then vendors will be tempted to look for the information in the incoming request instead. And there's nothing currently in server containers to prevent this from happening. So anything in the incoming request could be grabbed instead of using the event data object. Well, Facebook and Google probably won't do this, but I do wish that tags would have a more clear indication of what kind of information they're trying to access, so that I'll know if a tag wants to use incoming request headers instead of the event data object. And then I could stop using those tags as punishment for their misdeeds. And in the final part of this presentation, a brief look at the future. I am very bad at predicting things, as time and time again I have shown. But I did take a quick look at what could be like looming behind the corner for server-side tagging. The first thing is that we are moving away from a cookie-centric measurement paradigm to browser-centric. So as the efficiency of cookies is degrading in browsers, mostly third-party cookies, new APIs are suggested for handling things like conversion tracking and for audience building. And Google's solution is called the Privacy Sandbox, and it basically delegates decisions based on building audiences and whether a conversion matches a click to the browser itself. Now, this move will make it more difficult for advertisers and publishers to access this information because the browser only has a very limited set of APIs available. So I think that one outcome of this is that advertising technology vendors will have more and more incentive to get you, their customers, to adopt things like first-party data collection, just so that they can get the same benefits of third-party cookies, but still handle it manually without having to trust the browser APIs. Naturally, this excludes a huge population of users who don't have first-party data available, and for them, these browser APIs would still need to be used. And this leads me to this notion of what the client-server hybrid future looks like. Many ad tech vendors still, even if they have a server-to-server protocol, they still want you to use their client-side scripts as well to kind of fill in gaps, because there's still a lot of information that can be parsed from this client-side mess. And with the further deprecation of third-party cookies, I don't think this is going anywhere. I think vendors will still be incentivized to use client-side collection, especially if they can grab additional audience information from these new browser APIs. Another interesting trend will be about these vendor-owned gateways. For example, Facebook already has something like this. They have their own managed server-side tagging setup that you can kind of rent through Facebook. There are vendors out there who offer very kind of low-cost server-side tagging setups. So I'm wondering if Google will also jump on this train and offer their own kind of subsidized or managed rented server-side tagging setup for people who are worried about the cost of loading all that information in their own cloud service setup. And of course, delegating this to a vendor comes with its own risks, especially around control, which I think is the most important thing about server-side tagging. But maybe for some companies, it's a good compromise to give up on that control if they get the benefits of server-side tagging for free or for a much lower cost. I already mentioned the question mark around Google Tag. We don't know what that future is going to look like, whether server-side tagging will be even more closely linked with Google Tag, whether there will be additional communications with Google servers when GA4 tags are being used. This is a big question mark. I know that Google wants to consolidate things more and more. It makes a lot of sense. All of their client-side tagging technologies are already running around the same tech stack. But it's going to be interesting to see if this also leaks into server-side containers and whether we'll be able to use server containers in the future efficiently without also using Google Tag in the browser. Then there's, of course, regulation. It's going to be interesting to see if regulation will start calling out server-side flows more explicitly in the future. A lot of discussion around e-privacy, for example, has relied on devices and terminal devices, things like cookies and browser storage. But I think there is kind of a misguided approach to server-side where people think that by using server-side technology, they are somehow absolved of these client-side regulations. So I think, and I kind of hope, that regulation will also become clearer in that they will call out when server-side flows are also, controlled by these decisions in the law text. There's nothing special about the server that makes you kind of beyond what the law says when it comes to data flows and processing personal data. It's all part of the same paradigm. But I think that the laws, and at least the decisions based on those laws and regulations, will start calling out server-to-server flows more explicitly in the future. And then we come to this, my number one pain point with server-side tagging, which is the lack of transparency. Even though you own the server container, your users are still the ones who pay with their data and pay with their lack of agency. So anything that happens in the server stays in the server. And for users to know what kind of data is actually being collected from them, they would need some visibility into what's happening in the server container. And that doesn't work. That's not the way that the internet is built. So it's going to be interesting to see if Google will somehow address this lack of transparency and knowledge of what happens in the server container. Maybe by updating the preview mode, for example, to give us additional insight into server-side tagging. So I typically end my talks around server-side tagging with something like this, where it's always going to be a compromise between different forces pulling at your heartstrings. On the one hand, server-side is a paradigm for companies to assert control over those data flows, and the companies get to choose what vendors can actually process. But by moving the data flows away from the browser and the device, users do lose agency. They no longer have full control over what is being collected. Their ad blockers don't work as efficiently anymore. And this was my slide from 2022, so last year, but now I've added a couple of things here because I can reinvent myself, even though it doesn't feel like it every now and then. I think that vendors will be begging for first-party user data more and more in the future. They're going to try to manipulate you to give it up. They're going to tell you that just hash the email address and it will be completely safe. It's going to be privacy friendly. And we know that hashing is just veneer. It's not a real, it doesn't change the danger of collecting that first-party data. And Google will also continue to incentivize Google Tag as the main collector. That's going to be the main entryway to server-side tagging. So these two new things in this, this seesaw will be pulling at your ability to control the data flows and your ability to make sober decisions regarding those data flows. So server-side tagging can still be an amazing asset if you're using it correctly, if you're using it and representing the forces of good in the world, because it can also be a pretty devastating tool for people who want to use it for malicious purposes. It is still a great way to consolidate data streams. You can reduce a lot of page performance problems by moving those data streams to the server. So in the browser or the device, you would only have a single collector, but that would then split in the server container itself. And for that, this is still a great technology. It does give you a tool for controlling the data flows and governing the data. It's not a tool for hoarding data, even though it does have the implications. So you could use it to collect information far beyond what you're allowed to collect. But for that, I don't think it's the best tool of the trade, even though it does have the temptation to use it for absolute data hoarding. As always, server-side is a surgical tool. It doesn't absolve you of regulation. It doesn't solve your third-party cookie problems. It doesn't give you control over how users use ad blockers. It gives you a very clear pathway from the user's device to the vendor servers, and it allows you to manipulate that. But it doesn't fix things. It doesn't give you a get-out-of-jail-free card for your data flows. You still need control. You still need to have deliberation in your measurement planning. And as a result of that, server-side tagging is particularly vulnerable to a manipulative mindset. I think it's a technology that if you're working with unscrupulous ad tech vendor partners, for example, they will try to get you to use server-side tagging for their purposes and not think about what is ethical and what is right by your customers and end users. And finally, I do want to point out that at Simmer we have a course around server-side tagging in Google Tag Manager. We've just updated this year, so it's the most up-to-date course and the best course on server-side tagging in Google Tag Manager around. And if you use the coupon code MSIMSUM23, that really rolls off the tongue, you get 75 euros off the purchase until October 22nd. And just to help illustrate, I show you what the final price is. I was told that this is good marketing. Anyway, thank you for your attention, and now I'm looking forward to some questions and discussion.
All right, virtual applause from my side here, and well done, everybody. Probably the chat is already going crazy. Put your one thing in the chat, and you can all learn from each other what you have taken away from this presentation. I really had a lot of little epiphanies, I think, because it just goes deeper and deeper into the topic, although server-side tagging was around for a long time already. And I have taken Simo's course as well. That's where I learned server-side tagging, so I can definitely recommend it. Now, one thing that I kind of get from your presentation is that server-side tagging has its use cases, and you have more control of your data, and you can do some really awesome things with it as well. What I'm missing a little bit from a product perspective is sometimes what happened to simplicity. Like, we want to make the world easier for people to use tagging and or track their users in an ethical manner. And obviously the world has become more complicated over the years with privacy legislation and so on. So I get that we can get more control, but at the same time, doesn't it make our world more complicated if we start using another technology inside of our stack? And is that for everybody?
Yeah, that's a great point. This definitely doesn't simplify those data flows. It's an additional cog in the machine, right? In a way, it does simplify, because you no longer need to deploy pixel after pixel after pixel on the site itself, but you do need to replicate that logic in the server container. So from that point of view, it does complicate things. I think the argument why this is necessary, this complication, I mean, is simply because the world forces us to think of things in complicated terms. The world isn't getting simpler, right? We have so many forces impacting, like when I showed those little domino pieces, we have so many forces trying to impact and control and manipulate our decision space. And I don't think that these forces are becoming more relaxed or more lax in the future. I think it's only going to get worse. We have so many different parties with conflicted and vested interest. We have the ad tech partners, then we have browsers, then we have regulation, we have our end users, we have our own organizational needs. And, you know, it's for a complicated world, complicated solutions are warranted. It would be naive to think that we could have a technology solve organizational complexities. Now, having said that, I do think that server-side tagging could be simpler. I think that one way it's going to be simpler in the future is if you give in to the notion, and we're talking about Google's tech specifically, if you give in to the notion of a consolidated tech stack. So we have Google tag and then we have server-side tagging. I think that particular flow will become simpler and simpler in the future. But that kind of simplicity comes at a cost. You know, you have to take that complexity from some other place, and maybe the complexity is then moved back into Google's own processing servers, which is a bad thing, because then you lose the control again. I think the one thing that server-side tagging got right and wrong at the same time is that it's using the tag management paradigm that we're all familiar with, that use Google Tag Manager. It has tags and triggers and variables, but it doesn't have the data layer anymore. Now it has a confusingly named software called a client. It doesn't have custom JavaScript variables, but it has transformations. So it's almost there from a terminology and concept place, but it's different enough to really complicate things. And whether it should even be called tag management in the first place is an interesting claim as well. I do think it's tag management because you're still running tags, but you don't need to run tags to run an efficient server-side tagging setup. So Google is deliberately trying to make you think of things in terms of Google's own environment, that their own ontology. You know, they decide the terms, they decide what works best. So I think there's going to be some resistance to that, and people like myself will embrace the idea that you don't need a single Google technology running in the server container itself to have an efficient data flow. But this might mean that you won't be able to use GA4 anymore, which for some people might be a relief. But you can certainly use a server container already to have a completely non-Google setup with things like Snowplow or Walker.js or even Amplitude or other technologies.
Right. And that's a good analogy. I think what people are thinking out there right now, some of them, obviously, others are like super enthusiastic about all the technical stuff that we talked about today. But there will be some people just asking the question, do I need this, right?
Yep.
Is there any use case where you say, well, I think I have made my case for when this can be useful, but is there any case where you say, hey, you shouldn't be using this at all because, of reason X?
Well, there's a very simple one. I would never say you shouldn't use. I would neither say you should use. I would say take a look at it. Like that's my outstanding recommendation. I think that every single company who works with MarTech or with data collection from, user devices, they should take a look at server-side tagging and see if it's a fit. I think it's worth a pilot for every single company out there. I don't think it is for every single company. We've talked about this before at Measure Summit as well, and I don't think my opinion has really changed. There is a very clear and logical barrier to server-side tagging, and that is cost. It will cost you money, and it will be too much for companies that expect these things to happen for free or for free. You know what you pay with if you don't pay with money. And the other side is, of course, the complexity you mentioned. There will be companies that are not ready for that kind of investment. They're not ready to hire the right people. They're not ready to upskill. They're not ready to enter the cloud. They're worried about it. And this is a completely valid. I'm absolutely not pointing my finger. Except one thing I do want to say as an educator is that think of this also as a really great opportunity to be exposed to the wonders of the cloud. I think it's an amazing thing to learn about. So if you are bored with your life and trying to figure out what to do next, deploy server-side tagging, because then you'll have a great way to enter cloud. But there is, there is definitely organizations that I don't think in the end should go near server-side tagging apart from the brief pilot. It does require love and care. It does require you to use some of your budget. And in the end, it doesn't necessarily make your data collection any better. Like you might actually probably get even better results by just using the vendor tags. But harking back to one of the very first slides of this presentation, just remember that if you're using vendor tags, you are running third-party technologies on your website. And that is always going to be a bit of a risk. But for example, we don't use server-side tagging at Simmer right now. I only use it for education, but we have such a, I'm going to do a separate presentation and case study about why we don't use server-side tagging at Simmer at some point. But the simple reason is that we currently don't have the time or resources to manage it in the way that it should be managed. But at the same time, I use it on my own blog because I'm really interested in the results. So it's not just a too long didn't read answer is that it depends, and it's not for everyone. Just like tag management isn't for everyone, or Google Analytics isn't for everyone, or the Facebook pixel isn't for everyone. It is a choice that you need to evaluate, and it's very different from what you might be used with GTM for the web, because it does have a cost and it does have upkeep requirements.
So the last question here is, I guess you really stuck out in the presentation. It really stuck out to me that there are so many different forces coming at us when we use server-side tagging, and also the vendors want something. They might manipulate us with their information to gather more data, and then there are the privacy best practices out there to gather less data and so on. So many different forces at play. Who would you think, or who would you wish would be more active in that space? So for example, the vendors, obviously, they might not yet have a server-side tag or template for us to use. Should they be more and more invested into the server-side tagging space instead of the client-side tagging space? Or do you wish more regulations, or do you wish that the tool vendor, so Google in that space, gives us more features so we can control the data flows more? So who do you think is the next one that you are looking for more information from?
There's no single answer to that. You asked like 3 different questions, so and the same question applies to anyone who has that kind of impact on what we do with server-side tagging. I do wish that more and more vendors would have server-to-server capabilities. It shouldn't be too difficult because what they're essentially doing is already having an HTTP endpoint. If a vendor doesn't want to create that capability, it usually means that they have an incentive to continue collecting information from the client side. And I think that sounds suspect. I think that if you really want to have your JavaScript running in the user's browser and you accept no other way to do it, then it sounds like you want to collect information that you're not supposed to. There's just a recent example of David Vallejo found that the snap pixel is collecting like the entire data layer. Well, you wouldn't have that through the server container. There would be no data layer to collect it from. So I think that if a vendor is, I understand they don't have the time, resources, or know-how to build that capability. I think it's a solid investment from them. I think that the more vendors that jump onto the server-to-server bandwagon, the more profitable it will be for them in the long run. For regulations, do I want more regulation? Well, I think that the diplomatic answer is I don't care about the quantity, I care about the quality. I wish that regulation would be clearer, as I think everybody does. I think it should leave less room for interpretation, even though some of the most enjoyable pub discussions come, or enjoyable is the wrong word. Some of the most intricate pub discussions come from debating like e-privacy, for example. What is a cookie and what isn't a cookie, and are we allowed to use URL parameters and so on. But I do think that it would be helpful if regulation, or if the decisions based on that regulation, or if the judgment calls, or if any court cases, whatever, would have more explicit references and recommendations to server flows as well. I think that would make everyone's life easier, rather than having to do this balancing act of trying to figure out, am I doing the right thing or the wrong thing, just because the text itself is so unclear. But this applies to laws generally, and this is why we have lawyers and advocates and lawmakers trying to figure these things out as well. And what was the third party you mentioned?
The Google part, so the tool vendor that actually gives us the infrastructure to run server-side tagging.
Yeah. That's also an interesting thing. Server-side tagging isn't like, there's nothing revolutionary about the technology. We already had it. Being able to build these reverse proxies and forwarding proxies and so on. Cloudflare has Zara's as well, which lets you kind of build on the edge servers directly. I don't think that it's going to be interesting. Google is of course Google, and I think that one of the big selling points of Google server-side tagging is that it's yours. You deploy it on your servers. And if that ever becomes compromised, then I will be heartbroken. For example, if the server container would be constantly phoning Google servers for additional data or something, or forwarding information they're not allowed to forward. I think the difficulty for Google in that case, and any vendor, is that it's very difficult to hide that information the same way it could be hidden if the data was collected from the browser to Google's processing servers. Because you can always look at what information is being dispatched from your server container. It wouldn't be too difficult. And then you could call Google out or the vendor out about this. So this boils down to transparency again. And anything that compromises transparency. We're right now, I think, in a pretty good place with server-side tagging. I do wish it would have more logging capabilities. So being able to log any time the container sends an outgoing request, for example, because that's missing right now. That would need to be added to the templates manually. I wish that were there. And also and opening up the built-in technologies as well, like how does the GA4 client actually work, because we don't know that. We just know what it does, we don't know how it works. Any amount of transparency is an improvement in this case. But any limitation to transparency will certainly try to eat away at our control. And I really hope that the trend isn't towards, less transparency, but quite the opposite.
Yeah, with that, thank you so much, Simo, again for your insights today. Where can people find out more about you and find you online, connect with you?
We're between a rock and a hard place these days. I'm mostly present in 2 social media platforms, both which I hate with just the biggest passion for different reasons, though. So Twitter, which has some other name these days, which I will not refuse to say. So Twitter is one place where you can still follow me for as long as it's a habitable place to be in. And LinkedIn, oh man, I really hate LinkedIn, but I've now become kind of accustomed to having to use it for brand purposes. So LinkedIn is another place. But I do recommend taking a look at Measure Slack. So join.measure.chat if you haven't already applied. We have a brand new volunteer crew running that community of 20,000 people. And hopefully you don't have to wait month upon month upon month to get your application approved. So take a look at Measure Slack. And then, of course, teamsimmer.com. At teamsimmer.com, we have our newsletter.
The newsletter is great. And use the coupon.
I've become a bit lazy with it, but I'm trying to pick things up again now that we've gotten the server-side tagging update out of the way. And we had the coupon, of course. You can find it in our virtual booth as well here at Measure Summit.
Yeah,
and then there's of course good old simoahava.com, where I still try to publish one article per month, unbroken streak since 2013.
All right, with that, thank you, Simo, for being here and making Measure Summit 2023 possible.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right.
Holy cow. Again, for the win. Simo, bringing it home.
And it was a little bit longer Q&A on this part. I just was interested in everything Simo had to say. So once I have him with me, I need to get my questions answered. So hopefully you found it interesting as well.
And the chat room goes wild. So there's one thing, so if you're bored with life, try server-side tagging. I totally love that. Sounds like there's a whole other thing that server-side offers you, which is fantastic. And again, nobody better to learn it from than Simo, which is what we did. Highly recommended there. Make sure also to visit the Simmer virtual booth. So we got to make sure to mention that, where he's got a discount. And Phil is here. Phil Peace is here, actually popping links in there. So you have a direct, it's the same link that's in the virtual booth. So either you check it in the virtual booth or you check it in the chat, but it takes you to a discount that Simo's got specifically for Measure Summit right now. So make sure you take advantage of that and save yourself 75 euros, I believe is what that is. And then also make sure you give Simo feedback, because he's going to want to know that. Obviously, our speakers love data as well. So just go to measuresummit.com/feedback. And then finally, I'm just going to put the link in here as well in the chat. So make sure that you add to the crowdsource notes, which we have here for 2023. So we're just going to measuresummit.com/notes.
Simo was shouting me out for my podcast that I had 10 years ago. There was a funny one.
Dude, is that true? Do you still have that?
No, it was called
recording?
the Quantum. I still have the recording, of course.
We should bring that up.
I was talking to the Simo Ahava, that I was like reading his blog, and I was like, wow, I'm talking to this guy over on the other side of the world. So that was a fun one. Not doing the podcast anymore, but this Measure Summit thing seems to work way better. And
my first Simo experience was Google Plus. That's why, honestly, I am so fond of that platform. Was back in I think it was the new Tag Manager community, because Tag Manager was fairly new right around then, and just asking questions about stuff, and he was just right there as he is in Slack, Measure Slack all the time, answering people's questions, just being the hero that he is.
All right, is Tag Management for everyone? Well, I think this Tag Management thing is going nowhere. Let's put it this way. Here we are, 10 minutes left.
Prescient as always.
But yeah, there were some great comments here. Everybody, obviously, Simo, thank you for being online. I guess it's 1 hour later even for you over there. So that's great that you were able to join us here and answer so many questions. I think people really loved it and appreciated it. He also shouted out one technology that Tobias was asking about, Alp Walker. There's a great talk on the second stage from what's his name? Kürzel. Definitely his last name is Kürzel.
Alexander
Kürzel.
Alexander.
And he's from Alp Walker, and you can take a look at that session as well if you want to do so. So really great sessions also still on the second stage. That said, well, isn't that slowly everything coming to an end here at Measure Summit? This was our last session.
Wow. Minutes left to the official closing party starts, where it gets fun. Not that this hasn't been fun. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it takes on a whole new level. the closing party. But yeah, so again, measuresummit.com/notes for the crowdsourced notes. We will keep those open probably through the weekend, and we'll kind of shut those down at that point. But that's where you can capture everything. So anything from the chat you thought was great, you grabbed links, you heard kind of something different that you're like, I want to capture this, put it in the crowdsourced notes. If everyone's doing that, you're going to have access to everything there. So be sure to check those out because that is consistently growing, which has been great back there. Thank you for everybody that is our note takers back there in the community. Also, we've got measuresummit.com/feedback. Please leave our speakers feedback, whether it was a second stage session that you really loved, thought was amazing, whether it was Simo's talk, right? Benny's before that, anybody that we've had so far on Measure Summit, leave them the feedback that they so absolutely deserve, because it does help them guide their talks, their presentations, and they can change styles and things like that, or just really double down on things that you really love. So make sure you do that as well. No way. There's actually, I'm seeing Julian pull this. I didn't know you pulled it. I didn't know there was a Google Plus GTM Community 5. That's so cool.
So you can
go back there and see my comments where I was like, oh my God, Simo just answered me. Because I've had that feeling, right? Oh my God, Simo himself. That was before. And nowadays I'd be like, is that the Simo bot that just answered me? Or back then I knew.
He probably built one, and then he probably figured that chat thing out before us, and now we are. Why didn't you just have that bot thing? Okay.
Yeah, actually Simo hasn't been here all along. This is actually just Simo's ChatGPT interface that's coming through. It's that good. No, this has been absolutely incredible. And everybody here in the chat room, again, guys like Fred's here, Simo's here, Phil's here, right? Phil Pierce. I mean, just so many great people here. All of our speakers that have been here to be able to, and I can't possibly mention all of you, so I apologize if I'm missing some of you, but it's just incredible amount of talent that has been here to help put together Measure Summit 2023. So thank you all so much for this event. And Julian, I guess too, before we do kind of the final giveaways and everything else, just a shout out to you and your team. I know you've put a ton of work in as both. This is a co-production essentially of the Measure School and of MeasureMarketing.io, and both of our teams come together to produce this event every year for everybody. Now, for the 4th year in a row, I just want to say that, again, from all of us at MeasureMarketing.io, like your team's just solid rock stars, have been there every step of the way. We've got a combined channel in Slack where we're communicating, and they've been helping us out with everything all day long. It's been just absolutely incredible. So again, thank you to everybody on your side there.
Yeah, and thank you to everybody on the measurement marketing side. I think a lot of things that wouldn't have happened if we just do this alone in our basement. It's always a privilege to work with you guys, because everybody knows Mercer is super organized, and he doesn't forget a thing. So if he says he's gonna get any slides uploaded and so on, he's actually doing that. So you can trust him on that.
No pressure now, because I'm getting a lot of questions about where are the slides. We'll have them this weekend. That's how we'd always do it with Measure Summit. Slides will come in as we get them from the speakers. We put them into the Measure Summit session, so they will be in the speaker pages, and you'll see a little buttons light up there.
Right, and for making this possible, I mean, we've done it now 4 years in a row, and we didn't think 4 years ago that it would go this way. So we're still optimizing, as you can see. We didn't have a session with Simo that where 20 minutes you didn't hear his sound, so that's already a win. If anybody remembers last year. But always a pleasure, and you are the one who's always telling me, hey, we need to do this another year and another year. So
one more year.
One more year.
Yeah, it's been awesome. And I guess just kind of from the team members on your side, I remember everybody from your team, but Eleni's there, David's there. Let
me just really quickly shout them out here as well. Just to give them a little bit of love. We have on our side here, that's a small team of Measure School right now, and we have David, we have Milena who helped us out yesterday. We have Alexa on the back end who is online right now, who is helping me to pull up all these screens, and when I say review, then he something clicks on and this will pop up here, and then, or not review, what was it, measuresummit.com/feedback, and he will pop that up for us. And then we have on the side, on our trainer side, we have Sophia, who also has a second stage talk that you can check out. We have Prabha, our head of analytics, who built a lot of these little tools that we are using in the background. So the winner picker, for example, is his creation. And Berna helped me really out with creating all of these awesome presentations for the the giveaways, and then also for the speakers as well. So shout out to them, really well done. Obviously, we are on the European time zone, so not everybody's online right now, but they also watch the replay. So thank you so much. I couldn't have done it without them and without your team, Mercer, as well.
Absolutely. And if you want to share screens or let me share mine, I'll go ahead and go through ours as well. So just to introduce our team. So Julie Brade, Director of Measurement, also has a second stage session, by the way. So Julie's back in the chat room as well, taking care of the clients and producing a ton of content for us. Just absolutely amazing. Started as a digital marketing assistant like 8 years ago at this point. It's been incredible growth. Many of you are familiar with Junko. Junko is head of our support team back there. So she is keeping up all the support. All the emails that go to support@measuresummit.com are going to Junko, and Junko is helping you out. So thank you for that.
Oh, she's
Vince, multimedia rocks. Oh, go ahead.
She's the second Mercer, right? So we can. She is. And she's putting up with you. So kudos.
She does. Absolutely. She'll tell you that. Yes. Vince, could not thank Vince enough because he's the one that's editing all of these videos and doing all the different clips and there's
making
so
us
much
look good.
This.
Yeah.
Making us look great. So thank you, Vince. We've got Sarah back there, also had her own second stage. This is her debut, by the way. Julie had a talk last year with Measure Summit. This is Sarah's first time, and Sarah's been with us for many, many years. So we actually hired, it's true, we should call her Spreadsheet Queen, because we hired her to help with spreadsheets before before Data Studio. People were doing reports in Google Sheets, and she was helping us out with that, and just has grown since then into Tag Manager and everything else that's Looker Studio, everything else that she's doing. She's got an incredible talk back there in second stage. Yanni, who's our admin assistant, is going through helping us make sure that all the details are where they need to be. So some of the broken links that you didn't find were because Yanni found them first. So thank you, Yanni, for all of those. And then I could not say much more things nice about Rika, because Rika has been an absolute rock star. She's back there interacting with our speakers. Many of our speakers have interacted with her with the virtual booths getting set up and that sort of stuff. And she's back there again, helping to make sure the team is coordinated as well. And not pictured here, but certainly not forgotten at all, is Manisha. She is just not on this particular page, but Manisha, one of our instructors, Manisha Mystery, she is also got a second stage. So I've got this pictured here. She's the one that's doing the data joins, and she's back there as well in Slack, helping keep things moving while Julian and I can kind of party with all of you here with Measure Summit. So thank you again for everybody on both teams. You've been absolute rock stars, and Julian and I could not do it without you. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
As well as all the speakers. Obviously, we had some really great speakers over the last few days as well. And I'm just going to go through and do the quick slides here. So let me just...
And to think we started with 15, in my head, that's all I can think of. We started with 15. Julian and I literally had this conversation. This is some history for those of you new to Measure Summit. We thought, hey, let's put this thing together. It's COVID. Somebody's going to want a virtual conference. Maybe we'll get 1,000 people to register. That would be cool. And there hasn't been a year less than 10,000 since then. It's been amazing. Year one was 10,000. Everything else this year has been that. It's just been absolutely amazing. So.
Okay, I just clicked
just to see, and now look at
press some buttons, and now it doesn't want to behave anymore. So I'm not sure what is going on.
You know what? It worked until the end. That's all that matters. But look at all these speakers as they come and go. That's just a quick reminder of how much we've gone through here at Measure Summit.
Now it's going back again, and okay.
All right.
What is happening? All right.
I thought, so you're not doing any of that? That's just happening on its own, huh?
It's really just happening on its own. Okay, let's just call this a day.
It's the AI taking over.
The AI has taken over already. Today, obviously.
Should we give away our big final prize too before we wrap it up and move into closing party?
Yeah. Are we not yet in closing party? Isn't that the thing already?
Well, I mean theoretically, but we got to wrap it up with that final prize giveaway.
Okay. So let's first do the giveaway. Obviously, we had some really great prizes so far, but the prime one with a lot of value and a really helpful tool is Analytics Canvas that you are able to win for in this year's Measure Summit. If you have been taking part in the Measure Summit scavenger hunt, I guess it's too late to now put your name in there because you need to click some buttons as well. But we pulled...
But next year, there's always next year's scavenger hunt.
Next year's scavenger hunt.
Yep.
I'm gonna pull a new extract here because Miriam actually joined as well over the last minutes. So we have her details as well, and we'll put them...
Okay, so we are officially closed Measure Summit at this point for that hunt. So this is it.
Let's go. here to our little wizard. I'm gonna put in the new email addresses, redacted. We did a privacy impact assessment, and this is what it came up with. So the list is not too long because a lot of people have actually won some prizes already. So if you're still in that list, you might be lucky. And yeah, let's play this game.
Here we go. And do you want to share screens? You're seeing still mine.
Oh, okay, that's not good. Here we go.
Okay, perfect.
Right, these are the names, again, privacy consciously chosen, and our AI will pick a winner after this little drum roll. Fingers crossed. Who is the winner?
Let us canvas.
Ba-ba! Neil!
Neil!
All
Give me
right.
a second, I gotta find Neil.
Everybody's cheering, as you can see.
Yo, got it. All right.
Great success on your side. Yes. So this is our last prize. Thank you again to all the Measure Summit companies that have donated a prize. We had some really great ones over the last few days, and
it's incredible. Don't
be sad. We have another, if you haven't won, we have another surprise for you in a second here as well. So just stay tuned. You get a car.
Everybody look under their seats. Just kidding. There's nothing there. All right.
We still are giving away a all access pass, right? Shouldn't we do that now?
Yeah, we
as
can
well?
do that. We're officially. We can wrap. Yeah, we'll do this, and then we'll move into closing party.
Okay, so let's do the all access pass. I'm gonna go over again to our little picker and remove Neil from the list because he has won. And we're going to pick. Let's play a game. Pick a new winner of the all access pass. If you don't know what the all access pass is, well, I've explained it already. You get access
Refresh your browser.
to everything.
You'll see the drop down.
Mike B, you are an all access pass holder. Let's give him a high five and a
high five. Good job, Mike. Okay, I got Mike on there as well, so we'll be sending you your
congrats, Mike.
Email
on the all access pass. And again, thank you so much to all of the people and companies that have given us great prizes. We had everything from books from Leah Pika, a spot on the User Journey Volume 2 by Josh, so a narration spot. And yeah, if you haven't seen that clip yet, maybe later we can play that song again.
Oh, we'll definitely play Josh's again. We got to go out with that.
And
the perfect way to
we had a Measurement Marketing Academy membership, a Measure School membership. We had a consulting calls from Siobhan and from Ton. We had a S'mores basket from Fred Pike and so much more. So thank you so much to everybody who donated a prize at this year's Measure Summit. And everybody who won, you are obviously one of the benefactors of this all.
Hey.
And hopefully...
And thanks for being part of the scavenger hunt and showing everybody else why they should have been part of the scavenger hunt. That was great.
All right.
Julian, is it that time?
Oh, Jasmine just bought the All Xmas pass. Well, hold on. High five, clapping, confetti, all of that is for you. So, welcome to the All Access Pass Holder Club. You are a part of a movement. That's what it is.
Yes, exactly. Part of the community. Welcome. So with that note, so just a final call for the All Access Pass. Again, it's at $197 right now. We'll go to $297 when the event itself is over. That's when the price will go up for the post-event. But right now, we've got the event pricing happening, so take advantage of that. And then on that note, before we go into the after party, I'm going to chat about the weekend, as is our tradition.
Well, what are you doing on the weekend?
I am going to be joining Measure Summit Encore Weekend. That's what I'm going to be doing.
What is the Encore Weekend?
The Encore weekend. I'm glad you asked, Julian. This is a Measure Summit tradition. I would have thought you paid attention these last 3 years, but that's okay. I get it. So it's there's a lot going on, but every year we've done this since the first year. So those of you who've been around for a while understand this. We're going to unlock all of the sessions. We're going to keep them open all through the weekend because we want to make sure that everybody, because we especially realize that not everyone has access to the funds or the resources to be able to get the all access pass. We want to make sure that for those individuals out there who have the time, they can get through there and watch whatever they want, however many times they want. So that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to keep it open all weekend. It'll close down on Sunday at midnight Eastern time, US. So, or 11:59 technically on Sunday. So that's when it'll close down, and then the all access pass will then go up to $297. So make sure that you watch what you want, take advantage of it. Those of you who aren't going to be able to take the advantage of the all access pass, totally get it. Enjoy it. That's why we left it open for you. So take advantage of everything back there. Watch and rewatch as many sessions. Share them with your friends, and then we'll look forward to hopefully seeing you in the all access pass, so you keep access to all the sessions, both main stage and the on-demand second stage. You'll have access to everything, in addition to all of the stuff that'll be on those session pages, like the notes and the transcripts and the chat logs and all that stuff that we add in there later, once we get everything processed. So with that,
well, first of all, cheering hopefully, and people can go back to dancing this evening, and then tomorrow keep on watching Measure Summit. Don't have to spend the whole night watching these sessions before they go away.
Exactly. So no matter where you are in the world, you've got time. And then I've got my beverage of choice. Julian, do you have your beverage of choice?
Yes, it is actually
my little 512 Brewing IPA. That's what I'm doing.
It's
you've got Measure Cam.
Measure Cam cup. I'm drinking tea. It's late evening, and I.
Cheers.
Cheers. It was a pleasure.
It was.
And everybody, if you have your beverage of choice, then you can drink with us and celebrate with us a little while longer here. We have who has some great comments. Jason likes the Encore weekend that we have, and Cindy as well. We have. Oh yeah, Cindy will receive an email if you won, Cindy. Yeah, you will receive an email if you won any of the prizes.
Yeah, anybody that won a prize that hasn't gotten an email, you will. It's just we're just getting all the details set out. And
Hussein has the same cup. Yeah, it's a good cup. It actually didn't break yet, so hopefully my daughter will not bring it down. Phil is with the beer as well, I guess.
There you go, Phil.
Josh, also beer.
Virtual beer.
Rob. This is just to somebody else.
Jessica's just.
And the other plans. Simo is already drinking.
He's drinking a beer while Simo. That's perfect.
While Simo, yeah. Gotta finish work first, says Jessica. All right. We'll let you.
Me too, Jessica. Don't tell anybody else though. Don't just keep it our secret. No one will know.
Well, I must say that it was 3 years ago when we had Measure Summit 2021 that I drank my last beer and that evening, and then afterwards I didn't really feel like drinking anymore. I don't know why. And then
did we break you?
Later, I just didn't go back to drinking anything alcoholic. Sometimes I drink a alcohol-free beer, but some countries don't really have that, so wasn't able to always get that. And yeah, sticking to maybe it's also became a father last year, so maybe it's also that I'm not like need that anymore. But maybe at some point when Measure Summit is finally coming to an end, then I will pick up the good old bottle again. I don't know. Who knows? I'm not saying no to nothing, but I just didn't have a good. I'm
imagining like what it was like. So 2021, speaking of Measure Summit memories. So
that was a 4-day thing, I think, right?
That was the 4-day one.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was. It was the 4 days of live stream, and then you did the beer, and you're like, all right, your body's like, done. We're never doing this again. And it confused it with alcohol as opposed to 4 days. We definitely decided 4 days is too long. That was
it's probably also that I'm 3 years older now and don't.
There's also that. It does happen. Yes.
But yeah, it's It's a
We're
good
getting
one.
older together, though, Christian. Christian's like, we're getting old, yes, but older together. You know, actually, my favorite part is I'm thinking right now about the next wave of the world that sort of comes in as they see the chat, you know, because everyone's waking up and they're going to watch day 3 on the replay, and they're going to come into this chat room where it says vodka, whiskey, rose wine. It's just like, what were they ending with?
Well,
but no matter how you celebrate, we are celebrating around the world with you. So thank you all. Fizzer was saying, I don't drink, so a piece of dark chocolate, I'm there with you. I love that.
yeah, that would be good as well.
Fantastic.
Now I'm getting hungry.
See?
Virgin Moscow here, Moscow Mule. What is this?
Oh, they got tea. There we
It's
go.
liking
Jolly's got
GFO with
tea.
enhanced.
Drinking tea, more tea. Yep, lots of teas. It's pretty good. Margaritas.
Margaritas.
Yep.
All right.
Measure some margarita. Now that's a thing.
I actually was
Whenever we figure out how to do Measure Summit live in Berlin, so that Julian, I just have to fly in and you have it all set up.
I'm
for me
actually not in
already?
Berlin anymore, but yeah.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
I moved over the years, actually last year, yeah. But
that's right.
we'll come to Austin. I think you have been in.
Well, now I'm stuck.
Well, everybody has seen just from the archives. I don't know if you. I think it was 2021 or 2022. Mercer lost electricity in his house, and he went.
It was 2021, I think. I think it was that 4-day one that we did.
Yeah, and then and then he ran
lost
outside
power.
and took his phone and streamed from his car in front of a Starbucks for 1 or 2 sessions.
I drove to a Starbucks parking lot with Junko. So Junko is running support next to me as I am streaming live from Starbucks. Yes, that was my favorite Measure Summit glitch of all times.
Well,
was that. I'm like, are you kidding me?
And we didn't have
lost
any
power.
bigger glitches yet because some people have asked about how is it that my video is so good, what camera I'm using, and so on. So the thing is that Mercer is actually coming from Austin over the pond to Europe. Here I'm in Germany, and I'm actually streaming from my computer to you or to the servers of Vimeo, and then this comes down to you. So the signal actually comes from my computer, and Mercer has a degraded signal actually because we are just connected via the good old Skype. So
We're still using Skype. It's the last time I used Skype was this time last year for Measure Summit.
Yeah, we always open Skype every year, and the last message is like Mercer saying goodbye, and then that's it. You never use Skype anymore. No,
See you in 2024.
It's a pretty good connection tool for bringing somebody into a live stream. And I have a DSLR here and a PC. PC is still the best for streaming. And then I sent a signal out to Vimeo, and then it's taken over by the Measure Summit website that has been built by the Measurement Marketing IO team. So that is something that Mercer created. The one thing that we kind of do special and we have built custom for us are these kind of things where we are able to pop up a chat, and we have really just have that window open here, and we can click on any kind of chat message and it will pop up on the screen for you to see, and that way we can talk actually about
drink recipes, which is what that was. That was awesome.
The drink recipes.
So that sounds kind of interesting. I might try that one.
So a few custom things going on here, but in the end it's totally doable with the technology nowadays, doing this from your home, and that's what I did. And my electricity never went out, so hail to the German grid for now.
And the only glitch we had, this one was day 1, which was only for the first little bit, where the server, we literally just, it was one of those, we broke the internet things, which we didn't try to do. And it just crashed with so many people joining, which we just did not expect. As big as it was this year. So we fixed that very quickly though. So if that was day 1, got rid of the glitches really early, I think, which was really good. And the rest of it was just fantastic. But it wouldn't be Measure Summit without a little bit of fun. It's how you know that we're authentic and we're not polished AI bots, because we're flaws and all.
Although we have talked about replacing us with AI, what would it be? So
one day, 5 years, there'll be a little bit of AI talking heads everywhere. All of our AIs will interact with each other and then report back to us what happened at Measure Summit.
When you drive in your Tesla,
AI bots attending.
When you drive in your Tesla, when you're driving your Tesla to New York and without looking and streaming from the back of your Tesla, driving us around. That will be fun.
Exactly.
Well, if you have any kind of strong feelings about Measure Summit and think that it was the best thing in the world, or maybe you want to leave us a review, head over to measuresummit.com/review.
Actually, I'm going to give a different one. Thank you for bringing this up, though, because I've got this one. So the review is just real quick, like during Measure Summit, what do you think? Which is great. We appreciate all of those responses back there. This one is the big survey.
Okay.
So what you thought about Measure Summit 2023 as the final event. It's going to take you just a few minutes to get through, but it would be super, super, super useful for us to hear back. So everything that you can give us, if good, bad, and ugly, oddly enough, especially the ugly stuff. If there's something like, hey, maybe next year try to do this, that sort of thing would be super useful for us, because this is a labor of love between two companies which have come together to put Measure Summit together, and those companies are growing on their own, and obviously Measure Summit grows as well. And just wanted to make sure that we have everybody back there giving us the tips, the questions that they've got, suggestions to make it even better, because as much as Measure Summit is something that the Measure School and Measure Marketing DI are coming together to produce, all of us are doing this. We couldn't do it without you being here live. We couldn't do it without the speakers presenting their sessions and wanting to give their talent, and for the people who are donating prizes, and for the sponsors who are willing to put up monetary resources to help support this community. So for all of those reasons, it is super important. If you at all can do this, please go to /survey, measuresummit.com/survey, and fill that out so you can let us know your feedback, because we do take that to heart, and it helps us to coordinate for next summits, which I'm already seeing Jason is kind of chanting, starting to chant. So one more year.
Well, the other thing that you might want to do right now is, what do you remember from Measure Summit 2023? Is there any talk that you said, like, this was amazing? Please put
highlights.
Put it in the chat right now, and let's just lament on some great talks that we all heard over the last 3 days. Yeah, it's been 3 days. And
3 days.
Let us celebrate together, as well as my tea here.
Yeah, Jude's saying one more year, but make it 5 days. This is why we have the on-demand second stage, my friend. It'll stay 3 days.
This is why we have AI to replace us in 5 years. We will have a 365 event.
Well, no, you look at the next comment. You got Josh saying it should be 364 days. So you were right there thinking the same thing. I was literally going to be like, hey, Josh, we'll do that if you make a song for every day. But then I thought, no, because he will. And then we'll be doing that. So no, but love it. I can't wait to hear what you got for 2024, man, for Josh.
Have it during a slow news cycle. Nope. Yeah, I mean, that's not something we can plan. These kind of things are really something that have been in motion really since February. We sit down in February the first time and start thinking about, like, the new ideas around the Measure Summits.
Simo, next time the drink summit. Now, there's a summit. We could just all do mixed drinks together. There we go. But honestly, Jason, there you go. Thank you, Jason. So many sessions. That's why the All Access Pass is available. So this is your chance to grab that. Make sure that you get it. Obviously, we've got Encore Weekend, so we encourage you. If again, that is there truly as to give back to the community. We wanted to make it open as we can to give out all this content, because there's some amazing content there. We know not everybody has the resources available, and we know that some people do. So if you do, we do appreciate the All Access Pass. It's your way of not only getting access to all those sessions, which we try to give you the additional value that has, downloading the videos, getting the audios, all of that sort of stuff, the transcripts, chat logs, all that stuff will be back there with speaker slides. Again, it's not there now because everybody else would have access to that. So we're waiting for next week when the All Access Pass will have those, but it will be there. So if you have the ability, it helps support us as well as gives you all that additional value. But if you don't, take advantage of the Encore Weekend, because it's going to be open all for the next 3 days. We're going to keep this live stream up on this dashboard that you're currently on. So we'll have all three, I think, because we'll do some sort of little playlist for that. and kind of go from there.
I don't know if you hear this, Mercer, but we have a new background music song playing there in the background, and it's maybe a familiar one because we listened to this already. So I just wanted to put this for now in the background. Later we play the video again, and that's this is Josh's song on the Measure Summit Hype song.
Background music song playing there in the background.
Let me know, chat, if this is too loud or too intrusive. But yeah, we'll show the thing in a second there as well.
Yeah, we'll give. I think we need to give that one just because he's in the background. I can't quite hear it myself. Yeah. Oh, we'll have to see more memes next time.
All right, like these memes or
like which memes? Like high five? Like mind blown? Like the dancing kid?
Oh, I never played this one. No memes.
No memes. Too many memes.
Well, I need to actually.
Well,
I need to get Mercer one of these boards so he can pop them up as well, and then do this as well. Oh, you have one. All right.
I have one. I don't think it's plugged in. It has dust on it. I bought it because I was like, Julian's got one of these things. These things are awesome. And I plugged it in and never used it. Didn't even set it up. But I have one.
Oh, you should have told me. I can send you my stuff over, and then you can just press the buttons, and then it would do the same thing. Yeah.
That's why I waited until now.
Okay.
No, I'm joking. I really I just saw it because I didn't think about it. But now I'm just like, oh yeah, I have one.
Oh wow, this is on Spotify. All right. So everybody go over there.
There you go.
Play this a million times in the background. Just let it run, and then Josh will get his money worth, hopefully.
25 cents. A million plays, 25 cents. Go, Josh. Yes, it's worth it. It's awesome. This is so cool.
Well,
let's go ahead and give this a play just to
sure
for those that are still here, because it just one more round. So great with this one.
All right. With that, Mercer, we need to be quiet during this thing because
I will. I'll mute.
Oops.
Been waiting for forever to leverage these two new tags, no errors. Since July 1st, sunset, new era. They say I'm heaven sent with the measurement. I came to measure something. It's time for Measure Summit. You seen Simo busy tagging up your servers. He came to be of service, got your HOD nervous. Next up is Siobhan with a B, with all secure systems and heightened privacy. It's too much, I'm rapping fast, but then Casper and pass the mic to Vini, the true riff master. Next up is Mr. Julius Ferocious to elevate your data like Wingardium Leviosa. Hey now, and since we're talking about class tricks, it's time for Amy H from Paid Search Magic. Bonsoir, it's Aurélie, and she came to honor thee by speaking about the GDPR.
Where we talk about data all day. Cause I'm at Measure Summit. Now I wanna hear you say Measure Summit.
And now we're back with AI, it's essential. Call the Top Guns, Jim Stern, he's presidential. Or you can catch me just straight up relaxing, learning NLP with Juliana Jackson. And Christy, my clients are so taxing. I'm attracting, but retention is so lacking. I need to split, it's time to drift. I gotta dip and hire Tom Westling to optimize hits. Or call Enrico, the hostess with the mostest. He came to treble data, all facts and no emotions. Hey yo, JJ, I think I got a mayday. Can you help me plan and improve before payday? Mr. Fred Pike, tagging all containers. GDN params, all logic and no brainers. Or Mr. P, let's get a cuppa please. Or call Charles Farina to make my data cleaner. It's time to go, so I take a stage left. Sit back, relax, chat, but let's not forget. Straight from the future, one speech you'll wanna see is Josh Silverbauer, AI and clarity.
Where we talk about data all day. Cause I'm at Measure Summit. Now I wanna hear you say
again, thank you, Josh,
That was
for this
just
one.
fantastic.
And some people are
just
signing off
jamming
already,
here.
which is totally fine as well.
Yeah, this is it. It is the after party. So the event is joining us here.
You want to lift one mystery up here? So Ashley is asking, having some kind of feedback on the little scavenger hunt would be good.
Oh, we can just grading it. Yeah, I think that's just a setting on the form. We could do that.
No. She's asking like having some kind of feedback in the end if you got everything right. So if you...
That's my point. I think it'll tell you. We just didn't turn that on. But that Google form has the option to say like, oh, here's your numbers.
Yeah,
but you got it right.
But the big mystery is like, I don't think anybody got everything right. I don't know.
Let me check.
Yeah, check.
I'm gonna check. See, I think we did, but
that said, you
go
would be eligible to win a prize anyways, right?
Everybody got in.
Everybody got in. So it's not really about you getting all of the questions right in the end.
I will say most people, and I'm just ballparking this, most people were in the 30s though. Out of 34 total questions, most were 30 and above. There were a few 29s, there were a few like 12s, and some people probably just clicked through some stuff. But for the most part, yeah, everybody was in the 30s, 30, 31, 32, 33. But you're right, I did not see anyone with 34 out of 34. So now I'm wondering which one was missed, but I'm sure some missed and some other people got it. So nobody got a perfect score, but maybe that's what we can do next time. The next scavenger hunt, we make it where you win a prize if you like only the people that get 100%, like win it, get in this prize pool for some mega prize. That could be the cool thing.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, I think everybody had a little bit of fun there. We'll try something new next time around. Last time we had some other prizes that we tried to give out, and hopefully.
And Alexander, any questions that you have from this point on, by the way, if we're not around, because I know a lot of people are going to watch the replays, so just support@measuresummit.com. They'll be able to help you out. Anybody who won a prize, you will be getting an email. Alexander had mentioned, hey, about Leah's book. So you had won Leah's book, and we haven't sent that email yet, but we will. Because we just gave that away. I think you'd actually won that today, as a matter of fact. So we'll be sending those emails out a little bit later. I would expect that some of those might come out over the weekend, or early next week. But certainly you'll get those prizes for sure. No way, got 100% of the stores to do it.
There's no 100% in analytics, right?
There's no 100%. There's no such thing.
All right. Well, now everybody is curious what they got wrong and so on. Well, okay, next time.
I know too, but I don't know.
That's a good feedback. Next time we'll build that in. We're sorry.
Hey, you know what I could do? I think I could share the form, just the editing of what the answers were.
Okay.
And then I can go through that. Hang on a second. Let me just pull it up. All right, so here's the scavenger hunt.
Do you want to show it on the screen?
I'll share it on the screen, yeah. So give me just a moment.
We see your Measure Summit screen right now, the stream.
Yeah, you do.
Inception.
There we
go. Let me give.
I know, right?
Let me give myself a.
All right. So, you wanted a little top? Okay, so obviously everybody hopefully got the email address right and first name and last name, or else you are not going to get your prize. So here's where the prize starts. The correct answer for the listen layer, the key to achieving better decisions or better marketing outcomes is better data. Is the answer there. In the Elevar booth, the option was conversion. That was the answer there. So Elevar manages everything behind the scenes to ensure you never miss a conversion, which they do. Again, we highly recommend them for anybody using Shopify and for our clients as well. Go to the Measure School virtual booth. The 30% discount was MS2023. So that's the coupon code you want to use to get 30% off Measure Masters. Again, highly recommended program. We pay for it as well. Go to the MeasureMarketing.io virtual booth, and then we have the Tracking Leads and Sales Masterclass, which actually is a GA4 course. That's what that does. He teaches GA4 to go through there and teach that. So that's an option for those that want that. Arena Calibrate. So what do you get for opting in for the annual plan? 2 months of the free subscription. So that is the answer for that one. Under Northwoods, what was the first question in the video? What are some tips for getting the most out of GA4 now that I've implemented it? That was the question for Northwoods. For Simmer, this is Simo's booth. What course has been updated? We already mentioned this one earlier. It is server-side Google Tag Manager. So we have that. Under Business Ahead, virtual booth, the color of the question mark. This is kind of a fun one, red, with a little red question mark. So you can get that. On the page search matching, this was Amy Hebden's booth. What topic do they most talk about on the YouTube channel? They talk about Looker Studio, which is, again, it's all about dashboards. It was part of her talk was about being able to do that, which was great little frameworks they share there. With online dialogue, when did they win the Experimentation Elite Award? They won it in 2023. So they won it this year. Socially Constructed, this was Venia's booth, Venia's session earlier today. So what happened in March? Polled community builders. So that is what happened in March, and they're making this poll. And that's what she mentioned this a little bit during her talk too, when she's going through and surveying people for her talk. Data-driven you. This is Jeff Sauer's booth, and also has a talk back there on freelancing and measurement. So what was the fourth text behind Jeff was analytics. So the fourth text behind Jeff was analytics. Go to Designery. So in Designery's booth, the color of the shirt, skiing in the video. Like, talk about scavenger hunt. They got really good this year on that. Red shirt was the answer. Under MeasureMind's virtual booth, what was the name of the free tool to grade your GTM container? That is GTM.ai. So you have that. And then go to e-commerce optimizer's virtual booth. What methodology do they have to optimize your brand? Let's see. That is conversion system optimization. Under Eb Walker's booth, that was Alexander's. Walker OS is the answer there. Under Pickwick Pro's virtual booth, the answer was 4. There were 4 parts in the Pickwick Pro Analytics Suite. Under Kickpoints, which is Dana Titomaso, Kickpoint Playpoint virtual booth, Analytics for Agencies is the correct name of their course. The Tag Manager Italia, this is Matteo?
Yeah, Matteo,
virtual booth. And they were active since 2015, so they've been around as long as a lot of us have. The Vision Labs virtual booth, this is JJ's virtual booth. The correct name of the report they're offering for free is the BQ, as in BigQuery, GA4 real-time report. That is a fantastic looking dashboard too, so definitely recommend you getting that. In Target Marketing, this was Jim Stern himself. The correct title of their interview show is Marketing Analytics Live Online. So that is their show. From the Future, this is Josh's booth, Josh Bauer, the Measure Summit, writer for our musician in residence here. So Microsoft Clarity GTM template. Highly recommend that you use Microsoft Clarity, and the fact he's got this template is great. So take advantage of that. Under Marketing Lens, this was Ballas's booth. The statement in the logo, digital performance delivered. So we had that.
Are there more? Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're almost
there's
there.
Just okay. Let's go through them, and then there's a controversy going on in the chat, so we might need to check something.
So human 37. Honestly, it doesn't matter because it didn't get you any more prizes if you got it right or wrong.
Yeah.
But human 37 virtual booth on the video was the 9th word that Glenn mentioned was experiences. What a question that is. The 9th word that Glenn mentioned. Holy cow. Go to the Analytics Boosters virtual booth. And this is our team. Our team built this site out. So I'm about to give them like, wow, you guys are way down this. Analytics Boosters, what was the name of their founders? Enrico, of course. So that was a little easier. Pandetta's virtual booth, the name of the experts were located in Berlin. And then, which you mentioned, because I know you've got a relationship with them as well, Julian. Tagmate, so Joy's company over there. Their modules include everything except Google Analytics coding template, but they do have these ads conversion pixel and the custom event tracking extension, Chrome extension. Raise, which is Siobhan's booth that she talked about today under the Designing for Privacy. How much do they offer a discount for the Power Hour? If you did not win the Power Hour with Siobhan, you now have a 25% discount that you can take advantage of right now if you want to go do that, which I would definitely get ahead of this. Get Siobhan thinking about your privacy for you. It sounds like she's done a thing or two with it. Go to Automate to Win. This is Sean David's booth around automation and AI as it relates to measurement. The special offer for the certification, and that was the prompt engineering course for generative AI. So if you're trying to get your prompt engineering skills, he's got an offer back there for that. With Systemic, how many minutes is their free consultation? 30 minutes. So you can get a little consultation from them back there. Neil over Rocket Meal, his virtual booth. What is the title of the ebook for Rocket Mill? It was Connected Measurement is the title there. Looker Studio Masterclass is Ahmad's booth that Ahmad did. Again, great talk on AI, BigQuery, and Looker Studio back there. About the longest session this year, but it was incredible. So how many live cohorts has he done since he launched in 2021? Now 5 live cohorts. And then if you go to the Analytics Canvas with Amit, their virtual booth, is it true that Analytics Canvas can be used to blend your UA and GA data together? Yes, it is. Wow, wonder how that's possible. Watch his second stage session. And then finally, go to Stitched. What was the title of their virtual talk? Solid Data Ownership. So there you go, solid data ownership. So that was the answers that we currently have.
There's a little bit of controversy about the ski jacket, I guess. People were saying if it's orange or if it's red.
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
We have to be careful of color. This is something that I'm gonna have to give back to them. It's like, let's not do color, because some might think it's orange, some might think it's red.
Well, actually, some people have pulled up the color picker and tried to figure it out.
Oh, no way. Are you kidding me?
So that's
Chat room has just gone to a whole other level. That's
we
awesome.
Need to,
that's what we should do. What is the hex code? Because that's something.
No, hold on. There's like, next time you should give us the option of a hex code. Somebody said as well. So
right, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. The hex code works perfectly.
Yeah,
because it's going to be exact.
Well,
that's awesome.
Anyways,
but again, it didn't matter. Anybody, all you do is participate to win in terms of getting your entry in there. So we didn't take a look at the scores, but we just appreciate everyone given the chance to go through the virtual booths. It's our way. This actually came from again, Little Measure Summit trivia when Julie and I were thinking this thing through, because we've seen lots of virtual events, and this is after Measure Summit. But obviously, virtual events weren't such a thing prior to Measure Summit. They've been around in some way, shape, or form, but they were mostly like those summits where you sign up and then it's just all there, and it's sort of just almost like the on-demand second stage, but that's all it would be, right? Just stuff there, and no interaction, no MC, none of this back and forth stuff that we do, that we get to really bond with everybody and interact with the chat. And we thought that was a shame, so we wanted to make sure that we made it highly interactive. And one of the things that a live event, we want to try to mimic as much as we could the live event feel. One of the things they do is they give you these little passes, and you get your stamps when you go visit everybody's booth. And that was the idea of the scavenger hunt. Let's do that. Let's make it fun. We'll get prizes from everybody, and we'll give out prizes that way.
Yeah.
And that was the whole concept.
And people still think it's a great idea. So let's keep this coming. And Julio just bought the All Access Pass. Well, if that
I'll go with Julio on that one. Thank you, Julio. Yes.
High five.
Awesome.
Dance for. Oh, hold on. High five, and you get a dance as well. Yeah, obviously. Very clear.
Jessica's saying you're in a group of analysts. How could we not think there wasn't going to be controversy over some of these answers? Wait a second. Let's go back to the data. I don't think that's true. I love that. So true. Oh, well, awesome. But this was exactly what it was for. Was to get the conversation started and have everybody a lot of fun around.
Yeah.
This. Thank you all for participating.
And thank you everybody for being here. We obviously, before we wrap this all up, we need to thank one more time our sponsors. Made this all possible. Listen Layer, first of all, check out their virtual booth, Eleva, the all-in-one tool for your tracking in Shopify, and the teams over at measurementmarketing.io and Measure School. So thank you so much for making Measure Summit 2023 possible. And I think we can say for now it's a success, although there was some controversy. And maybe we get sued for that collar on the jacket.
I doubt it. Yeah, that's really cool. Jessica's saying, all joking aside, it's been a great event, and the hunt is always challenging. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been awesome.
And thank you to everybody
here for session data.
Here, joining in the chat. It's been a pleasure, and joining online and joining on the socials for How I Measure Summit. That was also awesome to see.
Cheers to you. Thank you.
Cheers to Mercer one more time, to everyone out there.
Yes. To all of us, to everybody, to the entire Measure Summit community. Thank you again from Julie and I to keep it out, and just like I said, it's such an honor every year to be able to do this for you. And every year, I promise you, Julie and I are thinking right in the edge of this. We're like, God, I hope this thing works. Like every year, we're just kind of like, okay, let's just see if we can get it going one more time. And it rolls forward, and it's a lot because of everybody who is participating. So thank you all. And thank you for all the advice and the effort and the energy that you're putting in. For those of you that were able to get All Access Pass, we appreciate that. Enjoy Encore Weekend. For those that want to take advantage of that, it has been absolutely fantastic. And I guess 2024, Julian? I don't know.
You're always pushing it.
This is every year. Every year.
For now, I think we can call it. Another Measure Summit is in the can, 2023. Everybody, enjoy the Encore weekend, and we'll see you maybe in the next year, I think.
Looking forward to it.
All right.
See you there.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening, or wherever you are.
You need to prove and improve your results, but your hands are tied with your current data strategy. Everything is completely anonymous. Your data is actually owned by another company, Google. And if you're like most marketers, you base investment decisions on thank you page conversions that have to be rebuilt every 6 months for accuracy. To improve results, you simply need better data, but you've never had access to the right tools. That's why I built ListenLayer.com, a completely new type of marketing data and analytics platform that gives you freedom. Freedom to easily design and automate a centralized conversion strategy. Freedom to send data everywhere that you need, Google Tag Manager, GA4, Facebook, and to even use server-side tagging. Freedom to identify leads, customers, and companies in your data because you own it and need better attribution. And finally, the tools that you need to analyze the data in ways that you never thought possible. ListenLayer does all of this while remaining completely compliant. It's cookieless, supports all major privacy laws, and will soon allow you to replace your entire consent management platform so that you can build compliance directly into your data strategy. And we understand that your data needs are unique. That's why our team can work with you to define and implement your entire strategy, or you can do it yourself with help from our world-class support. ListenLayer is built for marketers who want to know the truth. Visit listenlayer.com to learn about the platform, open an account, and schedule a demo.
Managing your site's conversion data is a pain in the ass. There's plenty of tools out there to help, but they don't make it easy. Want a tip? Make it easy. Trust your data. Scale faster. Get Elevar.
Okay, I know your head is exploding right now from all that came out of the awesome sessions here at Measure Summit. So much things to implement, so many new ideas, and you might feel a little bit overwhelmed already and don't know where to start. Analytics, after all, is not a race, but a marathon. And if you need a place to deepen your knowledge and continue to build your skills, we here at Measure School are ready to support and guide you. Mastering the fundamentals, continuous learning, and a peer group to support, that's what we think you need on your journey to measure mastery. And that's why we created Measure Masters, our membership for ambitious marketers. Inside of Measure Masters, you will find courses on our favorite measurement tools such as Google Tag Manager, Google Analytics 4, Looker Studio, and technical marketing, built into a curriculum for going from beginner to advanced, with the usual high-quality video content that you know from Measure School. But just learning isn't enough, you also need to apply, and that's why we built in hands-on training challenges for you to go through and implement yourself. And once you are done, we are happy to give you feedback on your work. And if you get stuck, we are here to help you. Our Measure Mentor section connects you to our experts where you can seek help, get advice, and get mentorship for your next career moves. And if you're already an expert and maybe running a successful agency, you will surely appreciate our Master Circle with lots of like-minded Measure geeks that trade tips, help each other out, and share knowledge. So want to find out more? Check out our virtual booth here at Measure Summit and claim your exclusive Measure Summit discount right now. This is only valid during the event, so don't miss out. I'm looking forward to working with you inside of Measure Masters. We got lots to cover, and your data is waiting for you.